Turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, might stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the hen dog. It was me and my bros to the end dog. Wasn't blood, but we was still kin dog. Was alive, but dead in my sin dog. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like there was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke, life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze, sleeping on me, it's till you get woke, my God. Famous.
fumble a bag. Now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag. Now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
sick. Man, I been high, I serve a guy who the dopest. Hopeless, what I used to be, now I'm moving packs to that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honoring both, so my life will be long. Third time is the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, mine stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the end off. It was me and my bros to the end off. Wasn't blood, but we was still kin off. Was alive, but dead in my sin dog. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like there was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew, try not to choke, life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze, sleeping on me, it's time you get woke, my God.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Yeah, it's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake 'em up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I saw a guy who the dopest, hopeless. What I used to be, now I'm moving packs to that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honoring both, so my life will be long. Third time, is the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, mine stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the hen dog. It was me and my bros to the end dog. Wasn't blood, but we was still kin dog. Was alive, but dead in my sin dog. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like there was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze? Sleeping on me, it's time you get woke, my God. Yeah, it's heavy. I don't know why they keep sleeping on me, man. Let me wake 'em up. Flow sick, man, I been high. I saw a guy who the dopest, hopeless. What I used to be, now I'm moving packs to that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles. That's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm. Sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops. Respect for my mom. Honor them both, so my life will be long. Third time, hit the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, mine stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the hen dog. It was me and my bros to the end dog. Wasn't blood, but we was still kin dog. Was alive, but dead in my sin dog. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like there was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze? Sleeping on me, it's time you get woke, my God.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah yeah.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
What a first day that was. Dramatic ending between Paige and Ellis Jr. to get that sweet 12 spot during the shootout. We also lost some of the favorites, Bennett, Job, Jajowski, out of the competition. We also saw the first black flag for Crimson out of the competition. I cannot wait what we see today. Stewards, we're going to be very, very busy, and I hope we will see some incredible racing.
This is ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, live from Gamers8 in Riyadh. My name is Jasmine, but you can go ahead and call me Veracity, and I'm going to be your host throughout the duration of this entirely incredible sim racing event. But I'm not going to be the only face on your screens. I also have these two handsome gents joining me as well. I have the expert, that is Jardier, and I also have Mr. Lewis McGlade himself, our fantastic commentator throughout this event too. Lewis, I'll start with you, since we didn't get to have a chit-chat on broadcast together. How have you been enjoying the event so far?
Yeah, I mean, we've had some incredible racing. I think that's been the important thing. The move yesterday from Moritz at the last moment of the race, it was edge of the seat action. We saw some great moves from Ryan Barneveld as well. It was so much fun. It's so enthralling. It's so brutal to see 48 drivers cut down to just the 12 today, but that's what has made this competition so exciting and enthralling to watch.
Well, you know what? Before we dive too far into what happened yesterday, I think it's time to get the show on the road with our pre-show presented by Savvy. So, Jardier, it is time. I'm putting you on the spot, homie. Talk to me about the results that we had yesterday, because G2, whilst they did have some good showings on their front, Isaac Price not making it through despite his good quali laps. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I was really gutted for him because he got pole position in one race, second place in the next race, and he still didn't make it through because the races were not going his way. Especially the Monza, he started P1, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so.
And and in the end he finished P5. That was really gutting because all the drivers who finish in the top 12, they have at worst P4 position, except our driver Warren, who got P7 but P1 in the end of the race.
Yeah.
So I think that was really, really bad for Isaac, unfortunately. But I think we still should be happy with his performance because he did a really good job.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, I think he got a penalty as well that dropped him a bit further down. He was going to progress through until that point, so a bit of late drama for him.
Well, what about Sebastian Joe? Because he had really, really good online results heading into LAN. Lewis, did you expect more coming out from him? Did you think he could have made it into the top 12?
Yeah, I mean, he certainly has the pace to. That's the important bit, is that he's got the speed, he's got the credentials to have done so. He's won many championships in sim racing. Nearly made it through, of course, to the Munich, the Spring Major, when we went there for the Rennsport Summit. Just missed out by a small margin. It is what it is. The thing is, when you've got so few drivers progressing through to today versus yesterday, you're always going to have big drama. Sebastian Job was one of the major casualties of that.
Well, you know what? On that note, I think we should give a little bit of context to the folks at home that might be new around these parts. Don't worry, we've got you covered. We started off this tournament with 48 drivers all competing yesterday across our 4 groups. However, it is pretty intense over here, as only the top 12 made it through to the finals of our driver championship today. Fellas, talk to me a little bit more about the drivers that didn't quite make it through, because on the Mal side of things, whilst they had Yuri Kazdorp and Max Beneke making it on through, Moritz Lerner was definitely one that we expected to make it to the top 12 but didn't.
Yeah, I mean, Lerner's fast. He put in a move late on as well that was pretty impressive. Just a little too late, unfortunately. Patrick Holzman didn't quite seem to have the pace, but I think for them, there's been a bit of a change around. Yuri Kazdorp looks really, really fast this event, and obviously Max Benneker, the winner of the first ever ESL R1 round back in Katowice. I mean, they're looking like a strong contingent again.
And how about from your perspective, Jardier? Was there anybody from Maus that you really thought should have made the cut? Is there any mistakes you particularly noticed on Moritz Lerner's side?
I'm very sad Moritz didn't make it. Like his performance, especially in that last race with Monza, he overtook 2 drivers in the last lap with incredible move into Ascari from the outside.
Yeah.
Who does that into the outside of Ascari and makes it stick? You know, that was fantastic. But as Lewis was saying, it was too late. That first race really decided.
Well, we can sit here or stand here and talk as much as we want about all of these incredible drivers, but I'm sure you're wondering, why does that matter so much? What are they actually competing for? Well, let me tell you right now, we have the most incredible prize pool on the line here at Gamers8. We've got a total of $1 million, but specifically for our driver championship prize pool, we are giving away $400,000. First place walking away with 100K as well. Lewis McGlade, I see you gazing longingly at that prize pool.
I mean, a little.
Yeah, no, I'm like, I'm about to take this microphone off and go and start taking part. No, obviously, $100,000 is a life-changing amount of money. These drivers have the chance to go and win it. And, let's be honest, even if you finish 12th, like, you're still earning a decent wage. And that's before we've even got into the Teams Championship tomorrow, which we'll obviously discuss ad nauseum then. Right now, to have a $400,000 prize pool for a couple of days' work, the thing is, from our point of view, it's exciting. From the driver's point of view, it's exciting, but it's also unbelievable pressure.
It's unbelievably stressful for a lot of them. I know a lot of them were certainly feeling the pressure with the incredible staging. We have the prize pool, the other teams. Being in a LAN environment with 48 drivers is honestly astounding, incredible, and really, really intense to say the least. But how is our tournament format actually going to work? Let me give you the lowdown, because it is completely different from yesterday's group stages. In order to reach finalist mode, and this is where it really counts, because finalist mode, we saw it taking place in Munich. You need to get 80 points, right? Stick with me at home. 80 points. Once you have those 80 points, then the next race, if you win it, then you win the entire competition. So really, in Munich, we had a really intense situation, didn't we, Jardier, where we had many of our drivers trying to play catch-up with one another and reach finalist mode. But the fact that it can potentially go on for as long as it wants to is really the interesting bit here.
Yeah, I think it's really fascinating because we can finish the show today in 5 hours or 9 or 10. So this is really amazing. I really want the drivers to put similar show as we saw in Germany, because that was incredible. Because we had also Marcel Schinczyk almost won his first race when he hit the 80 points. And in that intense fight with James Baldwin, who turned it around for the next round in Nürburgring, and it still went going for the next round in Monza. Like, I want to see something again like that.
Someone was making a lot of noise for James Baldwin that event. I know that. You in the crowd making a lot of noise.
Did you have a little fan sign as well?
Yes,
yeah,
I did,
definitely
I
did.
love that. See, I need you to cheer me on in life like that as well. But let's chit-chat a little bit more about the points, because yesterday, if you finished in first place, you secured yourself 35 points. However, today, it is different. For today, it's only 25 points that you secure yourself, but the points get completely reset for today's races as well, which means it's going to take a little bit longer for you to reach that sweet 80-point mark as well. Do you feel like this is going to be a big shift for the drivers? Because I know yesterday during group stages, myself and Jardier, we were talking about how much of a difference is it going to make not having a teammate to support you in your group.
I mean, sometimes I think when you've got because it's a drivers' championship, this is where it's just focused on that. Sometimes having teammates is helpful. We were talking about this back in Munich with the Team Redline. Had 3 drivers on the final day, but Luke Bennett didn't go on to win. Sometimes I fear if you've got too many drivers, you've almost got like a little too much.
Is it like too many cooks in the kitchen?
A little bit, yeah. Okay. I think sometimes one teammate is helpful. I mean, let's be honest, Marcel Schinczyk got a big assistant from Erhan Jajowski. So you need a little bit of teammate assistance, but I think there is the whole thing of like, there is such a thing as too much.
Right, so talk to me, Jardier, because whilst we're talking on the topic of teamwork and teammates as well, there's some drivers now in our top 12 that don't have the backup or support of a teammate as well. There are some lone soldiers lingering in there.
Yeah, we have Heroic, we have Apex, we have both Mercedes teams, Mercedes Petronas AMG team and a Mercedes Williams team, and they are all solo drivers, so basically 4 solo drivers against another 4 teams that have their teammates.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to definitely play some role in a strategy and such, because I think in the first race maybe we'll see some drivers will take it a little bit easier just to see how the competition and their pace look like, and then they will send it in the next races. Or maybe we'll have some drivers like Kevin Siggy, who was very confident about his driving, who will go full in right away.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at our track list for today. And you fellas can tell me which track you are looking the most forward to. Who do you think is really going to thrive for our race 1 of the day? It's going to be over on Spa.
I mean, Spa, you kind of leaning maybe a little bit towards the Mercs. Obviously, Marco Petsch missed out a little bit yesterday. Kevin Ellis Jr. was really, really strong. So when he did that shootout, so maybe he'll look strong. But I can't look past Kevin Siggy.
Don't forget Joshua Rogers' performance on a Spa. That was fantastic as well yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, he was having very hard group, but nobody competed against him, and he was going forward. He has a big gap, and he was going really fast. So I think he can play a role in Spa as well.
Yeah, certainly so.
I think it's going to be really, really interesting to see whether or not people are going to thrive on that Monza, because obviously it was only added during the Munich Major.
Yeah.
And you know what? Despite the fact that Isaac Price did not make it through, given that he didn't get a chance of playing Monza on Munich, I think he did fantastically well. But taking a look at our gorgeous stage, our fantastic AR as well. What was your guys' reaction once you saw this epic stage?
Unbelievable.
Fantastic.
I've never seen anything like this in sim racing. It's so cool.
I think it's absolutely beautiful. But you know what? Without further ado, it is over to Barney and Atik as they are eagerly waiting to kick off ESL R1.
Of my night. With every win we ascend a new heights. I'm sharpening my skills and I focus my mind. The pride nice in the heart of a lion. A battle with pride is a matter of time. I become the most greatest, the victory's mine. We reach for the cup and the tension is up. In the city of Riyadh, everybody's getting hot. It's not about luck. It's up on the skills that we got in the national scores from all over the globe. Are you ready to show off and blow up the spot?
To achieve anything in this game, you must be willing to dabble in the boundary of disaster. Risk versus reward. The line in the sand is drawn for our finalists.
النهائيات اللي راح تكون معنا اليوم راح تكون تحدد منهم أبطال. هذه النسخة اللي راح نشوف فيها مسابقات غير طبيعية. بعد ما شفنا الرحلة كيف كانت معنا أمس، اليوم معنا الأفضل من الأفضل.
48 drivers have now become 12, so today it's about consistency and stamina to push the limits all the way through until the checkered flag drops.
بالضبط، المتسابقين الموجودين معنا الحين 12 متسابق بس راح يستمرون في السباقات إلى أن نعرف من هو البطل. نقص عددهم من كان 48 إلى 12 متسابق. في اليوم راح يكون يوم مختلف.
Today, our drivers must have a strong start if they have any hope in claiming the title. So, welcome to ESL R1 at Gamers8, and welcome to the Drivers' Championship Finals. My name is Banks, and I am your host, and joining me here on the main stage is my co-host, Atik.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين في هذه النهائيات اللي راح نعرف فيها منهم أبطال السائقين اللي معنا الفرديين اللي راح يشاركون معنا في هذه النسخة. يومين كان جدا ممتع، لكن المشوار ما زال مستمر معنا. اليوم راح نعرف منهم الأبطال. فحياكم الله مشاهدينا الأعزاء وأعزائنا برضو الحضور معنا هنا على هذا المسرح. معكم مقدمكم باللغة العربية عتيق، معنا مقدمنا باللغة الإنجليزية بانكس.
So, without any further delay, I think we should introduce our finalists to the main stage.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين خلونا نبدأ نرحب بال12 متسابق معنا على المسرح.
Kicking things off, the winner of our hot lap shootout last night, it's Kevin Ellis Jr.
اللي تأهل معنا أمس بالجولات الأخيرة. أعطونا تحية لكيفن إليس جونيور.
Shots and they all wet. Diamonds change colors like the leaves and they fall, yeah. Ain't gon' ask you again where my money at. Shooters and they aiming with.
An impressive performance yesterday, but can he find that extra gear today? It's Yuri Toman.
المتسابق اللي جاينا اليوم بشكل تماما مختلف. رحبوا معنا في يوري تومان.
Sorry that you put my money on the table before I turn you.
Making it into the middle of the pack in terms of points from yesterday, but today is a new day to shake things up. It's Jakub Brzezinski.
واللي راح نرحب فيهم بعد شوية 3 متسابقين ونبداها بالمتسابق اللي معنا ياكوب برزينسكي.
Consistent day yesterday, but today he needs those wins under his belt. It is Max Beneke.
وبرضه متعادل معنا بالنقاط، لكن مستواه جدا ثابت. رحبوا معنا في ماكس بيدنكي.
Two podium finishes on day one. Can he keep this up? It's Yuri Kastor.
واخر متعادلين معنا من بين هذه المجموعه. رحبوا معنا في يوري كاسدور.
A scrappy day yesterday, but he managed to claim 2 second-place finishes. We want to see even more fight today from Tommy Usgaard.
والآن مع المتسابق اللي حصل 40 النقطة في سباقاته أمس. أعطونا تحية لتومي أوسغارد.
An absolutely flying first race yesterday, cementing his place here today in the finals. It's Dane Warren.
معنا المتسابق اللي ما يترك أحد بحاله. رحبوا معنا في دين وارن.
In his second race yesterday, he left the rest of the field in the dust. Can he do it today? It's Jeffrey Rietveld.
بعد ما حقق النصر في سباقه الأخير وعدنا اليوم بمستوى مختلف. رحبوا معنا في جيفري ريتفيلد.
A first and a third place in yesterday's races. He is definitely one to watch today. It's James Baldwin.
أكثر متسابق يقاتل على المراكز الأولى. رحبوا معنا في جيمس بولدوين.
Set it into cruise control to get it to the finals today. Our Munich major champion, it is Marcel Chinchik.
بطلنا السابق هل بيحقق النصر مرة ثانية؟ رحبوا معنا في مارسيل تشينشيك.
Yet to lose a race here at Gamers8 and looking to continue this pace, it is Joshua Rogers.
متعادل مع المركز الأول وحقق انتصارين معنا أمس. رحبوا معنا في جوش روجرز.
Another undefeated driver here at Gamers8 and MVP of day one, Kevin Siggy.
والآن مع المركز الأول في المجموعة بأكثر عدد من النقاط وبرضو أفضل متسابق كان معنا أمس. رحبوا معنا في كيفن سيجي.
Hello, Kevin. How are you feeling today? You good?
Feeling a little bit better.
Nice, nice. I mean, like we've already mentioned, MVP of yesterday. That must be a nice little boost coming into today. But obviously, points are reset. It's another day. So how are you feeling about today's competition?
It's definitely going to be like 10 times harder than yesterday. I mean, my group was also full of pretty good talents. But today we have everyone combined from all the groups together. So one of the best ever. So it's going to be much tougher. And I mean, let's see how it goes, really.
بالضبط عندنا المتسابق اللي معنا بعد ما حقق الانتصارات امس معنا في السباقات. اليوم كيف شعوره اللي راح يدخل في السباق؟ هل راح تعطيه دفعه معنويه بعد ما صار افضل متسابق معنا امس؟ ذكر قال بالطبع ان اليوم فيها دفعه معنويه لكنها فيها ضغط عالي، واليوم راح يكون اصعب من امس بحكم ان معنا المتسابقين افضل من كل مجموعه واللي مشاركين معنا متاهلين الى النهائيات.
So we spoke yesterday about Spa and Hockenheim, feeling very comfortable on there. Now, something else that was a bit of a hot topic of conversation throughout the day yesterday was about tyre preservation. Now, you've already said that today the roster, the lineup is a lot more stacked, but also it's something that everyone's always got to keep an eye on, right? So how do you balance that weight of, tyre preservation, preserving the car, but then also trying to keep as much distance from the people behind you?
Yeah, it's quite difficult. I mean, with our car, you cannot overpush the tires at all in the first laps. Otherwise, you're just going to overheat them, especially at Spa. All the high-speed corners, you're going to feel that if you're even 2 degrees overheated. So it's not very easy, especially with all the fast drivers behind you. I mean, especially as we have the slowest top-speed car on the grid, it's obviously even harder. So getting through the traction zones is going to be the utmost importance to us, and how we actually get that sorted is something that we have to figure out. But yeah, I mean, it's still going to be hard, but we're going to do our best to try and win with the stars gone on the straight.
أحد التحديات اللي راح يواجهونها معنا اليوم هو كيف يوازنون بين حرارة الكفرات وفي نفس الوقت مستواه في السباق. ذكر المتسابق قام قال الصحيح أنها بتكون جدا صعبة ولا يقدر أنه يبدأ يرفع حرارة الكفرات خصوصا في بداية السباق، لكن في نفس الوقت ما يبغى يبعد المسافة، فالتوازن بيكون بينهم صعب، وهذا الأهم في سباقات اليوم. فأكثر متسابق ممكن أنه يكتشف الحل بينها هو اللي راح يحقق النصر بكل بساطة. فراح نشوف من هو أفضل متسابق اليوم، وبعد ما نعرف منهم افضل من يقدرون يوازنون في هذه السباقات.
Well, Kevin, we don't want to keep you here any longer, so thank you so much for the interview at the top of the day. Best of luck throughout all of your races today in the finals, and you can now go and sit at your rig and get prepared for the finals.
Thank you.
Off you go, off you go, off you go, off you go. Thank you very much, thank you. Atik! Oh my gosh, it's finally here. We've got the Drivers' Championship finals to go. So, $400,000 is on the line today. And we've also got the Gamers8 trophy sitting behind us as well. And of course, the coveted title of being crowned the inaugural ESL R1 at Gamers8 champion. So it's going to be an absolute bloodbath today, and I cannot wait. So without any further ado, we're going to send it over to the desk to break everything down before we start the Drivers' Championship finals.
أنا متأكد كلكم تبغون نبدأ فيها بشكل سريع، بس حاب أذكركم أن النقاط كلها رجعت للصفر. اليوم مجموع النقاط كلها راح تحدد من أول السباق، ومن بعدها بيستمرون المتسابقين إلى أن نعرف منهم أبطال هذه النسخة. كلنا متشوقين ومتحمسين أن نعرف من هو البطل في هذا السباق، فما نطول عليكم أكثر، خلونا ننتقل على طول على الاستديو نشوف تفاصيل هذا السباق، نبدأ لكم فيها على طول في النهائيات.
Beautiful work as always, fellas, and let me tell you now, those top 12 drivers in the final of our Drivers' Championship, boy oh boy, what a competition this is certainly going to be. So let's go ahead and take a look at our top 12, and you fellas can point out some of your favorites for me. One of which I really want to talk about is none other than Joshua Rogers himself, competing on the side of Porsche Kawanda, a two-time victor in yesterday's races as well. What can you tell me about him with this?
Well, I mean, he's one of the most successful drivers in sim racing, particularly over on iRacing. Multiple Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, which is obviously where he got into the Porsche squad. He's been really fast. That was a heavily contested championship. He's won in things like Le Mans Virtual as well over on R-Factor 2. Comes over here, has won back in Katowice in round 2, obviously one of the online rounds as well. He's, in my opinion, Joshua Rogers is the driver to beat today.
Agree?
Absolutely agree. The performance yesterday he had. Also, don't forget the Porsche got a little changed from the previous races, so it's a little bit more competitive than before.
Yeah.
And I think it's showing very well because Joshua dominated yesterday in his group, and I think, as Lewis said, he's a driver to watch today.
Well, whilst we can talk about Joshua Rogers, I think we should also, rightly so, talk about our the man that's trying to defend his own title, Marcel Chinchik, on the side of R8G as well. How do we feel that Marcel's going to perform?
What a driver! What a driver! Not only he win in the previous major, but I also really do like his performance here on stage, how he behaves. A lot of drivers are very serious, some of them looking a little bit nervous, Yuri doing some gestures and such, but Marcel is just smiling. He's looking forward to go on that stage and race and beat the other drivers.
That's what I was saying before, right, when we went on camera. I was like, Marcel seems like a fantastic just person. I don't think I've ever seen him annoyed, frustrated. He's just constantly smiling as well. Do you feel like that element of his personality feeds into his team and the teamwork they might have during team championships?
Certainly so. I mean, he gets along really well with Erhan, obviously we've seen him before. He gets along well with Yuri, who's obviously his teammate in this. Those two have been teammates for a long time, obviously over various teams. Teammates now in RHG. I think Yuri might help Marcel Cinchik as well to this. Maybe Marcel will help Yuri to this. Who knows how it's going to unfold, but they will adapt accordingly throughout the day, and they already know. You don't have to have a conversation in the team, they just know.
All right, well, it seems like this team synergy is certainly there. And now I want to focus on James Baldwin. Talk to me, what can you fellas tell me?
Well, he was the driver that obviously battled with Marcel Cinchik, was one of those 5 that got into finalist mode back in Munich. One of the fastest drivers in sim racing. Obviously, he's done a little bit of real world racing as well. British GT winner. He's a fantastic talent. I think he will be the main one. In my opinion, he'll be the main one to challenge Joshua Rogers today.
I personally agree. I would personally, if I would be racing, if I would be racing against James Baldwin, that's the driver I would be nervous about, because he has the experience from real racing, he has the experience in eSport, he has the experience in the LAN events. He's a professional in every aspect. He's a smart driver. He doesn't do any bad moves. He avoids everything, and he goes for really smart moves to put him in a position to win this. But does he have it today?
You have the pace, yeah.
Do you reckon he's going to be wanting revenge on Marcel in particular, or do you think he's just going to look to focus on his own race?
I think just focus on his own race. That's what James is so good at. He doesn't get involved in other people's races. He does what he does best. Even if the car isn't particularly quick, even if he hasn't qualified particularly well, he doesn't get inside his own head. That is why he's a brutal competitor. Some of the other drivers can get inside their own head. When you look at people like Joshua Rogers, when you look at Marcel Cinchik, when you look at James Baldwin, the thing that separates those from the rest sometimes is the fact that when they have a bad result, it's like, dust it off, move on to the next one.
So for Joshua Rogers, have we got anybody joining him on the grid for today?
Dane Warren.
How do we think that teamwork's going to pan out?
Interesting.
I think personally, Dane is like, he won his first race in his group, and then he said he's going to just send it for the next one. It didn't work, he finished P7, but I think we should not underestimate him as well, because that first race in his group yesterday, he did such a good job that I think he will be on a very competitive pace in any other group yesterday. So I think, in my opinion, we definitely not forget him.
The only thing that I have with Dane is that sometimes he can not adapt well to the pressure. He was the fastest Porsche Commando driver coming into Katowice at the start of the season, and then didn't get through into any of the finals, didn't even get through into any of the semi-finals, struggled in the online season as well. That could hurt him.
Well, you know what? We've spoken about some truly incredible drivers, but one of which we have not spoken about is our LG driver to watch. And of course, it is none other than Kevin Siggy representing Team Redline. Boys, we were chatting about this. It seems like nothing would absolutely melt Kevin Siggy. He looked like cool, calm, collected, like butter wouldn't melt.
He's a man on a mission.
Yeah.
He just want to win. He don't want to be second or third. He want to be P1. And I think I respect it so much. I cannot wait to see his performance today.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Kevin is that I've known Kevin for a long time, 10 years that I've known him on and off in the world of sim racing. I've seen him at LAN events and stuff. There is something different about Kevin this weekend.
Yes.
He's there joining us.
Exactly. He seems more focused. He's not getting as involved with everyone else, and that's fine because he's keeping his head in the game, and it showed yesterday. That double victory, I was not expecting. I thought he would get through to this today. I did not expect him to do it with a double victory. He looked incredible.
I have to ask, have to. The comparison of Kevin Siggy from the Munich Major to now, would you say there has been a significant change or difference? And if so, what do you think has contributed to that?
I would love to see or hear from Kevin what changed, because obviously I feel like he either prepared in a physical way, in a sim way, or mental way. Maybe he's reading or something. I don't know, maybe someone in the team is helping him, maybe Max Verstappen, who knows? But he's like a changed man today.
Yeah, I think his difference is most down to, obviously his approach behind the scenes probably would have been slightly different, but then how he's treating it around here at the event, how he's just trying to keep himself focused, trying to keep himself in the car. I'm sure he's prepared more, but when you have one of those events where it doesn't go the way that you think it should have gone, like Munich, that can sometimes be enough. Just even that alone is enough to make you go, oh, actually, I'm now going to reset myself. I already know what I need to do, and he's looking like a man that might well get the job done.
But how heartbreaking would it be to have it the opposite way round, right? Yeah. Coming to a event of this scale, magnitude, prize pool on the line as well, and to not perform here. Oof, that would definitely sting. It would definitely hurt. But we're going to be skirting on into Spa today, our first track of the day. What do we think is going to come from this ancient powerhouse of a track?
Yeah, I mean, great racing. It is a fantastic racetrack. Opened back in the 1920s, 1922. It opened. It's a brilliant race circuit. It's obviously gone under a couple of changes in the recent past. The only place you can find that is actually on Rennsport, a nice laser scanned build, so it's about as accurate as you can get. It's so much fun. I get a little bored of seeing it in sim racing sometimes, but here, I don't know, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, Spa always delivers, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's such a fantastic track. Fast corners, slow corners, corners where you can send it, corners where you can be careful or have to be careful. We saw yesterday in the first race, in the first group, first corner, 4 cars wide, colliding. What do you think is going to happen today?
I think
more mayhem.
I
want it.
I think the first time we go to Spa, less mayhem. Obviously, we saw on the track list there, if it takes us to an 8th race, that's at Spa again. I think if we do get that far, we're looking at 2 very, very, very different Spa races.
All right, well, I'm super excited to dive into our first track of the day. But before we do that, I'm going to throw it over to Rory and Tommy Usgard.
I'm here with Tommy Usgard, heroic driver. How are you doing, Tommy? Congratulations and welcome to day 2 of the Drivers' Championship. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm all good. Really excited to get going. I'm super happy to have made it through, so just looking forward to the day.
How did yesterday go? How would you sum it all up, those 2 races that you had?
Was really surprised to get pole at Spa because I didn't think my lap was that great. It was a good first sector and middle sector, but screwed up the last chicane a little bit. So I was a little bit unhappy, but when I realized I was in pole, it changed quickly. So then had a bad getaway and made a mistake at the start, but was able to catch up Siggy, who was leading. Wasn't quite there to take the win, so finished P2, and Hockenheim was just solid from P2, P3, and keeping it to P2 at the end. So happy to get 2 good results, which is what I need in this tough championship.
Yeah, and you did enough. You know, you did enough. You're here where everything just starts again, and obviously none other of your teammates made it through. Some of your competitors today have teammates. How does that change your mindset going in, knowing that you're essentially a lone wolf in this one?
I don't think it will have too much of an impact. I think everyone will battle themselves, also teammates. So I just have to try to do the best I can and enjoy every race and try to get as many points as possible, and then we take it from there.
Great, thanks Tommy. Best of luck. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks very much, Rory. Welcome along to ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco here at Riyadh. It's great to be along once again. Finalist mode is back again, but this time more than double the amount of money on the line. $100,000 even on the line here for the winner. 400k overall for all of those 12 drivers out there just across to our left on the stage. My name is Ian O'Leary, alongside Arjuna Kankipali. We're very excited. Finalist mode is back again. A couple of tweaks, I think it's fair to say, we'll get into, but we're very, very excited. These are the drivers who are on the roster today. 4 with teammates, 4 on their own, and 12 of the very best.
Of course, 11 of these drivers secured their spot through the racing. Kevin Ellis Jr. had to go out in that 1-lap shootout and delivered plenty of excitement for us, that's for sure. And now we are going to get to see what those 12 drivers are going to be able to do with $100,000 as their focus. We're going to start off by racing at Spa, the Nürburgring, Hockenheim and Monza. Those are the first 4 races as drivers start to build up to the 80 points they need to reach finalist mode.
80 points, meaning that it's a minimum of 4 here in Riyadh to get to finalist mode, whereas it was only 3 in Munich, although Marcel Cinčić still only managed it in 4. We only had to get to 60 points above the 100 back then. We're in qualifying then, and Max Benecke is going to be first out there on the circuit. He does have a teammate in the form of Yuri Kazdorp for Maus in the Audi. The plunge up a hill through Eau Rouge and along the Kemmel Straight. We've seen a bit of Spa recently. This is where we ended last night. Kevin Ellis Jr. taking that final spot inside the top 12. Wonder what confidence he's going to take from that.
I'm sure some confidence, but ultimately he had to wait a rather long time before he knew whether he was going to be in the shootout or watching from the sidelines. And ultimately, it was a 2-car shootout, very close to being a 3-car shootout. Thibaut Casabon just missing out on that opportunity. Focusing on Max Benecke, though, in that first sector, a 38.709. Well, that's pretty much right on pace. In fact, maybe a 10th up on what we'd expect in that opening sector of the lap.
And he was one of 9 drivers to take 2 podiums in the 2 races here yesterday, finishing at 2nd and 3rd along the way. So we're expecting good things, but we're going to be saying that a lot about all of these 12 drivers, I would imagine. Down the hill through Pouan now and towards the Piff Path. It's going all right for Max Benecke at the moment. Let's see what this middle sector is like. We're looking for under a minute here.
Yeah, we saw many drivers in our final race here at Spa yesterday getting slowdown penalty. I think almost 4 of the 12 drivers in that particular session, and so it's something that we definitely do have to watch for. Benecke, though, very wide on the run out of Campus-Stavelo, depending on what you call it. Yes, that second sector is good, but it's a 1.8 kilometer run all the way up into that bus stop chicane, and Benecke lost some crucial momentum.
Certainly did. It's a very, very long period of time to lose momentum for as well, which is not ideal, but let's see what the lap time's going to be. Through Blanchimont now, absolutely flat out, especially in qualifying trim with fresh tyres on board. Now in towards the bus stop chicane, not quite as much over the curb on the right-hand side as maybe you would expect at some points. Now fires his way towards the start-finish line. It's going to be a 14.3, and I can't tell whether he's disappointed or not. Looks like he was.
He's disappointed because, like I said, that one mistake maybe robbed him of the chance to be able to get into the 14.2s, if not the 14.1s, given what a tidy first couple of sectors it was. Look at the sectors, though, from Josh Rogers. Faster in that first sector, about on par in that second sector. The king of qualifying. 2 pole positions yesterday. What does Rogers have in store for us now? 2
race wins as well. He's shown that when he starts up the front, he can deliver. Over the line now for the Australian. It's a 14.3 as well. Only 15 thousandths of a second between them.
And it shows that maybe Benecke, with that mistake, that's why he was so frustrated. Here's Kevin Ellis Jr., though. We mentioned the shootout. He came here to Spa. He locked himself into fighting for $400,000. First sector, a 10th off of the 2 drivers we've seen so far. Same story in the second sector. What's it been in that final sector?
He only just made it, as he's saying, so what can we expect from Kevin Ellis Jr. here today? He makes his way over the line with Apex Racing Team on his back at the moment. He's only 43 thousandths away, but he sets the slowest time so far.
I think he made up a bit of that time in that final sector, so that's going to be good to see. But this is what we expect in qualifying, the margins to be this close. 3-car split by half a 10th of a second, around 7 kilometers, almost 22 turns of racing. Tommy Osgaard, we saw the heroic Porsches looking quite strong over the course of yesterday, but the only of those machines in the field today. What can the 85 do?
It really mounts the curve through the left-hander there. Let's see if it just stopped his momentum slightly. It's a 14.6 from Oscar. That's a quarter of a second away. And I think he knew it when we joined him just out of Stavelo. He seemed to have a bit of that kind of look on his face.
Marcel Cinčić, first sector and second sector, tracking very close to Kevin Ellis Jr. And our ESL R1 Spring Champion will be looking to start off today with a bang.
Of course, he was so close to clinching that title at this circuit. The last time we raced this one back in Munich, he was overtaken on the very last lap by James Baldwin to take it to another race. Over the line for Marcel Cinčić, it's a 14.4, which is just under a 10th away, but still only 4th place.
What did I say? Tracking right about on Kevin Ellis Jr., who did make up some of that time in the final sector. 200 splits, the Apex Racing Team number 98 and the R8G number 15. Now Jeffrey Rietveld, look at that second sector. My goodness, really has found some speed in the BMW that struggles in a straight line. Sector 1 slightly compromised, 2 kilometers from La Source to the braking zone of Le Combe. Through that final sector in the BMW for Team Redline, and Jeffrey Rietveld Rietveld looking to try and find his way to the front, is going to be able to get into the threes and into pole position.
Yeah, 14.3 from Jeffrey Rietveld. What a time that was from him. Half a tenth away from, in front of Josh Rogers, excuse me, as we look at Kevin Siggy, the other driver alongside Josh Rogers to have taken 2 wins so far. Yuri Toman will be after him. Still got half of the drivers remaining in this session to come over the line now. What's it going to be for Kevin Siggy, who did make the major in Munich as well for Redline? It's 14.4. He is only 5th.
So you can see that while the BMW is strong, it does take the driver to make the most out of it. 1/10 between the two Redline teammates. Rietveld, the best of them so far. Here's Toman, middle sector as well as the first sector. Just about on pace, but maybe tracking 1 or 2 tenths off right now. And of course, trying to join Marcel Cinczyk up inside of the top 6. We'll try and displace Tommy Osgaard as well.
Out of the final corner for the Czech driver, it's Yuri Toman who makes his way to the line. Where is he going to be in relation to his teammate as well? Just behind him, in fact, with a 14.4. That's all fine from him. 6th and 7th for the 2RG drivers, maybe a bit lower than we expected.
Broken clock is right twice a day. I've got my qualifying eye in slightly here where the drivers are going to be. Let's see if I can get it right with Dane Warren. 38.7 in the first sector, 59.7 in the second. He's probably tracking right about in between the RAG teammates. We saw Rogers quite quick in the final sector. Can his fellow Australian deliver in the 57?
Yeah, where do you think he's going to be? We'll find out now. Dane Warren over the line, and it's it's the fastest time. A 14.2, the first one we've seen. Dane Warren's on form this week, isn't he?
That final sector, my word, where did that time come from?
Wow, that is a great time from Dane Warren. Faster than his teammate, faster than Josh Rogers and Jeffrey Rietveld. Absolutely fantastic from Dane Warren, who is on course for pole right now, but what can Jakub Brzezinski do? It's going to be tricky for him to get anywhere near the time because of his second sector. 1 minute 0.0. You need to be below that, as we know. 14.7, that puts him last right now.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to see anyone really be in that benchmark because of how good these drivers are in these one-lap qualifying situations. James Baldwin up next, relatively consistent in those first 2 sectors, and will try and become the highest running on the Mercedes. Brzezinski showing that the car that uses the fronts may be struggling a little bit more in the first part of qualifying. Baldwin, quick hands, gets the car through the bus stop and powers to the line.
This was the last of his 3 in a row at Munich, where he was able to deny Cinczyk the title. It's only 8th place for James Baldwin so far. As we look at the final driver, it's Yuri Kastup making his way to the line now for Mouse. Where can he get to? A teammate in 4th at the moment.
Yeah, I was sitting with Yuri in the pool earlier today, just relaxing as he was getting ready to go, and he seems really calm. He was very excited that in this land environment he was able to make his way into the top 12, knowing that ultimately maybe the spring he didn't get to show all of his speed.
Out of the final corner now for Yuri Kastup, who had a fantastic day 1 in a tough group. Now he's over the line to 14.5, and it's 10th place, a shake of the head, but nobody can be disappointed with the times, maybe the position, but they're all within half a second.
And what, the top 3 split by just over 1/10 of a second. Yes, it is a Porsche Coanda driver on top, but it's maybe not the Australian that we expected.
Dane Warren taking the first pole position of the afternoon. It's day 2 here in Riyadh, and as you say, it's Porsche Coanda Esports, but not the driver you were expecting. Let's have a look at the starting grid ahead of the 7-lap race coming up here in round 1. Jakub Brzezinski and Tommy Osgaard will be on the back row with Yuri Kastup and Yuri Toman to confuse us on row 5. James Baldwin and Marcel Cinczyk back together again, but all the way back on row 4. Kevin Siggy and Kevin Ellis Jr. have impressed there with the 3rd row. Max Beneke is in 4th ahead of Josh Rogers, Jeffrey Rietveld and Dane Warren, who sets the ALJ fastest qualifying lap here for this session. What a time it was as well. Dane Warren taking the win yesterday at the Hockenheim. Bit of a disappointment at Monza where he got things wrong in qualifying, but no such problems today, racing on a new circuit for this week, and he's taken pole.
And one thing that he told me after that first race that we saw him in pole position and then the victory is he was very focused on trying to get one of our Gidia MVP awards at the end of the 4 days for a driver that's able to punch in the fastest lap at each of the tracks. That pays out $10,000, but he maybe went over the line a little bit in qualifying and pushed a little bit too hard.
And it's $10,000 per track, by the way, as well, so 40k overall. Josh Rogers, after day 1, held 2 of those, by the way. There it is, Dane Warren, pole position for the moment. What a time it was, 14.2 from the Australian. and that has put him ahead of the rest with the best possible chance to win this race.
Is that also the fastest lap that we've seen so far here at Spa? Because I feel like we've seen a couple of 2:14.3s, but never this many 2:14.3s.
Yeah, I think the overall quality of the sessions, obviously that kind of stuff's harder to work out really, the overall quality, but I think if we were head-to-head, that's one of the best sessions we've seen. And also, if you remember yesterday, we've seen a lot of slowdowns in qualifying, an abnormal amount, I would argue. You know, I remember one of the Nürburgring races had 4 or 5 slowdowns in one session, but none of that here.
I think that goes to show just how hard we were pushing yesterday. Maybe the drivers relaxing a little bit more today and bringing back to 99% of the pace, knowing that it's very, very difficult in finalist mode to make your way to the victory.
And we can just see Dane Warren here on your screen making a bit of a practice start. How important is that going to be? We saw a couple of, I don't know, shaky starts, let's say.
We saw a couple. Joni Tormala jumped the start yesterday in the BMW for G2 Esports, but outside of that, don't think anyone went earlier than the lights. But like you say, standing starts not necessarily what all of these drivers are familiar with in GT3 cars. Every practice that you can get will make a difference.
There is the Maus team manager taking a watchful eye over his 2 drivers, Yuri Kazdorp and Max Benecke. How do you think Maus will be feeling after that one? How do you think he'll be feeling?
I think René's probably feeling pretty good. The Audis clearly have a decent amount of turn of speed. We talk so often about balance of performance. We should point out that Porsche, BMW, as well as those other manufacturers all represented here. It's now coming down to the drivers to make the most of the equipment that they've got.
Well, the lights are about to come on then for the first race of the afternoon. It's the finals in the Driver Championship here in ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco at Gamers8 here in Riyadh. We've whittled down 48 drivers to 12, and now they're set to do battle over an undisclosed period of time here this evening. We could theoretically go on for hours, but finalist mode is once again going to deliver. This is going to set us off for the evening. The lights will come on at Spa, and Dane Warren will hope to convert pole position into an early race lead. We're on the way here in Belgium, and it's a good start from the Australian with his teammate directly behind him. What's going to happen here towards turn 1? As we saw drama yesterday, no such drama so far on the run down towards Eau Rouge.
And it's going to be now all about getting into that draft, figuring out who you can work with as you single file yourself surely down through Eau Rouge. There's the Maus Audi of Benecke trying to slot in behind Rogers. Kevin Ellis Jr. trying to hunt him down as well, but now cresting over the top of Radeon. Who's got the best slingshot into Lecom?
It's Jeffrey Rieveld in second place, you would argue. Dane Warren very much on the defensive now. He pulls to the inside, going towards Lecom. It's outside for the Le Mans Virtual Series champion. He won't be able to do it there, will he? Or will he? Yes, well, maybe. Let's see, side by side through Lecom. Dane Warren has the inside at Malmedy, and Rogers is going to gain on both of them. Now is he going to make this 3 wide?
Remember, teammates maybe not for the day. Warren not going to be compromised by Rogers, though, tucks back into line. Still Riefeld trying to challenge. Outside, will switch back to the inside if he can hold it, but finally Warren holds the lead.
Well, I really thought Riefeld was going to just back off there and stay in line through Lecom, but he gave it a bit of a go. He knows that this is early on in the race. He doesn't need to go side by side the entire way.
Absolutely. I think now we are going to see them settle in. Remember, it is 3 race victories and maybe a 6th spot that can get you into finalist mode. 5 third-place finishes. It's a long road to get there. Drivers have got to manage their endurance as well.
Yeah, you would need 4 top 5s at the very least to get there, maybe more. As we saw with Marcel Chinching in Munich, it took him 4 races where it was a minimum of 3. So taking that forward, I would argue it might take us 5 to see someone get there. But you never know. This field is so close. We could well see Warren, Riefeld and Rogers down at the back next race.
Especially given that the order of racing that we have. Spa up first, Nürburgring, Hockenheim and Monza before we'll start to cycle through those 4 tracks again. But as we cycle up towards Blanchimont, still Warren leading from Rietveld, Rogers, Benecke and Ellis Jr. Just look at those names on the left. Boy, is this going to be a fun day.
12 of the absolute best in sim racing, searching for $100,000 here this afternoon. It's close between the top 4 especially. Dane Warren leads at the end of the first lap of the evening. Jeffrey Rieveld behind with Josh Rogers and Max Benecke inside the top 4 as well. Kevin Ellis Jr. has converted to a top 5 at the end of the opening lap. We're on board with Max Benecke as he tries to size up a move in towards Lecom.
We're looking from that spider cam at the drivers as well, and this is something that I was chatting with them after the first day. Both for those that are familiar with LAN environments and those that have not had the opportunity to see it. It is somewhat distracting to have all these people, these cameras focusing on you, and in the hot lap shootout that we had, Kevin Ellis Jr. said he had someone directly in his eye line. But the reality is, you've got to deal with it in this LAN situation.
Because I would imagine Marco Payet did as well, quite possibly. Let's go on board with Josh Rogers then as almost a replay of what happened last lap. This time rebounds on the inside though, in towards Lecom. Dave Warren tries to squeeze him. The two of them run absolutely neck and neck, and Josh Rogers gets alongside his teammate looking for the outside into Mao, but he's not going to go for that. He will just push the Porsche Commander Esports and car in front of him, and now will go down the inside, possibly sending Warren backwards.
Rietveld does take the lead though, crucially in the BMW, struggles in a straight line and very much took the draft in its advantage to be able to cycle on through. Rogers now dispatches of Warren down to third position for the number 57, and now we'll be hoping that Benecke in towards Pouon is not going to be able to fight his way forward as well.
A little bit wide through Pouon as well from Jeffrey Rietveld there. That was not ideal, but Josh Rogers very much on the charge. Pretty brave to overtake his teammate there, I would argue, as well, because look at how many drivers are behind. You could send him all the way to the back.
Is he really your teammate today, though?
Well, that's a discussion for later on, I think. The difference with this one in Munich, though, is the fact that we had points going on into this one. What we haven't made, I don't think, quite clear enough yet, is that we've reset to 0. I know yesterday was exciting and we enjoyed it and all, but it doesn't really matter because they're here and they're all starting from 0 today.
Yeah, ultimately, we were really talking yesterday about trying to stay out of trouble with the stewards, who are very, very busy. We chatted with our race director a couple of times yesterday, because penalty points do carry forward to today. Yes, the points get reset, so Kevin Siggy, Josh Rogers, 2 victories apiece, don't carry the 70 points forward. We also should point out, you win 35 points for a win yesterday. That's 25 points today.
Yeah, the win not quite as important. It was basically winning you in yesterday, which is a format that I enjoyed, if I'm honest, because if you got a bad race 1, then there was just no hope in race 2. That 35 points changed that, but we don't really need those for the days 2, 3 and 4, where the point system will remain the same throughout. On board with Kevin Siggy, he's running 6th, James Baldwin behind, Kevin Ellis Jr. just up in front on the run towards Eau Rouge.
This is where, as well, for Siggy, with such a strong day yesterday. Yes, he had to fight his way to the lead in the second race, but of course, race number 1 a little bit easier for him. What does his mentality breed today? Where is he going to position himself in these sort of races? We say that you need 4 top 5 finishes. Not necessarily sure that's going to be enough.
Josh Rogers is alongside Jeffrey Rietveld for the lead. He's just got to the outside. He's got through. Wow, that is a demonstration. You said it. The BMW not got strong in a straight line. That was visual proof.
But we have seen that Rietveld has been able to use that draft to get on forward. Was that because of Warren making mistakes behind, by the way? A side-by-side, Rietvald's teammate, Siggy, tries to battle with Baldwin.
James Baldwin there didn't want to lose places to the REG Audis, and so snuck right in behind Siggy, just up in front, who, as you say, took 2 race wins yesterday. Baldwin had one of his own too. And he's currently running in 7th place. Couldn't make the move on that occasion, but Josh Rogers certainly could. That kind of sets the tone for the remainder of the race. And this was a lap ago, how Dave Warren lost the lead.
And you're going to see here, I think there was actually a bit of contact initially, and that pushes Warren out wide. Rogers swoops underneath his teammate initially, goes to the outside, then with a bit of bumper contact there once again between the two. Rogers will finally able to get to the inside. You can see Benecke trying to follow, but Warren did a good job to hold aggressive and prevent the Maus Audi from getting on through.
I think Benecke just decided that, yeah, maybe that wasn't the move that I should go for right now. See a bit of the wheel work there from Dave Warren. A few faces being pulled, I should say. Did pretty well to hang on to the car, actually, because he was off the road at one point and served off by Jeffrey Rietveld. I don't think there was anything in that, though. Race control probably won't really be looking at that.
Dane Warren's attitude this morning was quite intriguing to me as well. Feels no pressure coming into today, but pressure from Benecke up the inside. Warren tries to close the door, but as they cycle through the final corner, Benecke's going to have to try and make sure he doesn't get escorted off the road, and now has the momentum and the inside line as they climb into La Source.
Well, what's Kevin Ellis Jr. going to do here as well, because he's very much involved and looking around for a move on maybe both of them. That's wide from Josh Rogers up in front as Max Benecke goes through. Now Kevin Ellis Jr. is on the inside of Dane Warren. He can't make it, but Rogers was was wide through La Source there. He's going to be under pressure into Lecom.
Is Rietveld going to be able to get the run out of that first corner down the hill and then slingshot himself up into Lecom, the highest point on the track? Looking rearwards from Beneka though. Warren still applying plenty of pressure, as is Kevin Ellis Jr. And here we go. We're going to climb, we're going to climb, we're going to climb, and will we go 3 wide?
Not quite. Kevin Ellis Jr. has no slipstream. Oh, that was brave from Dave Warren, who just got across the front of the Audi. He can't get round the outside here though. Max Beneka holds on for the moment. Kevin Ellis Jr. can't do a lot, but he's round the outside of the second part. Up the inside for Malmedy. He's going for this at the moment, but Warren holds on.
Yeah, you can see as well that the momentum you can carry around the outside there allows you to defend a little bit more aggressively at times, but ultimately you can't afford to drop yourself too far back. Still running on board with Kevin Ellis Jr. after working his way through in the top 12 shootout, showing his speed here at Spa.
And the other Kevin Siggy, has dropped a couple of places, I'm afraid. James Baldwin and Marcel Chinchik, I think, has gone through. This was the move from Josh Rogers to get to the lead, and this was straight line speed personified, wasn't it, really? Round the outside, late braking from Josh Rogers. Jeffrey Rietveld holds in behind, but I think you could be right. Rietveld could be playing a smart game here.
There are a couple of favourites, I think, in today's running. Obviously, Rogers, the 2 race victories yesterday. Siggy as well with his 2 race victories, surely one to watch. Beneka, Baldwin, I think these are some of the drivers that we would expect to be up towards the front consistently, which is what you're going to need to do to be able to work your way forward in those points. Ultimately, for Josh Rogers, maybe not getting off the bat in qualifying immediately as he would have wanted, but the race pace seemingly right there for the 92.
Certainly is, but when are we saying anything different from Josh Rogers, 3-time RSing World Champion in his days as well? And just a little bit wide from Kevin Ellis Jr. there, couldn't hold the momentum that he needed to go for the bus stop chicane. Tommy Usgaard is going to have a go at Yuri Kastorp here. This is the battle for the final point. You don't get anything for 12th place, by the way, but you do for 11th, and Yuri Kastorp wants to hold on to that.
Ooh, bit of a slide there from that number 4 machine as the rear end steps out on power down. Coming on to the start of lap number 5 means we've got 3 more opportunities realistically out of La Source to get a slingshot up towards Lecom to grab the very first victory of the finals day. Riedveld's almost half a second behind Josh Rogers though, which is surely going to be too much with the 1 to 2 km/h gulf in top speed for the BMW to close.
It's a long straight though, so let's see if there will be a change here. It's looking more likely from Kevin Ellis Jr. quite possibly, as he just homes in on Dave Warren, who just feathers to the inside, or the middle at least, and will be looking in his mirror. Certainly won't be going for it. It's Marcel Chinchik and James Baldwin are back at it again. This seems all of a sudden very familiar, and it's Yuri Toman and Kevin Siggy as well, just a little bit further back. This is the battle for 8th place. Absolutely side by side between them. It's outside of Malmedy, and this will continue on.
Look at the view though from Siggy. Look how close they run as well. That momentum that we talked around the outside of Malmedy allows the RAG Audi initially to get a nose in front, but Siggy's not going to be the one to lie down and let the RAG car slide on through. It's now though with the gravel on the outside. Siggy's got to be so careful, and there's the momentum loss that he will be hoping that won't cost him a position.
And if Jakub Brzezinski was any closer, then he could have got involved there as well. We're still side by side, edging on half a lap now. Inside for Yuri Toman, and he'll get through. Then it's Brzezinski, who's finding his way through on Kevin Siggy as well. Double race winner here yesterday, but it's not going quite so well in race 1. Here on day 2, little bit of contact. Brzezinski can't make it.
He tried to give him credit. We've only got 2 of those Mercedes in the field. Baldwin the best of them in 6th. The Williams Esports entry back in the 10th position, but ultimately it's very much still 2 trains that we've got 1st through 7th, 8th through 12th positions. We know that this is going to be a close battle. The draft's playing its part, but we're at the stage of the race as well, where time management will play a bit of a factor. BMW versus Porsche. Going to be interesting to see who's hold on the best. Has Beneka been minding his time in 3rd?
Has Baldwin been falling away a little bit in terms of the Mercedes, which we did see struggle on its tyres once or twice here yesterday? He's got Marcel Chinchik right behind him as we ride on board with the other Mercedes of the pole, Jakub Brzezinski. Here without his Polish compatriot Nikodem Wisniewski this weekend, by the way. You may have not seen him yesterday. He was, at the time of the deadline, when you had to submit your drivers, was still struggling with his shoulder that you may remember was causing him problems in Munich. I think it's actually fine now, and he would have been fine, but they weren't to know that when the deadline was struck.
Yeah, and for Brzezinski, we should point out as well that yesterday, he got involved in a fight in the final race that ultimately didn't really matter whether he was going to make it into the top 12 or not. That was the fight that cost Thibaut Casabon the opportunity to be in the shootout. And we know from Brzezinski that even if the Mercedes struggles a bit with the front tires, both Baldwin and Brzezinski are going to be able at certain tracks today to make the most of it.
Yeah, not Thibaut Casabon's best friend anymore, I wouldn't imagine, after yesterday. Side by side for 6th place, by the way. James Baldwin on the inside with champion Marcel Chinchik on the outside. Baldwin's done a good job in defending there, just squeezing Marcel through the second part to hold on to 6th place.
Yeah, and we saw James being so impressive in the Spring Major earlier this year, and even if the Mercedes has dropped a little bit in terms of the balance of performance of the other cars, maybe the Porsche, the BMW fighting back a little bit more, we can expect him to make these sort of moves to bring that car on forward with his own raw ability and sheer might of will.
He is a fantastic driver, so calm, Marcel Chinchik as well, by the way. Walked through, he was the last driver still in the canteen eating food, and he was the calmest. It was about half an hour before the show started. He was the calmest driver you've ever seen.
He had to get told to go to bed yesterday by his team manager, Mehdi Al-Fouthi. That was quite funny. We were sitting after all of the action yesterday, and I think it was 1:32 in the morning, and Mehdi says, "Marcel, time to go to bed."
I don't blame him, yeah. He does love a game of everything, doesn't he? Yuri Kasdorp then, I'm afraid, receiving our first track limits penalty of the day. That's 10 seconds, and that's, well, he's last anyway, but he's even more last now.
That's something as well the drivers were kind of talking about coming into this event, is the fact that from the spring season where they were allowed the 6 off tracks over the course of the race, now that's been reduced to 4, and that in this sort of short racing where you're always looking to make moves can very much leave you in risk of that 10-second penalty. Yuri Kasdorp, the first of surely many today, as we come on to the start of the final lap of the first race of finals day.
Out of the final corner to go on to that last lap, and Josh Rogers is looking quite comfortable now. 0.8 of a second. We thought that Jeffrey Uval might be able to use the slipstream. Maybe the Dutch driver thought he was going to be able to as well, but that's not been the case.
I think I'm quite looking towards the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr., maybe Marcel Chinchik in sort of the 3/4 bracket to try and close the gap up, but realistically, I don't necessarily think inside of the top 5, where the drivers are scoring the most valuable points to get to finalist mode, we should expect any changes.
Up the Kemmel straight for Josh Rogers. Looks in his rearview mirror. You can see him just looking up to the top of his screen to see absolutely nobody anywhere near him. Nearly a second now as he runs up towards Lecon. Further behind, it's Marcel Chinchik, who's probably close enough to make a move. He's on the outside again. Baldwin defended well last time. Will the Hungarian be a little bit more forceful this time? Not particularly. It's almost like watching a replay, and Baldwin has held on again.
Deja vu, that's for sure, but now up and under potentially from Chinchik. Baldwin tries to cover, but a little bit too late to be able to do so. It's going to be the Audi that forces Baldwin out wide, but not completely alongside. Baldwin's going to fight this one back. Longer trip around the corner, but then aggressively slammed the door shut.
He went for the undercut, he went for the crisscross there, and Chinchik was not quite able to do it. Baldwin's going to squeeze him all the way to the left-hand side, and Chinchik just backs off.
Nice and tidy for these two drivers, knowing that, again, race control, you don't want them to get involved at the very start of what could be a long old day where race control hopefully will not determine the championship.
And who would have thought that two of the favourites fighting for sixth place? It's only 8 points.
Well, that's the strength of field that we've got you, and that's why we don't think it's going to take 4 races for someone to get to finalist mode when we go racing at the Nürburgring next. Will it be Rogers on top, or will it be Baldwin and Chinchik fighting?
Or someone else indeed in the fray. That's going to be interesting to find out when we get there. Because 8 points, only 10% of the way there. You need to get to 80 points to get into finalist mode, which may allow you to win this championship. Into the final couple of corners though comes Josh Rogers. Wasn't able to get the pole position as he did on a couple of occasions yesterday, but he is able to win his 3rd race in 3 here at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco here at Gamers8. Rogers out of the final corner, and by nearly a second wins at Spa. He's got his day off to the best possible start.
Exactly what Porsche Coanda would have wanted. But yes, Dane Warren slid back a little bit, but ultimately Rogers, the man that yesterday showed exactly why he is maybe one of the strongest in the competition, dominating and controlling a group that we thought might be the toughest, grabbed the first victory and 25 valuable points on the journey to 80.
He made the toughest group yesterday look like one of the easiest with the way that he won those 2 races. There he is, doesn't even look particularly pleased with himself, but he will be on the inside. He knows that there's still a very, very long way to go here today. Still 55 points away from finalist mode. A look over from Dane Warren, who's had a decent race there as well. 2 Porsche Commander cars inside the top 5.
And you'll note for the teammates that are in the competition, they are sat next to each other out there on the stage. So it is going to be somewhat beneficial, not just because of the fact that you can talk to your teammate, the team manager is sitting above them and ready to talk to them as well.
Absolutely. It's very well symmetrically coordinated, which has it made me very happy, I've got to say. The fact that the teammates are sat together. This is how he did it, though. First of all, it was Jeffrey Rietveld making the moves. This bit of contact with Dane Warren was a bit dramatic.
Rubbing's racing. All's fair in this sort of 15-minute battles, and so Dane Warren, I think, maybe will be a bit more aggrieved about that second shove from his teammate, but ultimately, Beneka's so close behind, you couldn't really afford to wait, and Rogers got second and eventually took the draft and slid past the BMW.
So that was how Rogers get ahead of his teammate into second place, which allowed him to make this move on Jeffrey Rietveld. Let's have a chat to him now.
Mr. Rogers, first race done, first victory on the board. Got to be a good feeling.
Yeah, obviously qualifying didn't necessarily go exactly how I wanted. Started P3, yeah, put me in, I guess, a good position to at least try and kind of manage what was going on in front of me. But yeah, got past Dane, unfortunate with what happened there, and then, yeah, got through on Jeffrey at the end of the straight. And from there, I was trying to just focus on hitting my marks. I went way too deep in the last chicane 1 lap, so I completely threw away that margin, risking a bit, but I think Jeffrey got an off track in Eau Rouge, so that took the pressure off a little bit. From there, I could just, yeah, push on and hit my marks and, yeah, bring it home.
بالضبط. جاش راجرز قدر يحقق الانتصار الاول، حقق نقاط برضه مره ممتازه. فشعوره اللي سالناه فيه قبل شوي قال انه صحيح انه شعور جدا ممتاز، ويعني حاول انه يصنع او ما يبعد المسافه كثيره عن اللي قدامه على اساس يقدر يستغلها لصالحه، وفي نفس الوقت انه في كل مره يحاول حتى برضه ياخذ النقاط بشكل مره ممتاز في كل الجولات حتى برضه، وقدر يحقق النصر. فهذا اهم شيء بالنسبه له. الحين الجولات الجايه بتصير اسهل واقل ضغط عليه.
Now, seeing everything backstage, seeing everything on the screen, it kind of appeared to us that not everyone is being too aggressive off the start. Everyone's kind of, you know, playing their game, playing it slow a little bit, but you saw your opening and you went for it and obviously capitalized on that, which is amazing. But do you feel like as the day progresses, people are going to get more and more aggressive and start taking more chances?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, as the day gets further on, people are going to start getting closer and closer to getting finalist mode, and that's when, yeah, you know, everyone's going to start probably risking a little bit more because the door's closing essentially, right? So yeah, I think the first race is probably going to be the tamest of all of them. But nevertheless, though, it was still exciting. But yeah, for sure the races coming up are going to be a lot more stressful as a driver.
السباقات اللي راح يتسابقون فيها بعد شوي، اللي معنا سالنا فيها المتسابق معنا جاش راجرز، اللي سالنا كيف راح تكون معك السباقات الجايه. قال انه صحيح ان السباق الاول يمكن هو الاقل ضغط، لكن سباق ورا سباق راح يتقفل الفرص، راح تقل الفرص للمتسابقين انهم يحققون النصر. فكل مره وكل سباق راح يكون اكثر واصعب من السباق اللي قبله. فبالنسبه له يقول انه جدا سعيد انه حقق النصر في البدايه، حبه حبه راح تسهل عليه المشوار في باقي السباقات.
Expect the spice levels to increase. I like that. The temperature gauge is going to slowly be turned. That's exactly what we want to see, and for the guys at home as well. Josh, thank you so much for joining us in your post-race interview. Best of luck in the rest of your races today. And with that, we're going to go back over to the desk so we can continue our Drivers' Championship finals.
والحين اعزائنا المشاهدين، بعد ما اخذنا المقابله مع الفائز في السباق الاول اللي هو جاش راجرز، لكن الحين خلونا ننتقل مره ثانيه على الاستديو نشوف تفاصيل السباق كيف كان، ونرجع لكم في السباق اللي بعده.
Raising the heat, raising the temperature, raising the spice as well. Congratulations are in way to Josh Rogers, of course, representing Porsche Coanda, starting third on our starting grid and rounding things out in pole position as well. We said it from the very get-go. We chatted with Lewis and he said that Josh Rogers is definitely going to be the one to keep an eye on. But I need you to tell me, Dane Warren, yes, he's his teammate, but where did he go wrong? Because he was first on that starting grid and fell kind of way down.
I think Dane was doing a really good job. He got pole position, he was really pushing, but Siggy, pardon, was it Siggy? No, it wasn't Siggy.
Siggy was sixth on our starting grid, lost 2 positions to Baldwin and Chinchik, and ended up finishing on 9th position. Provisional results, of course, because there's still opportunity for things to be disputed. Race control having a field day as per usual. But yeah, what did you think of the results?
Yeah, apology. Read well. That was fantastic fight between him and Dane. I think Dane. I don't think he made any particular mistake. He was really under a lot of pressure from Jeffrey, and then, well, they went side by side into Lacombe, and his teammate Joshua took it all. So I think it was really nice. I think it was very. I don't think there was too much of teammate help, but I think Dane pull back a little bit to let Joshua go after that fight. He decided not to fight his teammate too hard and let him go, and then Joshua took P1 next lap over Jeffrey.
At what point do you decide as Joshua Rogers, though, as like a team collective, the strategy heading into this race, do you think the general consensus and agreement ahead of the race would have been that, you know what, if you have the opportunity to overtake your teammate, go for it, don't hold back?
Yeah, 100% thing. I think there's like, yeah, as you said, basically, you will try a couple of times, you will not succeed, you will let your teammate do the job and see if it's going to succeed him.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from Dane Warren himself with an interview that was recorded a little bit earlier on.
I'm here with Dane Warren, Porsche Carrera driver. How was round one just quickly for us?
Round one, surprisingly quite good. Qualifying was crazy. Really happy with the lap. Got off to a solid start. A bit of a battle with Jeffrey. Unfortunately, it ended with me losing a couple of positions. Ended up finishing the race in P4, but pretty happy with how round one was. Obviously, a long day ahead, so anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's 8 positions you could have finished worse than that, but with this format, it's also quick. It's it's bang, 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 bang. So we're already looking to round number 2, which is Nürburgring. How are you feeling your chances are there? How's the car? How are you around there? What are your thoughts?
I think it was Josh yesterday that put in a very quick lap, so I think he's the benchmark. I think the car is quick. Obviously, I think everyone's quick here this weekend, so it's going to be tough to say that we're quicker than anyone else, but I mean, yeah, as always, we'll try our best and see if we can put it up the front end.
And of course, Nürburgring, turn number 1, it's pretty notorious. Have you got a plan going in there? Just survive?
Yeah, don't die. That's the main thing.
It's always a good plan. Thank you, Dane. Best of luck. Back to you guys in the studio.
Not sure how much of a game plan surviving actually is, but you know what? Fair play to him indeed. Now, I want you to talk to me heading on to Nürburgring. How do you think and expect and hope that that one's going to go? Did you get as much chaos in Spa as you thought you would have?
My favorite moment of the race was, first of all, Jeffrey versus Joshua versus Dane. That was really good and clean fight, to be fair, very nice. But then behind them, we had, for almost half a race, big fight between our reigning champion, Marcel Šincik, and the second place runner, or fighter, last time in Major, James Bodwin, and they were really going at each other's throats. I was almost like a fight for P1. They were really going at it, even though it was for not the position they would want to be.
Now, for a lot of these drivers and teams, yes, we've got a bunch that only have one driver that's made it through. We have a couple that have made it 2, but what about the ones that didn't make it through to the Drivers' Championship? Talk to me from a team perspective. Would you be bringing along your teammates into this event, even though none of them have qualified to the Driver Championship finals, just to scout out the competition, spectate, check out what's going on?
Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of teams are showing this. A lot of teammates are here to support their teammates who made it to the finals. And I think personally it's very important to have your teammates behind you as well, give you some nice words, maybe help you because they're on a pace with you, right? You practice with them almost every day before this event. They are best buddies, practicing all the time. They know each other very well. They know their weaknesses and strengths. So I think, especially an event like this, it must be very good to be in position, for example, of Ellis Jr., who is alone in the final, but he has all 3 of teammates behind him, and all of them, I'm 100% sure they are extremely supportive, and he did really well. Even though he was 12th yesterday, today he was doing a really, really good job so far.
Now, what about the teams that have none of their drivers through? Do you think any of them will show up just to see what everybody here is getting up to?
I think they have a really strong position in a way that they can see the strength and the weaknesses of the drivers today. They can see, for example, Šincik was not very good at Spa, he was struggling with this, blah, 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 and they can continue on a Saturday when they will be doing the team championship. But at the same time, the problem these teams having is they don't have that same amount of practice. Because, for example, today you have Joshua Rogers driving the whole day, and he will be really strong tomorrow as well.
Well, on that topic, I had a little bit of a chit-chat earlier on in the day with The man, the myth, the legend himself, Gianmarco Fiducci, representative of FaZe Clan. And, you know, despite the fact that none of the FaZe drivers made it through, they were in attendance. They were actually at the venue checking things out. So let's find out exactly what he had to say about the fact that none of their drivers made it through, but Team Championship is still ready and waiting around the corner for them. Well, I'm joined here by Gianmarco Fiducci, representing FaZe Clan. Gianmarco, unfortunately, you weren't able to secure yourself a spot in the top 12 drivers for our driver championship. Talk to me about how that experience went for yourself. Where do you think you went wrong individually as a driver?
Well, first of all, I think myself, I had pretty big bad luck, but it was still a great experience. Those laps I made it during the first race, they were great. I actually had, you know, an idea of where I stand race pace wise, for example. For the others, I'm really gutted for Ulash, because Ulash is really, really good, and he has some bad luck as well. But I think that we're not lacking anything in particular. It's just to put everything together when it matters. And yeah, tomorrow is another day, and we'll try our best to do it tomorrow.
Well, obviously FaZe Clan have had 2 new additions, yourself being one of them.
Yes.
What was the preparations looking like heading into this whole tournament? Do you feel like you guys have had enough time to work on things as a team?
To be fair, schedule was kind of tight on us. Like we got the call late, and so we didn't have a lot of time. Of course, we are actually trying to recover on teams that are here since months, so it's difficult for us. We were each day, every day during certain time zones, because of course, like Ian being from the US, myself being from Europe, we had to find a certain time zone to practice all together. But we actually did that. We were doing, of course, hot laps, then race simulations. We tried our best, of course, but of course, when you hear LAN event, equipment is different. Everything is, you have a lot of pressure. So, but the preparation was good, I would say. Yes.
How much time exactly did you guys have to prepare heading into this as a team?
Like all 4 together, I would say less than a week.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right, so given the circumstances, you definitely came out swinging and gave it your best shot, most definitely. But heading into team championships now, have you had a little bit of a team meeting, discussed what needs to be done, and what's the game plan moving forward?
Yes. Basically, I don't want to give away too many secrets, but since we are not, let's say, at least 3 out of 4 of us, we are not really that fast. So our strategy is just to be out of trouble, you know. And yesterday, during the drivers championship, it actually went pretty good with Jem. He actually scored 2 top 5s just by staying out of trouble. So that's our main strategy, you know. And this is all practice, so we can go with better preparation in the online event. And if we happen to qualify for the majors, we are more prepared. So we take it as a practice, but still we want to do really well. We have a dream, let's say, and that's to be in the top 6 teams, and we're gonna try our best with what we have, you know.
So my final question for you is, which of these 12 drivers that are getting ready for the Drivers' Championship do you think are going to take away the victory and the title?
I have to say, I had an opinion on that. I thought that Marcel was going to win. But after yesterday, like, some guys really have pace. So I would say that it's going to be either Joshua Rogers or Kevin Siggy. And I have my personal preferences, of course. I'm not going to say that on camera.
So you can tell me after. You can tell me off camera.
Yeah, but I think it's either Joshua or Kevin, yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
A little shout out to Luz McGlade. Bye.
Thanks. If you know, then you know. That's all I have to say on the matter. But fantastic interview from Jean-Marco, most definitely. I think I love the fact that he was still in attendance, checking out the competition, seeing what's what and how well people are going to perform as well. But let's talk a little bit more about our upcoming track now. It's going to be Nürburgring. What are you thinking and feeling about this one?
We saw yesterday some dramas in the first corner, right? Oliveira got spun in the first corner. Then we lost Bennett basically as well on the very same track. So good track for racing, good track for scent, and our favorite track from the major where all the drama happened.
Is it going to be another Joshua Rogers taking this away?
I think the Porsche was really strong in the qualification, but the guys from Porsche are saying the start is not that good on Nürburgring. So I think if someone with BMW or Audi will be P2, it might be interesting to see the runner-up into the first corner.
All right, is there anybody else that you think would be in strong contention to take away that win? I don't know about you, but I'm keeping my eyes on Jeffrey Rietveld.
I personally think Marcel. I think Marcel is very strong on this track. So I'm very curious what he will bring. Also, AMG looks very fast here. So maybe both Kuba and James will be contenders for P1.
Okay, all right. I'm liking that. Very, very bold there. I'm curious to see if anybody will disagree with you. So let us know in the chat whether or not you agree, disagree, who it is that you're going to be cheering and rooting for throughout the duration of this event. I do believe that we have a little bit of a something with Jeffrey Rietveld himself as well. So let's go ahead and find out some more.
I'm here with Jeff from Team Redline. Jeff, how was that first race for you in a nutshell?
Quite all right. Happy about my qualifying lap. But yeah, with the BMW, we just lacked the top speed to really go for P1, to be honest. You could see that the Porsche was quite fast and I could barely keep up in the last couple of laps, but I will take a P2 in the first race.
Absolutely, I think a few of the guys out there would take P2 as well. But moving on to the next round, we've got Nürburgring next. How does the car suit that track as opposed to Spa, which you said, you know, it wasn't quite as good at? Is it better here at Nürburgring, do you think?
I think on Nürburgring our car is a bit better, but it will be mostly about qualifying there because overtaking on Nürburgring is very, very difficult. So yeah, it will be all about nailing your qualifying lap really, which for me personally I think will be quite difficult because I've done the least amount of laps on Nürburgring in the whole event here. So yeah, I just hope I can adjust quick. And yeah, we will fully send it in qualifying.
Of course, of course. And has your mindset changed now? I mean, you've obviously got off to a good start, which is what everybody wants. Has that changed anything now, or is it exactly the same? You're starting afresh, you're going every single time till we get to winners mode, basically.
Yeah, I'm really checking it out race by race. You know, there's no need to think about, oh, when do I get in finalist mode? I need this or this position. I'm just doing my thing. I'm super relaxed. Yeah, of course I want to win, but at the same time, yeah, if I'm P12, I'm P12. You know, so I have zero stress, very relaxed. And yeah, bring on the next one.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Jeff. Best of luck for round 2. Back to you guys at the studio.
Well, one race in the books, and now myself and Ewan O'Leary getting ready to see what is going to be, I'm sure, a fascinating race at the Nürburgring. We'll have a quick chat about Josh Rogers for a moment, our race winner, because we've got an interesting stat from the record books. He's won a remarkable number of races in LAN competitions.
Yeah, certainly has. 38% of the 3 LAN events that we've had in ESL R1 so far have gone to him. Yeah, that's very impressive. Despite the fact, actually, he didn't win on day 2 in Munich. Did get to finalist mode, but without taking a win, which is somewhat unusual. But that's not going to be the case today, clearly. He's rising to this format here today.
Wanted to just bring that up very quickly. Let's chat a bit about Kevin Ellis Jr. though, because of course, after the shootout of yesterday, I'm sure plenty of adrenaline was going through his system. Fired off quite well in qualifying, competed quite well as well.
Yeah, certainly did, and he'll be just pleased to be here, to be honest. I think that's given him a lot of confidence to sort of go forward with this competition now, because he thought he was on the verge of not making it at all. So the fact that he is here is just a victory, and that lack of pressure could serve him well.
And at the end of the day, all these drivers know that the minimum amount they will walk away with is $7,500 in the quest for the pool of $400,000. Let's chat though with Kevin Ellis Jr. after what was an eventful race number 1.
I'm here with Kevin Ellis Jr. from Apex. How are you doing? How was that first round for you?
Better now, got the first race out of the way. Obviously a top 5 is a really good result. Spa was one of the tracks I had circled, so we were looking at really getting a good result today. But yeah, it was hot, really, really hot.
So you just—I don't want to say just scraped in. You made it by hook or by crook. You know, you went right the way down to the wire with it. So a P5. You know, that's got to relieve a bit of the pressure, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, obviously, I've got to be realistic. I'm very much a realist. I'm not coming into this expecting to win. Obviously, that's always the goal, but you've got to look at the competition and who's in here. So, yeah, I mean, a top 5 banked some really good points early on. That was our game plan. Come in, grab some, bank some points early, stay away from the steward's office, no penalties, and just see where we end up at the end of the day.
So staying out of trouble is the name of the game. We're at Nürburgring next. That turn 1's quite notorious. Have you got a plan going down into turn number 1?
It'll all depend on how we qualify. Really tricky circuit. You know, you got the low speed at the start, then the high speed in the middle, and then that really bumpy chicane at the end. So all 3 sectors are very different. So you got to kind of adapt your driving style throughout the lap. So it would depend on where we qualify. If we're at the front, bomb it in deep as we can. If we're at the back, sit back and let them do their thing.
Perfect. Thank you, Kevin, for your time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Always great to chat with Kevin Ellis Jr. and, well, he's one of 12 of the best sim racers that have been put into this position. 48 drivers entered yesterday, and it was ruthless to whittle them down. Just 2 races for each driver to make their way into that crucial 30-point bracket. Let's take a look at the list of drivers that we've got right now, though, because, boy, is it a stacked field to look at.
It certainly is, and Josh Rogers is at the top of those standings after that race win. Jeffrey Uvo, Max Benecke, Dane Warren and Kevin Ellis Jr. all inside the top 5. The rest of them with a bit of work to do, really.
Again, we need to get to 80 points to get to finalist mode, where 1 win will secure you the championship and the $100,000 prize pool. Josh Rogers not firing off in qualifying initially on top, but now as we head over to the Nürburgring, we'll be hoping for himself to be able to work on forward. Remember, we're looking for lap times in the 153s or so, low 153s, high 152s in qualifying. That's very much where I think the drivers will be looking at in what was a very close qualifying session. 12 cars split by half a second.
Absolutely, and that was not the case really yesterday. Some of the qualifying sessions had loads of slowdowns in them, which really extended the gap between first and last. That's not the case here. You can tell that we've got 12 of the best in the way that they performed at Spa. What's that going to be like at the Nürburgring, though? We've seen good drama in the qualifying sessions back in Munich at this circuit. What about now?
It's one of those tracks where you can race at. There are plenty of passing opportunities, but we often talk so much about fighting costing you time. That's especially true here.
It certainly is, yeah, and it's difficult to overtake here as well, which those two kind of things going hand in hand a little bit. To make those moves, you've got to really work at it, and then once you're there, you are sort of losing time quite a lot. So it's going to be a difficult race for everybody. Once again, qualifying is going to be important.
Remember, we have 4 tracks with which we work through. Nürburgring, Hockenheim and Monza still to come before we will cycle around through the 4 tracks once again. It will be Monza, Nürburgring, Hockenheim and Spa with which to get to the end of the first 8 races. We're going to step aside for a couple of minutes, but don't go anywhere. Race 2 of ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco is coming up next. welcome back to ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. Just waiting to go for the second race of finals day, but ultimately we have just got 12 drivers competing for $400,000. 48 drivers entered though, and Ewan O'Leary, boy did we lose some big names in the world of sim racing yesterday.
Yeah, we certainly did. Regular season champion Luke Bennett was out, for example. He did struggle a little bit at Munich as well, I've got to say. Not sure how he's been dealing with the lands really over the last 3 occasions. This was another occasion where he was really frustrated with himself and really disappointed to get knocked out. Plenty of other big names as well. Erhan Yuyovsky not in the second day either to help Marcel Cinci, because he did at Munich. I'm sure he would have liked to have gone for it himself as well. And so many other big names, so much big drama at the end, with Thibaut Casabon being denied by literally no meters at all at the very end.
It was so much drama yesterday. One driver though that was slightly frustrated with how things went is the Mercedes-AMG Williams esports driver of Dara McCormack. The Irishman, well, bottled it a little bit in qualifying in the first of his 2 races, but we had a bit of a chat with him earlier. Let's learn how he's feeling after the disappointment on day number 1.
I'm here with Dara McCormack, Williams Esports. Dara, I didn't expect, to be honest, to be interviewing you today. I expected you guys to be out on one of those rigs. So give us a quick rundown on how yesterday went for you.
Yesterday wasn't great, to be honest. I made up a lot of positions in Nürburgring, but the invalidation in quali just meant I started at the back. So big mistake on my behalf, and then Spa just didn't qualify good enough in the mid-sector, and yeah, it left me with too much work to do, and I just couldn't pull it back, so unfortunate.
And in retrospect, what would you have done differently? If you had your time again, what would you be doing?
I would have made sure I didn't make those mistakes, you know, invalidating in the last sector and just pushing harder in the middle sector at Spa. So yeah, it's just those small things mean so much, especially when it's that cutthroat, you know, with just two races. So yeah, need to work on that for tomorrow. Yeah, so unfortunately the driver championship is over for you, but you've got another role today. You support your teammate who has made it through today too. What are the main things that you need to do to support in that role today? I think I don't think I can really give advice because you know we're all on the same level. So I think I'll just be there to talk with my engineer, be the water boy really, you know, just be as helpful as I can. So yeah, I mean it's all hands on deck for Kuba, and we're really happy for him. Excellent. So doing your bit for the team today. Then speaking of doing your bit for the team, we've got the team championship tomorrow. So what's your mentality for that? Has anything changed based on your experience in the driver championship, or is it same old, same old? Obviously, I can't give away our team strategy, but I think on my behalf, really, it's just going to be full send. I'm gonna have to try win races, really. Yeah. Going to give it my all. Yeah, I think as a team we're looking pretty strong. Not as weak as we expected, you know. So pretty good, but yeah, full send. I expect nothing less. Appreciate your time. Thank you very much, guys. Back to you at the desk.
Ultimately for Dara McCormack, he pushed as hard as he could, but this level of competition is just so high. Dara McCormack, let's just point out, 3 years ago was playing on a controller on console games. Now he's at the very top of the sim racing world.
Absolutely, yeah. His rise through the sim racing world has been absolutely fantastic over the last few years. He's still very young, of course. He's still missing that extra kind of bit of consistency, I feel. We speak a lot about him blowing hot and cold sometimes. When he's on, he's on. We saw it day 2 in Munich. He was on, especially at the start, taking 2 race wins in a row. But then his rhythm was interrupted a little bit by the break after race 2 and never really got to the same level again, although he did win again later on. You know, it's... Unfortunately, it was a cold day for him yesterday. Didn't perform so well in the qualifying, as he said there. Just a slow down on his first qualifying lap, and that's really unfortunately put him out.
Dara McCormack did also share that one thing that he struggled with in the spring season was the fact that he was jumping between Rennsport and Assetto Corsa Competizione, where he is one of the very strongest to compete, but when you're always jumping around, it can be a little bit difficult. Just want to point out, if you're wondering why you're looking at me, myself and Ewan, a little bit of a break right now as the drivers get ready for that second race, some technical issues, but let's quickly talk to another driver, Moritz Lohner, just missing out on the shootout as well. He caught up with Rory earlier today.
I'm here with Mouse driver Moritz Lohner. How are you doing? You okay?
Today as a spectator, so kind of relaxed, not like the other guys.
Yeah, could be a little bit better, I'm sure. But going back to yesterday, so close to getting in. But it wasn't all bad news because you actually helped out your team a little bit. Tell us about Monza Race 2, where you had to go for the win, but as that wasn't unfortunately on the cards, Tell us how you helped your team in the end.
Yeah, it was only by 1 point, so kind of close. For me, it was I had to win at Monza, so Riyadh in front already had kind of gap. So I thought for me it's only P2 possible, and yeah, there was a RHE car in front of me, and I think they already had one RHE driver in the final. So for me it was, yeah, help out my teammates, so not too many team plays can happen from other teams, because we have 2 drivers, so it's always better to have 2 drivers. So I made the move on T-Bolt and made it stick with P2 and kicked him more or less out. I'm sorry for him, but that's the game.
You've got to do what you've got to do, right? The team comes first. And speaking of team, what's the prediction from you for the team today? How do you think they're going to do?
I think they will do really well. Yuri showed great pace yesterday in qualifying. Max is always rapid. So they will do well, I guess. Also the first race is already going on and it's looking not too bad. They'll do well for sure.
Tough day for the boys today, but thank you very much for your time, Moritz. We appreciate it. Back to you guys at the desk.
Moritz is there to support his teammates, Max Benecke, of course, as well as Yuri Kastorp still in this finals. And what a strong lineup that is, we should point out. That was one of the first things that stood out to me in the silly season building up to the start of ESL R1. Maus picking up Benecke and Holtzman from Team Redline. Of course, Moritz Lohner coming over from Door. And then Yuri Kastorp coming over from Red Bull Racing Esports.
Yeah, it was the silliest of silly seasons we've ever seen in sim racing. Everybody going everywhere else. 4 new huge teams to add into the sim racing fold. They're all here, of course, Maus being one of them. And I said at the time that I thought the Maus had selected their drivers very well. They went for multi-platform was the bit that impressed me. Moritz Lohner, race room driver. Yuri Kastorp has done a lot on R-Factor 2. And we've seen Max Benecke, he's done a lot on iRacing. And Patrick Holtzman has as well. They've got all the bases covered. And so they've all been able to kind of learn Rennsport from scratch, as everybody has. But they've come at it from different angles, because we've seen before people who have come from different sims have adapted differently to this new simulator.
And so often in teams, we talk about the environment. Yes, in this LAN environment, you get to work side by side with your teammates, but so often you do so online, on Discord, and at different time zones. So it's great to see that the team has really come together. Let's go back, though, and take a look at some highlights of that first race that we've already seen. It was interesting for Dane Warren after putting it on pole position, but ultimately, on that run-up in towards La Source, a nice tidy start through the field. Josh Rogers tucking in behind his teammates as they all funneled to try and get some momentum out of La Source.
Yeah, the first race at Spa yesterday was chaos into turn 1, and this was a stark contrast to that. Good start from Dane Warren to hold on to the lead. In fact, the top 5 all stayed the same out of La Source for the first time. It was a little bit undramatic, and then the action came.
Yeah, and well, there you see initially a bit of a send from Rogers trying to get to the inside of that BMW Team Redline car. Let's not forget the Redline BMW, a little bit slow in a straight line, but it was some contact that eventually saw Dane Warren displaced from the race lead, and then Josh Rogers trying to set something up. Just watch on board with the Australian as the number 92 made a bit of contact with Warren initially and then funneled to the inside.
And that was the wheel work that he had to use as well. Good car control from him to stay on the road. Dropped to 3rd place behind his teammate Josh Rogers, who then would go for the lead.
And it was nice and easy, all things considered. We talk about a 1 to 2 kilometre/hour deficit in top speed, but Rietveld did not defend into the braking zone.
No, he didn't, and that was very important at the time, because we saw that, we thought that he was going to try and come back later. That wasn't the case in the end.
Benecke looking a little bit frustrated in what was a bit of a difficult race for him. I say that, still finished up there in the 3rd position out there on the track, but ultimately, as you could see, some plenty of fighting with which we could focus on. One of our R8G cars trying to fight down the inside, but ultimately it was up towards the front where they ran single file with not much going on as the tyres continued to give.
Well, we thought that we were waiting, or Rietveld was waiting for that moment to strike in the end, but he just couldn't find it. You can see that it's very, very warm, even still on the stage with the air conditioning. It's still very, very strenuous work.
Absolutely. Rogers out of the final corner just continued to pace them around. You could see the margin stretching out to Rietveld and eventually would cross the line to take the very first victory in finals day and secures 25 valuable championship points. You can see James Baldwin leading the 2nd group behind in 6th position. No emotion for Josh Rogers, though. Still plenty of work to do. Interesting first race, though, and now, as we get set to go again at the Nürburgring, we can talk about 2 drivers that had some success yesterday there. Well, one of them's Josh Rogers.
Absolutely. Absolutely, he's on great form, isn't he? 3 now in 3 for him at Riyadh. And as you say, this was one of the circuits where he took one of his wins, his first win out of the 2 here yesterday. So he'll be looking for another good result here. And on such good form, it is difficult to look past him.
I mentioned James Baldwin led the second pack to the line in 6th position. He was the other driver to be able to grab a victory at the Nürburgring yesterday. Also was able to match that with a 3rd over at the Temple of Speed in Monza. Baldwin was on fire in the major earlier this year.
Absolutely, yeah. He really thrived in Munich at finalist mode. James Baldwin really enjoyed that, and so yeah, he'll be looking forward to maybe moving forward a bit further in the second race because he didn't get so many points in that first race.
So let's take a look at some of the drivers here. We'll talk about Gianmarco Fiducci, someone that we're not getting to see today.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the Team Phase drivers who unfortunately had real bad luck yesterday, couldn't really get started, indeed, and so we'll be seeing him again tomorrow for Team Phase.
Completed 4 complete laps. A little bit frustrated, but his first LAN event, plenty to learn. Here's Ian Porter, who continues to just get closer and closer in speed to the rest of the field, and of course, maybe one of the best to ever do it in Call of Duty, now trying to become one of the best in sim racing too.
Absolutely, and as you say, the improvement has been the story of the season for him, the way that he's got so much better over the course of using Red Sport, and yeah, hopefully he can put on a good show tomorrow as well.
We'll ask Oswald Dirham, 16 years young, and well, slightly compromised himself with a slowdown in qualifying at Monza where he was expected to be so quick. He was in that Group C, the toughest group of them all, was unable to work on through.
Absolutely, yeah, a real rising star and a real prospect for the future as well. We were talking to Will Chadwick about him last night and the promise that he has shown here in recent months.
Chembuluk Bassi brings so much experience in the real and virtual worlds. F1 esports going back to 2018 and the LAN days there. Well, a 5th and a 6th place yesterday. That was a surprise to him, but he is delighted with the results and hopes that tomorrow, when we start the team championship phase, can bring some speed. The Brainish squad, Furia, a Brazilian esports team, yes, but with 2 Danish drivers. Kake Oliveira, though, definitely not Danish.
Yeah, you've dubbed Brazilian and Danish as Brainish, which is, you know, I'll accept that. Kake Oliveira, the only driver there who's been there as you know, the whole time, all the way to Munich as well, was the only Furia driver to get there.
Gustavo Ariel, 22 years of age, and I mentioned yesterday, watched Tony Kanaan run out of fuel at Sao Paulo IndyCar almost 13 years ago. Now runs for Tony Kanaan in other esports series, but joins up with the Furia squad, and I'm expecting big things from him as he continues to get more and more speed. Lasse Bak, one of our other rookies, though.
Yeah, he looks a lot like Oscar Bixler, doesn't he? Confused me earlier on in the week. Yeah, unfortunate for Furia, really, for all of the drivers, Lasse Bak and Lasse Sorensen as well, the other driver. Kind of unfortunate the way that things panned out for them. They'll be hoping to bounce back in the team's championship tomorrow, but all 4 of their drivers unfortunately eliminated.
Both the Lasses, by the way, still technically part of Fire Simsport, but on loan to Furia, and it's a really interesting collaboration. Lasse Sorensen, cousin of Marco Sorensen. Yes, that Marco Sorensen that runs in some Aston Martins in the real world. And so Lasse, team manager for Fire Simsport, but clearly can do it on track as well. Really impressed on debut in the online portion of the season. Freddie Rasmussen, what do we need to say about a rookie who has been so successful in the world of sim racing?
Yeah, he certainly has, and in GT3s especially, he has been fantastic.
So that's a quick look at some of the drivers' shots. Oh, Freddie Rasmussen giving us the thumbs down there.
Don't know what for, to be honest, but it's quite rude. But there you are. Fred Rasmussen, we'll be seeing him again tomorrow, and we're looking forward to that.
Let's talk quickly about the Team Championship. Still in a brief delay here for the Drivers' Championship, because this is ultimately about the driver. As much as we talk about the team alliances here on this finals day, it is every man, every driver for themselves. Tomorrow, $600,000 will be on the line as we begin the first of 2 days of competition.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very different format, but it sort of has similar themes as well. We will be seeing finalist mode again on Sunday, for example. So it's going to work a little bit differently. We're going to be seeing 2 from each team on the second day, for example, but it will feel similar.
One thing to note is penalty points apply to every driver in the team, so that's going to be exciting. Like I said, in a brief intermission here, getting ready to go for race 2 in this ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco Drivers' Championship. We're going to step aside for a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hopefully we'll be back soon at the Nürburgring.
sick. Man, I been high, I serve a guy who the dopest. Hopeless, what I used to be, now I'm moving packs of that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honoring both, so my life will be long. Third time, is the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, mine stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the hen dog. It was me and my bros to the end dog. Wasn't blood, but we was still kin dog. Was alive, but dead in my sin dog. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like there was just toys. Gold was the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze? Sleeping on me is till you get woke. My God.
I'm Joshua Rogers, driving for the Porsche Coanda Esports racing team, and I come from Australia. My journey in sim racing is, I don't know, it's a longer one. I mean, I started quite a long time ago, and I think my first experience probably like 2004 or 2005 on my brother's PS2. So that was a lot of fun, but yeah, obviously times have changed a lot since then. Initially, it was a bit of a tool for karting to kind of just help me be racing more. Quickly turned into more of a passion, a side hobby, which then now is turned into a profession. So it's been a long journey so far, hopefully many more years to come. But yeah, it's been a blast.
It's Joshua Rogers, it's Porsche Coanda. He takes the final victory in
Off the back of the ESL R1 finale, I would say I do feel better now. Obviously, the event didn't necessarily go the way I wanted it to. As a competitive person as I am, obviously I wanted to go into it and I wanted to win. The cookie didn't crumble that way, and that's racing. But you know, we have a big event this weekend in Riyadh with the Gamers8, and yeah, honestly, I'm prepared. I feel good. I feel like there's a kind of a weight lifted off my shoulders. I feel much more, I guess, at peace. I'm looking forward to being able to get back on the track and yeah, race against each other again, sitting side by side rather than being online. Honestly, I see the future of sim racing being bright. If it continues the way that it's going, this year alone, we've had some really big events. Obviously, we started the ESL R1 season in Katowice. Then obviously we had the major in Munich, right? Nice big event, cool stage. Not so much an esports centered focused location, but one that was very cool nonetheless. And now, obviously, you know, we're on you know, a different continent in Riyadh for Gamers8, huge esports tournament. So I think if we keep progressing the way that it's going, it's going to be big for sure one day. How long that will take, who knows? But yeah, if it's anything like it's going now, it's probably shorter than we think.
Around 2008, and we got like a basic wheel for the PC with my brothers, and it's like that's how I got into sim racing, and it turned to be like professional like around 2020, 21, and this is how I got here, I guess. At the beginning, I wasn't really doing it like competitively, this stuff, you know, the sim racing, but like from 2012, 13, I was started racing in leagues, and I started to have like more experience, you know. And I think it was like a progress from the beginning until like this 2020, where I was starting to racing like proper leagues, and I could see my pace. That's where I am like in the sim racing world. I have a motorbike and I like riding, and I also do like sports like at home. So I like to go running or do some physical stuff at home, but I don't really have any like really crazy hobby next to sim racing, like just these two, you know. Gamers8 is like the biggest of the year for sure, definitely, and even the ESL R1 was like the whole season was really good, and the LAN events were really great, but this one seems even bigger, and we're really happy that we can be here. Everything is starting from zero, and we're gonna have only 2 races on the first day, and everyone go on the limit, you know, so we have to give our best and try, and I hope.
Welcome back to ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, live at Gamers8. Brief intermission as we get ready to go for the second race of finals day. But my name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside by Ewan O'Leary. We've seen one fascinating race at Spa so far. We're getting ready to go at the Nürburgring with 12 of the best sim racers fighting for their share of $400,000.
Absolutely, there's a lot on the line here this evening, and it's gotten off to a fantastic start. Josh Rogers taking that opening win of the day in a race that has warmed us up a little bit for the remainder of the day. It wasn't all guns blazing all of the time, but it was an interesting start to what could be a long day.
We did have the chance, by the way, to work our way through some of those drivers earlier and talk you through some of those stories. Look at the cars getting ready to go for practice right now. And of course, after that, we go into the unique and fun Super Pole qualifying session.
Absolutely, we saw a lot of drama with the Nürburgring qualifying session in previous rounds earlier yesterday, and so we're expecting similar things once again here. Of course, we've spoken about it just before the break. So important to qualify well because it's difficult to overtake here. So you do need that good lap, but you've only got one chance to do it.
Now, we're not using the full green hell configuration of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, so I'm only slightly disappointed. This Grand Prix layout that we're using does have the NGK slower chicane, which is going to be very important when it comes to those passing opportunities. Race control looks on from up above as practice gets ready to go and drivers get their opportunity to rumble out in their rigs once again and to get a couple of laps under their belts before that one-shot qualifying attempt.
Absolutely. So I wonder, or it does make you wonder how much practice they can actually take from this, but they will be driving for a good proportion of that just to get themselves up to speed, get themselves warmed back up again, because it has been a little while since the last race.
Might be getting a bit warm in that stage as well. We saw some of the shots from yesterday's action, sweat dripping down the drivers. It tends to be something that you do regardless whether you're in a LAN event or back at home. Let's have a quick chat though with the director of Rennsport, who's going to give us some more insight into everything behind the scenes. Let's have a chat with Marco.
I'm here with a very special guest. I'm here with the co-founder of Rennsport, Marco. Marco, firstly, how are you doing?
Absolutely fine being here. Just a pleasure.
I mean, wow, what a place, right? What do you make of this incredible event here, ESL R1 at Gamers8? I mean, first impressions, what do you think?
Yeah, it's just amazing what we can do for sim racing here. We went out several years ago to say, okay, how can we leverage what those fantastic guys are doing as athletes, and being here in that big event together with ESL is just a fantastic achievement, and we are pushing hard to deliver here.
I mean, the game looks absolutely fantastic. Are there nerves with this sort of thing? You know, leading up to such a massive event with so many eyeballs on it, or are you guys like, we've got this covered? How do you feel about it? And what are your nerves, really, if you have any?
So honestly speaking, with that fantastic team in the background, I'm pretty calm. The team is maybe a bit more nervous. We are still in an early stage, running the closed beta, and doing sporting in that early stage is quite challenging. But as I'm coming from the real motorsport world, I'm used to competition and happy to see it here as well.
Perfect. Things have gone well so far. What does it mean to you and the rest of the team to be involved in such, well, a flagship, a pioneering event in sim racing? How special is it to be involved in it with your product?
Yeah, it's very special. It's a big honor to be here on stage with the biggest esport titles in the world, and this is exactly the push we wanted to give for sim racing.
Perfect. Well, sim racing, certainly I know it's never seen anything like this, so long may it continue. Thank you for your time, Marco. Back to you guys in the studio.
So much to look forward to in the future of Rennsport as well, and I'm sure there's plenty of stuff that we don't even know about just yet. We are getting ready to go, like we said, for the race at the Nürburgring. We've talked plenty ad nauseum about this track, and so maybe we should talk about some of the technical challenges that it brings, and maybe some of the differences that we'll see from Spa. We talked about the BMW being a little bit slower in a straight line. Not going to be such a factor here.
No, it's certainly not. There's not the same kind of straight line speed dependency that you maybe have at Spa or Monza, for example, even Hockenheim, to be honest. It's one of those circuits that doesn't really possess those long straights. It's sort of towered over by the presence of the Nordschleife. Just if you were turning left instead of going right at the final corner, that's where you'll find the green hell. And that means that this circuit is somewhat brushed under the rug sometimes in terms of its challenge. But it is a difficult circuit. It's a lot of chicanes here and there, but there's really real high-speed sections as well. Big braking zone down in towards turn 1. There's a lot to go off with this circuit.
And you can see old school nature of this track. There is, yes, some tarmac runoff, but for the majority of the racing surface, there is grass that escorts you beyond the edges of the white lines and to take you maybe into the barriers as well. There's a look at that Mercedes-Benz Arena, which you can exit a little bit wide out of and carry some more momentum into that middle sector. Maybe an opportunity to spring a surprise as well. We have seen, by the way, on race starts here, going back to yesterday, Ewan, almost 4 wide out of turn 1.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm still not convinced it was, but you are, so so we'll continue to argue about that. But yeah, that's the kind of thing that turn 1 presents, though. You really get that sort of widening of the track on the exit there, and everybody just goes everywhere. Everybody sees space and thinks, "Wow, I'm going to get into some of it," and that's how you get into those moments there that we saw in towards turn 1. It's like most of the tracks on Motorsport, to be honest, turn 1's really quite tight, and that's a running theme, really.
And standing starts again, not necessarily the typical expectation for GT3 machines. Look at the bottom of your screen at all 12 of the drivers locked in and focused with practice underway right now. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who gets pole position? Dane Warren's claimed 1. Who claims pole number 2?
I think it's difficult to look past George Rosters, isn't it? Because I know that's the obvious pick. It's not particularly inventive, is it, by any means? But I think it's difficult to look past him. I did like the way Max Maneka raced in race 1, I've got to say. He seemed to be not quite 100% just yet. He was happy to sit in 3rd. Let's just watch what's going on in front of me here and make sure I pick up those 16 points that he will have got from that opening race of the day. I like the way that he raced there.
Look at James Baldwin, he's calling for some attention, so we'll have to see if everything's okay in that Mercedes-AMG Petronas car, but you can see a bit of a squabble up in towards the chicane as the drivers try and figure out how they're going to get this practice attempt started. Feels a little bit like watching some Formula 1 qualifying.
Yeah, how's he lip reading at home, by the way? He was talking, but obviously we haven't got a microphone on him there, and so we'll never know. But clearly unhappy with something. That's not unusual, by the way. If you go out to one of these arenas and watch one of these sessions actually take place in the flesh, which you can, of course, do, that happens fairly regularly. It might not be a major problem. I mean, Kevin Ennis Jr., we were sat watching the first couple of races. People won't have seen it at home, but I think Kevin Ennis Jr. Had his hand up, for example. You know, it happens fairly regularly.
You can see the drivers practicing their standing starts as well now, trying to learn how they want to best drop the clutch and launch themselves into that opening corner.
Yes, and there's Jakub Brzezinski doing just that at the moment, the only Williams eSports driver to be here. He got to the end, or got to the Munich Major, I should say. Didn't get to day 2, but he's experiencing finalist mode for the first time.
That's Michael Preston, the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams eSports manager, up above, watching on as his young charge, Kuba Brzezinski, the Polish driver, continues to work his way on forward.
Can we call him young? He's probably younger than you, but he's been around sim racing for a long time now.
Everyone in sim racing, to be fair, is fairly young, including yourself.
Thanks for that. I mean, Jakub Brzezinski was beating Lewis McLeod to Virtual Endurance Championship titles 7 years ago.
But everyone can beat Lewis McLeod, let's be honest.
I don't think I did when we tried transport.
Oh, okay. Sounds like we need a commentators race before things wrap up here on Sunday.
You did have one on Wednesday or Tuesday.
Well, that was technically not a commentators race.
No, there was others involved as well. But,
yes, but I did finish 2nd.
Oh wow!
I beat Yaroslav, but technically that's because he returned to the pit lane and retired.
Yeah, Yaroslav would slap us all.
Oh yes, no. We're talking about someone who is actually a competitive driver.
He's actually good, yeah. I know. Obviously, we all do a little bit of racing here and there. We like to drive now and again, but Yaroslav is a properly good driver, and yeah, without problems, he would annihilate us all.
Let's talk about Yuri Toman in that R8G Audi, because led the Drivers' Championship for 3-4 rounds in the online portion of the championship before things started to fall away slightly for him. He got a 4th and a 2nd in Group C to be able to advance on forward, and I think he's looking a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, the first half of the spring season, he was at in the final every time. He seems to rise to the occasion in LAN events, actually, on occasion anyway. And then the second half of the season, it really went wrong for him because he never saw another final after round 4. Did all right in day 1 in Munich, not so good in day 2. It was one of those situations where he was kind of there, but you felt like he barely mentioned him during the race, and sometimes we say during the racing, I should say, during all of the races. Sometimes that's a good thing. We know as commentators, if we're saying someone's name a lot, then it involved in a lot of potential drama. But when you're sort of, not quite on form, not being mentioned very much, it just wasn't so good for Yuri Toman on day 2.
In a lot of ways, we talked more about Erhan Yoyovsky in the RAG camp as the team assistants to Marcel Cinchik. So, of course, 4 drivers for all teams, for different tracks. Maybe they all have a little bit more speed. It's going to be interesting to see as we head into the team championship how team managers make their decisions. They had to decide in the drivers championship which group to slot them into. That came down to where they thought maybe their rivals would place their drivers, what tracks they thought their drivers could be quickest at. That's what the team manager is there to do, not just to manage them during the course of the race.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're looking forward to this one now. Just moments away from practice finishing, qualifying, getting underway as well. But yeah, Erhan Yoyovsky played such a big role, didn't he, back in Munich in helping Marcel Cinchik to win that title. Can't help but feel like Cinchik would want to win a title sort of as a lone wolf. I know he's got a teammate in Yuri Toman here, but so part of me, and obviously he doesn't, I don't think he feels like that, but yeah, he'll want to win this kind of on his own.
There may be some team alliances to start off, but once we get into finalist mode, if you've got 2 drivers from the same team, ready, 1 victory away from the championship, all bets are off.
And yeah, we haven't seen that before in terms of multiple people in finalist mode. He was one of them, James Baldwin, in finalist mode. Max Benecke got knocked out in day 1 in Munich. There he is.
Qualifying about to start, and we are going to send them out again, staggered 1 by 1, and we'll see them all cross the line, get the times. Watch the sectors as well, because I think this is one of the tracks, Ewan, that we saw plenty of slowdowns at yesterday.
We did in one of the races. That it was pretty problematic, actually, and meant that the field was really not very close at all by the end. We saw one of the closest qualifiers we've had all week last time out for race 1. Now, what are we going to see for the second one? Max Benecke was first at Spa. Well, it looks like he's ready to go first again now.
I think he tried to get the cameraman out of his peripheral vision there. I think that's something that we've been talking about quite a bit in terms of the adaptation the drivers are doing, looking over the right shoulder then of Max Benecke in that Maus Audi. You said Josh Rogers for pole position. I'm wondering what the viewers have got in store as well. I think I'm going to go slightly different to you. I don't know why. I'm going to go James Baldwin.
He is good at this circuit, as we know. Won here in his race as well when we raced there for the first time yesterday. Won, well, was nearly going to win race 6 in day 2 in Munich. I'm sure you remember that back then, a couple of months ago. So yeah, it's not a bad pick. He's got a decent chance here, but just makes you wonder after the first race here today. Just makes you wonder what kind of form he's on after finishing 6th.
And hopefully there aren't too many dramas for him as he gets ready to head out there in qualifying. It's going to be Benecke though. That is the first to get us underway in the hot lap qualifying session. Down the hill into turn number 1. Track falls away from you as you brake just around 120 meters into first gear. Try and get as close to the apex on the right hand side and swivel that momentum onto the right part of the track. Now dancing through that Mercedes-Benz arena. Camber away from you as you fall away from the track, but this is a crucial corner. Keep tight to the inside, set up on the left, because you can really jump onto the power early and carry the speed out of the Mercedes-Benz arena and also off the track.
This is the circuit where you're least worried about the cut track penalties, but that was the corner right there through turn 4 where you do have to be concerned. There's a lot of tarmac to the left hand side there, and if you use too much of it, then you'll be in a lot of trouble. Through turn 5 and 6 goes Benecke right now. Not too much to speak of there. Gets relatively close to the gravel, up on the curb, and now the run down towards the very lower end of this circuit.
I feel like there is only one approach to this corner, unlike maybe Rivage at Spa. You want to stay as close to the apex as possible. We'll see if drivers elect to try and veer it in through that corner later on. Now up through the Michael Schumacher-esque, because it's almost flat out there, and cresting over the rise, another place where you got to be so careful with track limits.
Absolutely, now in towards the next chicane, the final one before the very tightest one on this circuit, which will provide most of the overtaking opportunity during the race. This is the important corner that you'll want to get a good exit out of, if that is going to be the case. Max Benecke has done decently well so far, now just with 1 sector to go.
I'm pretty sure this is tracking to be a 1:52.9. Where is it going to place Benecke though in the rest of the field? That's going to be the question. Through the slower of the NGK chicanes, and now heading into the final corner, straddling the curb on the left-hand side, maximizing the usage of the track. And as the Maus 71 pirouettes under the brake, storms onto the power, it's the drag race to the line for Benecke in the 71. 1:52.9 what we're expecting, and it's a 9.25.
Fantastic from Max Benecke. That could well be unbeatable here in this session, but if there's any man to do so, it will be the Australian Josh Rogers, winner of the first race here today. Pole position and the win in day one. Now he's on the charge.
Pretty sure that first sector's half a tenth off. Second sector almost identical, but also maybe a little bit slower. Rogers, after just missing out on pole position in the first race, trying to re-establish himself on top. 52.925 to beat, and it's 15 thousandths of a second slower.
That's a great lap time in his own right, by the way. Really good lap time from Josh Rogers, but it's just not quite as good as Max Benecke. Marcel Chinchik, another driver who's so strong at this circuit. He went for it on James Baldwin, of course, back at race 6 in Munich. This was the race where we saw so much drama. He pulled out a great qualifying lap that time too. What can he deliver this time?
Trending behind Rogers through the opening 2 sectors, but can the Audi find some more speed in the final sector? Doesn't look like he's too happy with that. It's a 52.981. It's still very quick, but it's half a tenth off.
This is unbelievable. 52.9s from all of the top 3 at the moment. Fantastic.
This won't be in the 52 though. James Baldwin is tracking into the 53s as he heads to the final corner.
Let's see what he can actually produce here. It was a great lap time, like for Chinchik. It was the same for Baldwin as well, as he went on to, or after he took 3 race wins in a row at Munich. Now over the line for James Baldwin, a shake of the head immediately. It's a 53.3. He'll be near the back.
Like I was saying, just track those sector times. We want 36.1s in that first sector so far. Rietveld's into the 36.2s. It's not that far off. Has clawed some of that deficit back in the second sector. Just has that final chicane to navigate.
Let's see what he can do. It was a good race from him to start with. We thought that he was just biding his time and trying to win that race in the end. It wasn't possible. What's the time going to be for Jeffrey Rietveld here as he looks to build on that result?
This is where the BMW with its slower top-end speed maybe isn't going to be compromised too much, but it's just outside of the 52s. It's a 53.045, and for Rietveld, it's in front of Baldwin, but behind the top 3 as they stand. For Toman, another good sector 1, a slightly slower sector 2. We'll see what sector 3 has to offer.
Yuri Toman looking for at least near his teammate, I would say. Marcel Chinchik in third at the moment. The 2 RHG drivers looking to help one another here. What's the time going to be for Yuri Toman?
I think he's going to be in front maybe of Rietveld, but not in front of Chinchik. In fact, he falls just behind that final sector, dropping off slightly to the 29.555. It's a 153 there for Yuri Toman. Kevin Siggy up next.
Absolutely, into the final chicane for him after winning 2 races yesterday, looking to build on that now, although I would add that he might well struggle to manage this, to be honest, because of the way that the spring season has been and so on and so forth. Let's see how he does today, though, out of the final corner for him.
Rietveld qualified well in the opening race. Can Siggy try and match him? Well, he jumps up right behind his teammate. They're split by 600ths of a second.
Yeah, they'll be starting not too far apart, you would imagine, in this next race. Kevin Harris Jr. Now looking for another top 5, which is, I would say, where you kind of want to be generally in these races, looking for finalist mode a little bit later on. He makes his way out of the final chicane now, and we'll see if we get another 52 here.
I think he's tracking closer to the 53s. There were 36.318, about a tenth and a half off in that opening sector where Benecke really has seemingly got some magic in that Audi. Ellis Jr., a last gasp addition to the top 12, and well, he's not the slowest of them all, but almost.
Yeah, only Apex Racing Team driver in the final 12. Again, he was the only in the major, in fact, for Apex. Jakub Brzezinski is also the only Williams Esports driver here in this session, in this final 12, and he's making his way now towards the line as well.
Yeah, that Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports squad, one that we may expect to have plenty of speed tomorrow, but they're riding their hopes on Kuba Brzezinski today. That lap time is going to be the slowest of them all, though not really an impressive run for Brzezinski. Oscar up next in a car that we know is flying. The Porsche's always quick.
And by the way, for Brzezinski, that's very much going along with what we saw at Spa as well from him. Unfortunately, quite a few temps away, and he'll be towards the back. What about Tommy Oscar, who was towards the back of a lot of the Spa race as well? He'll be looking for a bit better around here.
Second sector tracks reasonably well. I think he might be able to jump into the mix with the red line teammates to the line in the Porsche, but it's only a 53.2 in the final sector, lost about 0.3 of a second, maybe with having to counter steer through the NGK chicane. Yuri Kastorp last in the opening race, hoping for some redemption.
This is looking like last at the moment in the session as well, isn't it, though? 37.7's quite far away from where he wanted to be. And he looked pretty disgusted as he drove towards the final chicane. But I say that a lot because they always do, really, these drivers. I think Kastorp certainly has a right to be this time.
They're always striving for perfection, that's for sure, but this is definitely not going to be the lap time that Kastorp wanted. Going to see him drop to the very back of the field and be in the 55s. He's got some work to do in the 15 minutes of racing that we've got coming up. Here's Dane Warren, pole position in the first race, 36.2 in the opening sector, relatively quick. 47.2 in the second sector, pretty quick as well, but not tracking to get to the top.
Let's see if he can manage it here. Dane Warren, pole position at Spa. What is it going to be at the Nürburgring as he wrestles with that car out in the final corner?
To the line and hoping, but you can see the right hand come up in maybe a gasp of disbelief. It's a 53.266, that final sector again. Another Porsche losing 3/4 of a second. So maybe we now know where the Porsche's a little bit more vulnerable here at the Nürburgring.
Absolutely, and that could play a key role in the race as well. But Max Benecke won't be bothered about that. He has taken the pole position, rightly directing the cameras away from him to get that first place.
He's got the ALG fastest qualifying lap for this second race. Let's take a look at the starting grid. Right at the back, unfortunately, it's the Yuri Kastorp-driven Maus Audi. He's got a 1:55.549 with which to represent, but definitely not a representative time. Kuba Brzezinski lines up alongside, while James Baldwin, the shock of being back there in 10th spot. Tommy Osgaard lost some time in the final sector. He will be alongside in 9th spot, while for Dane Warren, first in the first race, 8th in the second race. Kevin Ellis Jr., Yuri Toman, and then Kevin Siggy make up the rest of the drivers up towards the top 2 rows, while Jeffrey Rietveld, Marcel Chinchik, and Josh Rogers all just miss out by the narrowest of margins on a pole position, because Max Benecke's the quickest of them all with a 1:52.925.
Great lap time from Benecke, who is on pole once again. I said earlier on that I like the way that Benecke raced in that opener at Spa. He was just sitting there waiting for things to happen in front of him. Took home 3rd place without too many problems. Now he's looking to push on that little bit and maybe go a little bit better.
25 points for a race win. Ultimately, we talk about needing 4 race victories to be able to get to finalist mode. We are not even halfway through the racing to get there. And in terms of the points as they stand right now, yes, 25 points have gone to Joshua Rogers, but with such a strong field and qualifying showing some surprises, we know that the result at the checkered flag could be very, very mixed up.
They could be, and that's what we're kind of hoping for as well. We're hoping for a good race here, but Nürburgring is hard to overtake on, so it will be a bit difficult in that respect. But you will, you can bet that the likes of Josh Rogers and Marcel Chinchik and those just in behind will certainly want to get up there into that first position.
Who do you think comes out on top then?
I think once again it's difficult to but yeah, he was so quick in his early year. I know he wasn't against Benecke there, but even so, I'd go with him.
I love the AR graphics that we've got on the stage. Max Benecke scanned in AR, and that fastest lap presented by ALG goes his way. Ultimately, turn 1, you say we didn't see 4 wide yesterday. I still maintain that we did. I feel like it's going to be that run out of the Mercedes-Benz arena, out of turn 4 in the opening lap, that really defines who leads the race, who defines the tempo for the rest of the 15 minutes.
Yeah, who controls the race as well from that point onwards. We've seen in the past that it is possible to overtake, but it is no doubt difficult. We're going to see some great racing though through the Mercedes arena. It's a fantastic section of corners to race on. You can just stay side by side for a very, very long time through there. So, yeah, looking forward to getting this second race of the down away.
Absolutely, we'll get the lights up and begin to bring them up in just a few moments' time. There are the drivers getting ready. The lights up above. We've got 30 seconds to go. I'll just point out as well, you noted this yesterday, race control is looking down on all the drivers.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they're going to be dishing out any penalties from up there as well, because we did see a few of them yesterday. It was kind of ironic that we interviewed the race director and said, it's not been that bad so far, and then it was all of a sudden busy. So let's see how it goes today.
Drivers get that warm-up session in the books. They will get gridded up, and then lights will begin to rise. Finalist mode is what these drivers are looking for right now. The opportunity for 1 victory to secure them the championship. They need 80 points to get to that spot. Now, as they focus up on the grid, though, it's all about watching the lights, managing the engines as they build, let's get GT3 cars singing in symphony once again, ready to go for the second race on finals day in ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco competition. And from the front of the field, lights go out, but Necker leads us into the opening corner. Rogers cuts off the RAG Audi behind, but now goes out wide, allows the opportunity to try and slip up the inside, but single file inside of the top two, immediately goes 2 by 2, almost 3 rows deep.
Interesting call from Rogers there to go to the outside when Benecke was directly in front of him, wanted the space clearly, and he's been able to hold off Marcel Chinchik, who gets very close with Jeffrey Rietveld, who's looking up his inside in towards turn 3. They're single file though out to the Mercedes arena.
The two redline BMWs did not want to be side by side to cost each other some momentum. Kevin Ellis Jr. coming under fire in his Apex Racing Team Audi as well, but into the middle sector they will go. Benecke leads from Rogers, Chinchik, Rietveld and Siggy, and then Kevin Ellis Jr. in 6th spot.
It's single file for the leaders all again. We've had another race without incident off of the start here, which is fantastic to see, but not great news for those who are looking to gain places here, because it's difficult to do it once you're all single filed out and you're sorted out. Further behind where the side-by-side is, up front, they're single file.
Kuba Brzezinski's lost out to Yuri Kastop, who's up to 11th instantly as I say that. They seem to swap around, but outside of the drivers that have qualified well, we haven't seen people be able to make strong inroads into the races just yet. Ultimately, like we said when we got started before race number 1, qualifying is so important.
It is, and that's allowed the leaders to be where they are right now. Those outside the top 5 are going to have to work really, really hard to get in it at this stage, and so that could prove crucial later on. Just under half a second between Max Benecke and Josh Rogers right now, as they're still single file in towards the final chicane this time.
No one poking their nose and trying a move. I think they're recognizing that they can't afford to lose the draft right now at a track where we know it's difficult to pass. Behind Baldwin, you see Tommy Oscar, a bit of a gap building there as maybe a 9-car train builds to the line at the end of lap number 1. 8 laps of racing here at the Nürburgring. Can Benecke hold on for the next 7?
Yeah, first of them complete here, and Benecke with a lot of pressure on him. Josh Rogers pretty close to him, but nowhere near close enough for a move. But Dane Warren is looking to the outside of Yuri Toman.
Not going to make it stick though, and I think ultimately trying to just work on the back and set the moves up, the pressure will build, and maybe in through the exit of the arena section we'll be able to get alongside and compromise the momentum. Watch the dance on the feet as well as drivers a threshold brake, trail off the brakes after stamping on it aggressively, and then manage the rear tires, not trying to spool them up and get them heated up as well. All tidy for the time being. Ellis Jr. half aggressive, half defensive. Really, it's a very different race to what I think we thought we'd expect.
Yeah, I think Kevin Siggy is once again qualified a little bit higher than he can maybe race, and so he's once again with a lot of pressure on him. He was in a similar place at the start of the race at Spa, and now finds himself defending again. Kevin Ellis Jr. looking for a move up the inside there. That's not going to happen. James Baldwin is the one at the very back here, with Toman and Warren just in between as well.
On board with James Baldwin in that Mercedes AMG Petronas car, up through the Schumacher S, one of the only cars in the grid that will use the front tires more than the rear, and so sometimes when we talk about the tire management, the preservation in these short races, it means that the car will understeer a little bit more come the end of the race. In towards the back straight though we go, still with the top 2 starting to stretch their legs. Chinchik losing a little bit of the draft of Josh Rogers. He's pulling with him Jeffrey Rietveld, but like you say, cork in the bottle, Kevin Siggy, excuse me, in the red line, number 11.
Yeah, and it's creating quite a train behind him at the moment. Tommy Usgaard trying to get involved as well as Jakub Brzezinski, who are probably all catching now at this stage. Siggy with potential to lose a place now, because Kevin Ellis Jr. is just going to try and get that exit off of the final corner and have it going towards turn 1.
It's hot there in the stage, it's hot here at the desk as well, and so sometimes English a struggle for commentators. In towards turn number 1 once again though. Track falls away from you like we said earlier, but look how close Rogers is in. Rogers is rather to the back of Benecke. What, a car length or 2 between the two of them, a little bit further back for Chinchik, who did finish 7th in the opening race. We kind of thought that Benecke and Rogers were the favourites to make their way into finalist mode. We weren't so sure about Marcel Chinchik's chances.
No, I mean, you've got to, it's hard to put him too far down the order because he is the Spring Major champion after all, but it wasn't the best start at Spa, I think it's fair to say. Some of that down to qualifying, but he's qualified well here. He's not able to quite race as well as Max Benecke and Josh Rogers right now as we have a look at Kevin Ellis Jr. towards turn 1 a couple of moments ago.
It's going to be on Kevin Siggy as they try to work for an aggressive move, but a late reactionary block, I think, in some ways. We'll be curious to see what race control has to say about that, but Ellis Jr. alongside had a bit of an overlap. big send then to try and work their way through. But this is the advantage of the outside. You can continue to wrap the longer line and eventually get the inside of turn number 4.
Yeah, and that's not ideal, the place he's found himself, because the next corner is outside for Kevin Ellis Jr. and that has put him back into where he was, 6th position for the moment. But Kevin Siggy, very much the cork in the bottle. We said it before, and it's remaining true right now. Even Marcel Chinchik starting to struggle a little bit. Jeffrey Rickveld quite close to him.
Let's talk about the front. Beneka and Rogers, 1 second now clear of Chinchik behind. I'm curious, 25 points for first, 20 points for second. If you're Josh Rogers, already 1 win on the board, how aggressive are you going to be to go for the lead, knowing that your rival is in front of you?
Yeah, that's the difficult thing, really. As things stand, Rogers will be on 45 points and Beneka on 41. So it would be very close between them at this stage. But will Rogers let that slide, or will he want that extra position to try and get into finals mode as quickly as possible? He can afford to finish here and still making him 4 races, by the way. So he might still be all right for the position that he's in. But at the moment, he's not even close enough to think about that.
And for Max Beneka, let's not forget, after putting it on pole, slightly breaks the streak for Miles, where we haven't seen them at the very top of the qualifying order so far here at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. I say rivals, by the way. Beneka and Rogers, well, they've come together their fair share of times.
They've raced against each other plenty of times, and there's plenty of storylines there as well. It could be another chapter here in that particular story, but I do think that they'll be willing to be a little bit more hands-off with each other on this occasion, given the situation they're both in.
I'll just reiterate as well, Max Beneka mentioned this yesterday, not having to do double duty in the second half of the year after having to combine ESL R1 and Porsche Tag Car Esports Super Cup duties at the first half of this year. We saw Jamie Fluke, Thomas Tatzler, as well as a couple of other drivers having to do that. They all spoke about the difficulty, especially knowing that some of the days they start on Friday with ESL R1, Saturday is the Porsche Tag Car Esports Super Cup, and if they're lucky to get to Monday in the semi-finals and the finals, they've got to find even more speed come then. On board though with Tommy Osgaard as he arrives behind James Baldwin.
Yeah, it's been a busy time this year for some sim racers, I think it's fair to say, but not for others. We were speaking about Porsche Commander Esports in their programme. They have been relatively hands-off with the racing, but they're here in ESL R1, and Josh Rogers has been performing for them decently well. Finished up there in the Munich Major, looking for a little bit more here, and in with a great shot at $100,000.
Yeah, the Porsche Commander Esports team, we see Rogers and Warren making their way through. They'll feel relatively confident in the team championship, because we know with Mitchell de Jong as well as Mac Backham that they've got 2 very capable drivers who may not have had consistent first half of the years across of ESL R1 competition, but have on rounds, on occasion, be able to prove the speed. On board with Rietveld then in that 4th position after finishing 2nd in that first race. We talk about maybe 4 podiums being enough to get you to finalist mode. 80 points is what that mark is. Rogers at 45, Beneka at 41. Maybe some other drivers slightly worried as they've already got half the points 2 races in.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rietveld would need to win 2 in a row from this position to get there in 4 races. So I know that's getting a bit complicated for this stage in the competition, but even so, that might just encourage Rietveld to go and get that extra place that is worth a few points, 3 points. So we'll see if he can make it. Won the last race yesterday, of course, in fairly dominant fashion, and was never really in doubt as to making the top 12.
Rearwards from Marcel Chinchik, who has now taken over from Kevin Siggy as the cork in the bottle. The choo-choo train runs down into the Dunlop hairpin. 1.5 seconds up to Josh Rogers. And for Marcel Chinchik in the Audi, you've got to wonder, as the defending champion of the spring season, does he come in here with more expectation, more weight on his shoulders, not just as the driver's champion, but as someone that wants to lead the RAG team to that team championship that Redline pipped them to?
Absolutely, it was such a great battle over the course of the season between those 2 teams, and so we could well see that again starting tomorrow, of course, when we whittle the 12 teams down to 6. But at the front of the moment, it's 2 teams different to those 2 teams not involved in the team's championship fight for the spring season. Miles and Porsche Commander Esports neck and neck at the moment. We're over the halfway mark between Beneka and Rogers now, and nothing has really happened here so far. They're sitting where they are. I wonder whether that will remain the case.
It's been a relatively calm, quiet race so far, means that we don't need to stress our voices, which is a good thing, because like we mentioned earlier, this competition on this day could run indefinitely. Once you get to finalist mode, you must win to become a champion. conceivably, we could get to a point where you need all 12 drivers are in finalist mode, and we would have a winner, but that seems rather implausible.
Yeah, it's not indefinite, I suppose, but we don't know. Is that what indefinite means? I guess so.
Yeah, indefinite I think still fits. The shoe fits.
My English vocabulary is staggeringly bad.
It's okay, you got better than me in your GCSE English.
Thanks for that. Let's not talk about that. Goodness me. Yeah, it's it could go on for a very long time, but we were talking about earlier on how many are going to be in finalist mode. I don't think it will just be one, because generally, as we saw in race 5 at Spa in Munich, everybody sort of gangs up on Marcel Czincik at the time, which is going to happen again here. And so if one gets it in finalist mode at a time, then it could be difficult to win, but when there's multiple, it's a bit easier.
And to your point about the team alliances, if one team driver is into finalist mode and the other is not, is that when maybe you have, I'm not saying team games, but maybe the teammates just working to help. If they're running side by side, running single file, and there's a driver that goes for a move, and maybe you have the, I'm not saying opportunity to slow the other car down, but just by fighting, it helps out that other driver. It's something that the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr. cannot rely on, as Yuri Toman works on the back of the fellow Audi.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that the teams that will most be able to do that are Redline and RHG, in my opinion. We've already seen it with RHG and Erhan Yoski a couple of months ago. But I'm not sure about Miles and Porsche Coanda. Can you rely on Kasdorp and Warren to be consistently up there to help? I'm not so sure. I'm not as confident as I would be in the other Redline drivers anyway, or RHG drivers either.
I think that's a very salient point, being able to expect both team cars to be up towards the front. Redline running 4th and 5th will know that they have those strength in numbers. Yuri Toman still looking like he's trying to find a way past Kevin Ellis Jr., but in through the final corner, runs out a little bit wider, tries to get a little bit more speed down to cross the start-finish line at the end of lap number 6 for these drivers. 2 more to go, and Kevin Ellis Jr. knows he's got to hold on to the position. Covers the inside, forces Toman the long way round.
And not really late enough on the brakes there from Yuri Toman. He's going to be pushed out wide here, and if he can get it down the inside for turn 2, he might have a chance. There he goes, fires it down there, and Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to struggle to hang on to this now, although turn 4 will go back to his inside, so let's see.
We saw that with Kevin Siggy and Kevin Ellis Jr. Siggy was able to hold on, but I don't think it's happened this time. Ellis Jr. slots into the line, and Yuri Toman is up to 6th spot.
Yeah, great pass from Yuri Toman there. First overtake we've seen for a little while, really, in this race. Couple of points added to his name, and that pushes Kevin Ellis Jr. down even further. Only 16 points to his name now.
Kevin Ellis Jr. made a major mistake. Almost lost the rear end of his car. Fortunately, only lost a car length or 2. But we are in that phase again where we talk about the tyres, how drivers have been able to preserve the car and work through them. James Baldwin, as we mentioned earlier, in the only manufacturer that will use the fronts more than the rears. He'll be dealing with some understeer and looking at Tommy Osgaard in the rearview mirror.
He certainly will. We haven't spoken too much about Osgaard so far here this afternoon, but he's not really been involved in too much. This is how Yuri Toman got through on Kevin Ellis Jr. To be honest, I didn't think he was late enough on the brakes at turn 1, but yeah, he was able to hold it there, and that's all you really need to do.
I think we'll get the better look off board here in through that second corner as to how it played out, but I don't think Ellis Jr. was as aggressive in the defense as we saw from Kevin Siggy. We saw Siggy maybe trying to pinch Ellis Jr. a little bit more. It helps when there's maybe a little bit of contact between the two, and that's Toman's 18 getting the place.
Yeah, I don't think Kevin Ellis Jr. gave that up willingly there, but yeah, you could argue that maybe from the shot we saw, you could maybe think that. But yeah, certainly from seeing that replay, Kevin Ellis Jr. was absolutely on it there, but just got overtaken by Yuri Toman, who's now already on the back of Kevin Siggy. Might have left it a bit too late, but there could be a chance for another 2 points now.
Final lap of race number 2, and I don't think we expect anything to change at the front. It's 1 second that splits Benecca from Rogers. Czincik a further 1.5 behind. Maybe there's where the battles are going to be. There's Toman immediately firing it up the inside of Kevin Siggy, and on consecutive laps trying to get past in the Mercedes-Benz Arena.
It makes you wonder what Yuri Toman could have done if he'd got a bit earlier here. He brakes late again in towards turn 3. He gets through on Kevin Siggy, who will have the better exit off of turn 4. This battle could go down to the line.
I think that's one of our nominations for the KFC's Colonel's Choice of Move of the Day. Yuri Toman with a couple of moves to put some excitement to the end of race number 2. Siggy tried to add some excitement as well, but some good defensive coverage there from Yuri Toman.
And Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to have a better exit as well, although his traction wasn't quite as good as maybe he needed. Yuri Toman has survived that attack through turn 5 and 6, and now should be good for 5th place.
Some really fun stuff. It started to get a little bit more tense, I think, in the latter stages of the race, but I think for the next two races that we've got coming up, races 3 and 4, as we head over to Hockenheim and Monza. These drivers that are further back know that Rogers and Beneke are very, very close to getting into finalist mode. Ellis Jr. trying to go the long way around on Kevin Siggy. We're going to have to tuck back into line onto the back straight.
I think he could be struggling for track limits there because he backed out instead of actually going for it, and maybe that was the reason he didn't go for it with Yuri Toman either. Dane Warren's got a very good exit now as well. This could come down right to the final chicane.
Dane Warren wants to grab some valuable points after getting 4th in the opening race, but at the front of the field, Max Beneke sat patiently in the opening race, finished 3rd, and after putting it on pole position with a blistering lap, Max Beneke will grab the win number 2 of finals day in ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco competition, taking one step closer to finalist mode.
And him and Josh Rogers have got more than 40 points already as the drivers come over the line. Kevin Ellis Jr. did hang on from Dane Warren.
Some fantastic racing there in the closing stages, but nothing to race for at the front. Not easy by any means for Max Beneke, but with Rogers putting the pressure on, as calm as you could be, Beneke makes his way into victory lane.
And just improves his quest to win that trophy there as well for Mouse. Great drive from Max Beneke, who converted that pole position into a relatively comfortable race win.
And like you said, both Rogers and Beneke now above 40 points, halfway to the mark they need to enter finalist mode, and we're only 2 races in to the racing today.
We certainly are. It's a long way to go now for all these drivers, but Beneke and Rogers are already more than halfway there. So this, you know, could be into finalist mode after race 4 here.
Let's grab a couple of looks at the replays of race number 2. Into the opening corner. We thought it was a little bit weird that Rogers swung out wide, but I think he knew Marcel Cinčić wouldn't be able to swoop up underneath him and grab that position, and so Rogers tucked into second and settled into line. Rietveld and Siggy held firm in the middle of the R8G, a bread sandwich that develops. Look at Ellis Jr. having a bit of a send to the inside of turn number 3. Ultimately, though, a nice and tidy start.
Yeah, absolutely. This was the view from Marcel Cinčić, who immediately wanted to fend off Jeffrey Rietveld, and only just about did on the way towards turn 3. He used a bit of space that was opened up by Josh Rogers, who dived to the outside looking for a move on Max Beneke, who himself went in a little bit deep. Cinčić was briefly alongside, but could never really get through.
You can see that was maybe a bit of contact as well as they funneled off through the off-camber turn number 2. On board with Dane Warren as well, as we'll ride with the Porsche Coanda Esports driver further back in the field. You'll see Ellis Jr. Really commit under the brakes. Cold tires, cold brakes as well. You do have to be a little bit careful, and the drivers that are able to make the most of the equipment very much always able to take advantage. You can just see how close they were running, almost bumper cars in through that turn number 3. But as we take a look at these highlights, let's go to the stage and talk with Max Beneke, our race winner.
Some say that Nürburgring is a true test of bravery, Max, but also it comes to show that it was also a great test of your skill, because not only did you manage to hold the lead, but you managed to pull away as well. So I just want to get your thoughts on how you felt throughout that race. Did you feel Rogers kind of breathing down your neck a little bit as well?
Yeah, sure, at the beginning, of course, but I try to manage my tires because I know that when you do that, you have an advantage at the end, right? So just try to do my best, and in the end, I saw that I could push a bit more. And then when I saw that the gap was at around like 1 second, I just, you know, made it easy, and then it worked. Yeah.
بالضبط. بعد ما سألنا عن المتسابق اللي قبل شوي شفنا فعلا منه أداء جدا مثالي، فسألنا أوكي في فعلا في المضمار اللي تسابق فيه في كيف كانت سهولة الفوز بالنسبة له. قال إنه بشكل عام إنه حاول إنه يصنع المسافات بشكل مرة ممتاز عشان إنه يقدر يتفوق على خصومه، وفعلا قدر يسيطر على المسافة بشكل جدا ممتاز، ويسيطر حتى برضو على حرارة الكفرات وقدر يحقق النصر.
Well, Max, we're going to keep this brief because we want to get you back in that rig, back into race number 3, but Hockenheim's up next. Very split track, you know, we've got a lot of pace, but also a lot of technicality going into that. So how do you feel on that track?
Yeah, Hockenheim is always like, it's either there or it's not, you know, because for turn 1 with the curb, it's just very tricky in the Audi. So I will try to do my best and hopefully can move on with a good result there. Let's see. I will try my best.
بالضبط. سألنا المتسابق خصوصا انه مختلف شوي عن المضمار اللي فاز فيه، قال انه بسوي اللي علي الامانه. هو صحيح انه في اختلافات، صحيح انه في تنوعات واستراتيجيات حتى برضه مختلفه في القياده، فذكر انه راح يسوي اللي عليه وباذن الله يحقق النصر في السباق القادم.
Max, really appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining me in your post-race interview. Best of luck for the rest of the day. And for now, we're going to throw it back over to the desk to continue our Drivers' Championship finals for race number 3.
بالضبط. الحين أعزائنا المشاهدين خلونا ننتقل مرة ثانية على الاستوديو عشان نستعد للسباق القادم اللي راح يكون فيه اللي راح نحدد برضو من يكمل ويجمع نقاط أكثر.
Thank you very much for that, gents. I don't know about you, Jardier, but from my perspective, boy oh boy, was I expecting a little bit more excitement coming out from our Nürburgring race, but unfortunately that wasn't exactly what we got. Our starting grid really didn't shift around too much at all.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Max, who won the race, he got pole position, won the race, he did exactly what he needed to do. And I think the emotion why we are not seeing too much about it right now is because there's still a long way to go. You know, Max just won only one race. He needs to get so much more points. He's on, I think, second place right now in the standings with like 41 points, which is really, really good. But he needs to get to the 80 points first, and then he has to win a race to be crowned champion.
I'm pretty sure our top 6 starting grid compared to the race results themselves did not move at all, which I don't know about you, to me it was a little bit underwhelming to see, but let's go ahead and check in with our conclusive results, our overall results for our driver championship standings so far as well, just to see where everybody has landed in our driver championship. Joshua Rogers in at first place with his 45 points. Max Beneke though, not too far behind either. What do you make of the red line boys? Reckon they could play some catch up? Kevin Siggy was definitely one of the ones we had our eyes on.
I think Riyadh is doing a really good job today. He's outperforming Siggy a little bit. He's also staying a bit out of the trouble and big fights. On the other hand, Kevin is under a lot of pressure since the first race at Spa and now as well at the Nürburgring. So I think he's having it really, really difficult. So I'm curious how he will look in the next races, because currently right now he's P8 and needs to really go forward if he wants to win.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like Kevin Siggy being our driver to watch at the very start of the day, I was expecting a little bit more. Obviously, frustration is most definitely going to creep in for him. Do you think our next track of Hockenheim could be the one in which he does it? Because there's not a whole lot of time left now until finalist mode is reached.
Yeah, in groups, I think Siggy did a really nice move on Marco Page on Hockenheim especially, so I would say it's his strong track. If I remember, he actually said it's his strong track as well. So hopefully he will turn it around, and at the same time I really hope James Baldwin will turn this around, because so far today is not going his way.
Well, you know what, we can theorize about Team Redline as much as we want to, but what better way than to get the insight, than to hear from Mr. Luke Bennett himself. I'd like to welcome him up onto the desk. Come on over, Luke. Come on over. What do you make of your hero shots there? Looking at him pretty suave. Looking good, man. How are you feeling? Because obviously Driver Championship didn't necessarily go in your way. Talk to me, what do you think went wrong on that front?
Yeah, well, starting on Monza, not too bad of a result. I was fairly happy with it. I didn't think it would go much better than it did. And I was coming into Nürburgring and I felt really confident. I was almost certain I was going to do well enough to get into today, but I didn't in the end. I made quite a big mistake in qualifying and it got me quite upset, but it's racing. I'm young, I've got plenty of years to come of racing, and plenty of time to do more things like this, so I just have to pick it up, move on, and look forward to tomorrow.
I love that spirit.
Yeah,
love that spirit. I'm young and I have so much to go, so many years to race. That's exactly what we want to see. Look, how does it? How do you deal with the pressure from race to race? When you have one race not going your way, how do you deal with the pressure?
It's difficult. I'm known as a bit of the Iceman in the team. I'm quite good at keeping my heart rate low, and it is difficult to keep your heart rate low during these really intense qualifying sessions. With it being one shot, you know, you cannot mess up at all. That one lap, you have to get it perfect. Throughout the spring season, I managed to do that quite well, and it is really difficult from race to race to keep it going. It's highly unlikely that you're going to do it many, many times in a row. Unfortunately, I didn't do it yesterday, but we move on.
How about your teammates now, heading into the Drivers' Championship today? How have they been feeling behind the scenes heading into today?
So yeah, Jeff Jeff seems very good. He's very confident. He's happy. He's in the best spirits I've seen him in the past few months. Really, he was a bit down after the first season, but he's really fast now. He's really confident. Kevin was really happy after yesterday. You know, he got the double win. He was super happy. The most happy I've ever seen an Eastern European. And so yeah, today he's not had the best start, but I'm sure he's going to pick it up. I will keep motivating him.
So off the back of that, I need you to tell me, why on earth am I not getting much reaction and emotion from you drivers on the cameras and on the screens? You said he was really happy, but why do I not actually see that on camera?
You got to keep it chill on the cameras. You have
to play it cool.
Keep the heart rate down for the next few races. Once the racing stopped, you can start chilling again and have a bit of fun, but keep it calm.
Because today you are not driving and you can chill a little bit, watch your teammates and so on. How are you looking forward for tomorrow when it's starting over in a team championship? How are you guys? Do you think you are strong to win again?
I feel like there isn't another team out there with 4 drivers as strong as we have. Me and Enzo did very well in the spring season, and I believe we got quite unlucky yesterday. So I think with all 4 of us working together, I think tomorrow we should get through to the top 6 fairly easily. We hope so anyway. And we won the team championship in the spring season. We've won a lot in the past as a team. So I see no reason in why not to believe that we can win again.
Could you give us a bit of a background for people watching and for us as well? What is the biggest strength and weakness of your car?
Strengths of our car, it is quite a nice soft car. It's good over the curbs. We like a Hockenheim turn 1, but weaknesses is struggles a little bit in the race. The tire wear is not so good, but this is just something you have to deal with. Maybe we have a slight advantage in quali, and then we're slightly slower in the race. But this is racing. You're never going to get it exactly the way you want it. But we're still doing well with what we've been given. We're happy with it. We're still winning, so we're happy.
So after winning the team championship over in Munich, you fellas pulled out all of the stops. I need to know, what is your secret? Talk to me about what the team Redline schedule looks like on a day-to-day basis. Go on, reveal, spill the beans.
Spill the beans. Well, it's not the same every day. We all have that very generic sim racers kind of sleep schedule. We'll wake up and we do a lot of practice together. We're really close as a team. I think that's the main thing compared to any other team. There's not another team that's so close. It's like we're all best friends, if anything. And that helps us so much more than I think any of the practice does. Just getting along as teammates, it's really helpful.
I mean, I saw that firsthand over in Munich, especially with the media day we had together. You guys are a lovely bunch of drivers and always a fun time. So now I want your technical knowledge. We're going to be heading into Hockenheim. Talk to me about your favorite things about this track.
Well, Hockenheim, it's all about quali. It's a bit more difficult to overtake than most of the other tracks. All about turn 1. Your lap is almost completely decided by that turn 1. It's very easy to get track limits, get yourself a slowdown. It is one of the more technical tracks. If you get sector 1 right, you see a 0.0 in sector 1, you're thinking, this is going to be good. This could be pole. I was lucky enough to get a few poles here in the spring season. Kevin and Jeff, both of them, very good here at this track in practice. The last sector, also slightly a bit difficult with track limits in the arena corner. So a lot of it is going to come down to track limits, but I think we're confident we look good.
Would you say that Kevin is really going to thrive over on Hockenheim now, heading into this?
I hope so. I hope he can bring something more than he has the past couple of races. He struggled a bit, but I see no reason in why he couldn't go to this race, get pole, win the race. It's what I hope to see. It
would be amazing to see double, for example, for a team.
Yes.
We haven't seen that so far, and I think it will be very interesting because obviously we have drivers with their teammates in these races. So do you think you guys can do it? Get a double at Hockenheim?
It's not easy. I hope so. I really hope so. It would be so good for team morale throughout the day. But in a grid like this, it's almost impossible to get a double. But
Could you tell us, if you watch your teammates now driving and you're just, you know them very well. You said you are friends, daily hanging out, racing and so on. Can you tell when they are nervous and when they are in the zone?
it's difficult. I would say I couldn't really tell if they were nervous or not. We can see, you know, if they're drying their hands on their trousers, if they're getting a bit sweaty. But we can never see from facial expressions. You know, Kevin especially, he's got one facial expression and he'll keep it throughout the day. So yeah, hopefully they come into quali really cool, calm, and hopefully walk away with a nice result.
Yeah, we were thinking about it, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on here. I hope it wasn't too scary. We were nice, right? Yeah? You come here more often?
Yeah, maybe I'll take up this as a new career.
There we go. I'm going to hold you to that. You're going to be joining me up here a lot more often. Well, we checked in with Team Heroic, so let's go ahead and find out how they're feeling ahead of this next race.
I'm here with team manager of Heroic, Nikolai Hansen. Nikolai, how's it going so far? Obviously, we've got Tommy just over there. How have things gone for him so far?
Oh, he didn't have a good start, so he finished 11 in his first race. So we need to make a comeback.
That wasn't a loaded question, by the way. But the good thing is, this is leading on. So the good thing is, with this format, you just got to go, right? So we can just absolutely just draw the line in the sand and go again. What have you told him to kind of lift up his spirits, or how are his spirits? Did they even needed lifting?
No, he's actually really confident. He knows that, it's the multiple races. It's not just one. He's feeling good, so we are pretty optimistic, I would say.
I was going to say, and to get to day 2 with this field and these groups, he's got to have something about him, right? So there's got to be some self-confidence there.
I think there is some self-confidence, and I think he really believes in himself, and I think he has something to believe in. So he's ready.
So what's success for you? So in the next race, we're about to go to the Nürburgring for round number 2. What would be a good result here? What would be the minimum that you think you need?
Like what I think we need, maybe a top 3, but in the end of the day, I would be happy with a top 6. Yeah, we don't want to settle for like the last placements, but top 6 would be great. But we're going for the win.
Perfect. Thank you, Nikolai. I appreciate your time as always. You better get back because it looks like he's about to start. Thank you for your time. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, it's been a special one, folks, and I'm glad to be part of it too. Welcome back to the desk. My name is, of course, George Morgan, joining Lewis McGlade, who you would have met earlier on, pulling off your analyst's role.
I know, I'm not made for it.
I was impressed.
Oh, I wasn't. It's not for me. But I will say, commentary-wise, big step up now. I heard Arjuna and Ewan talking absolute rubbish about me earlier, so let's change that.
It's all right, got your back, pal. It's
Yeah,
fine.
exactly.
Got your back.
Exactly. No, they were saying that I got beat by Jakub Brzezinski, which was correct. I mean, everything they said was factual, but it's just not for the broadcast.
No.
That's fine. But what we've seen so far, of course, has been 2 drivers looking really, really strong right now. Joshua Rogers, Maximilian Benneker. They seem like the drivers to beat right now.
Look, hey, we talk heritage in racing, certainly in sim racing as well nowadays, and I think we can definitely put this under that category. These two have been in squabbles throughout the entirety of their sim racing career. We have seen many a great, grandiose fight between that of Joshua Rogers and that of Max Benneker. But now this time around, here at the grandest stage of them all here at ESL R1, brought to you by Aramco at the Gamers8, it certainly will be a special one. And our next trip is to Germany. We're off to Hockenheimring here, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly so. They're getting ready for qualifying. Hockenheimring, interesting tracks, great for racing. To be fair, all of the 4 tracks that we've had so far, don't get me wrong, I know we had some great racing at Spa a little bit earlier on in the day in the very first race. The racing throughout the day, yesterday, it kind of leaned towards Hockenheim actually had the best racing of all 4 of the tracks, which is not something I would have called because I'm not really a massive fan of it. But either way, qualifying is underway. I still think you need to qualify on those front 2 rows.
Yep, qualifying, and we've seen how imperative it is. We look back at the previous 2 runs for Joshua Rogers, qualified 3rd at Spa-Francorchamps in our first event. Then, of course, hopping over to the Nürburgring where he would finish 2nd after starting 2nd. First and second row for Joshua Rogers. That gave him those results. Max Benneker converting a pole into a race win at Nürburgring as well, but also his trajectory is only upwards. Remember, he qualified 4th at Spa himself as well, eventually finishing 3rd, so he is definitely a man on the rise. Keep your eyes peeled for Max Benneker. He's on his hot lap now, making his way out to the Parabolica, down towards the hairpin now as well at turn 6, and then it'll send it through towards turn 7. And the Mouse driver, who is looking to certainly launch this team into the stratosphere, certainly Mouse apparent now in sim racing, and they look devastating with this man behind the wheel.
Yeah, certainly. So, of course, the winner back in Katowice in the very first race, which is at Spa, will be at that first day of racing. First sector for Maximilian Benneker is okay, not amazing, but a 20.2 for the Audi R8 is actually pretty decent. It tends to be the Merc, and the BMW actually goes quite well in that first sector. Second sector, losing a small margin. This is actually tracking to be a decent time, a low 36, maybe a 0.1, maybe even a 0.0. I think that might be a little bit too much of a stretch, but a decent lap time for Benneker. We saw in the previous race back in the Nürburgring, the qualifying times were incredible.
They were absolutely sensational. Max Benneker looking to add his to the list. Of course, we have alluded to the fact that the front row is certainly necessary. Benneker chasing that accolade, runs a little wide heading out of the final corner, but I think he's okay. A 30.3 grants him a 1:36.099, and that will surely be a tough time to beat.
Yeah, if you're getting into the 0.0s, you're looking for a decent time right now. Again, BMW going faster in the first sector, losing a little bit of time in the second. So actually, the plus-minus will actually be very similar to Maximilian Benneker. At the moment, he would be tracking towards a 0.0. Let's see what Jeffrey Rietveld can do. Team Redline out through the final corner, just catching up with his teammate Luke Bennett as well when we were watching that qualifying session back in the Nürburgring. It's very impressive. Rietveld comes across the line, and it is faster. That is amazing. A 35.995 on land. That is a very impressive lap time from the Dutchman.
Yeah, a corker indeed. A whole 10th faster at the very least, plus a little bit as well. 4 thousandths more ahead of Max Benneker as Tommy Usgaard, the man who's looking to try and pull up some trees here himself. Remember, finishing 11th at Spa, finishing 10th at Nürburgring, qualified brilliantly in his previous group, however, so we'll have to wait and see whether that will carry over this time. Also in the Porsche, as he now makes his way across the line, and that's a 1:36.310. Not enough to usurp that of Benneker or Rietveld, third fastest outside of 3/10.
Kevin Ellis Jr. losing time in the first sector, about a 10.5 more than Benneker, and obviously way off of where Rietveld is at the moment. Second sector, he managed to pull some back, but nothing too major. Could well get himself ahead of Tommy Usgaard, maybe even Maximilian Benneker as well. He'll come through the final corner, shaking the head. I don't think he's particularly impressed with that. He had a great lap yesterday to get himself into this event in that 1v1 duel with Marco Pajic, but it's not enough here, and he will cross the line and go to third.
He certainly will. Kevin Siggy, a man who's also going to look to try and launch himself higher and higher, coming off the back of a stellar run yesterday. 2 race wins to his name. He hasn't quite captured that same form this time around, but a 20.1 in the first sector looks very strong. 45.5 in the middle sector isn't too bad, but dips outside of where he might need to be. Again, running wide on the escape, heading through the final corner. He lurches forward, and certainly a little issue. 4th fastest. The last sector certainly undesirable.
Yeah, he lost a 10th of a second. You can see he's fuming in that car. That first sector was absolutely on it, getting a 20.120. That's the fastest first sector we've seen thus far in this competition today. 20.347 for Yuri Kasdorp in the first sector is not great. Again, that would be a couple of tenths off of that time that Kevin Siggy did, but the second sector he's pulled some back. The final sector, if he nails it, he might pull some more back and maybe get himself ahead of Kevin Siggy, maybe ahead of Usgaard, and into 5th place. He will cross the line, and it's not even that, just 6th for Yuri Kasdorp, who was so impressive yesterday.
Yeah, quite a ways out. He is struggling at this point in time. Yuri Toman, one of the most consistent figures in the ESL R1 series, was very strong in the spring season, very much responsible as well for RHG's form. A 20.3 in the first sector, though, isn't ideal. 45.4, however, in the middle sector isn't too bad. Sector 3 coming up towards the line for the Czech here, as he now makes his way across the line. What's it going to be? A 30.4 in the final sector. That puts him right in the frame. 36.164, third fastest.
Yeah, that's a decent lap time there from Yuri Toman. The Audi R8 we've seen RHG be faster in the Audi R8, but now it seems like Mouse are finding their form once again. Jakub Brzezinski, who was able to move himself through with a couple of decent results yesterday, was involved in that finish with Thibaut Casamon, where he came across the line 0.000 ahead of the Frenchman. Brzezinski on this occasion will cross the line, looking like a midfield time might well be up there, but it is certainly 6th position, 3/10 off of the pole, but obviously a little bit ahead of Usgaard and Kasdorp. Marcel Chinchik, the champ, is next.
Yeah, the current champion of the Spring Series back again, finished 3rd in our last race, qualified 3rd as well, bouncing back after the tricky time at Spa in our first race of the day. A 20.2 in the first sector is competitive, 45.5 in the middle sector, just a little outside of where he might want to be as well. The Hungarian hungry for more here at certainly here at the Hockenheim Ring, comes up towards the line, and certainly in the final sector registers a 30.3, so 136.134, 3rd fastest again for Chinchik. Can he hold on to it?
Yeah, he's got a bit of assistance there as well, because of course Yuri Toman directly behind, but here's a driver that needs to put in a good lap time. Joshua Rogers, 1st sector is okay, 2nd sector is okay. He could well be tracking to put himself maybe even onto the front row, just ahead of Maximilian Benneker. Through the final corner, the points leader is going to go as he's trying to get yet another solid result onto the books. He'll cross the line and move himself into 3rd, just ahead of Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Toman. The RHG duo moved down to 4th and 5th.
This is looking even better for Rietveld right now. Dane Warren, who is also known to be such a sharp qualifier. The first sector looks tasty. 45.5 though in that middle sector. A consistent theme we've seen from some drivers, showing the pace in the first sector. Second sector just drops a little bit, but nothing too concerning. Sector 3 is going to be oh so key here for Dane Warren as the wonder from down under comes up towards the line now. Sector 3, is it big? It certainly is. Second fastest, 47 thousandths outside of Riedveld's time, and faster than Benneker and Rogers.
Yeah, so that makes Dane Warren the oddity inside the top 5 at the moment, because the other 4 drivers in there are the top 4 in our points standings. James Baldwin, the next one to come through, and that first sector is the fastest we've seen of the session, a 20.105, but he's lost out a lot of time in that middle sector. He comes through the final corner. The Mercedes AMG Team Petronas Esports driver will come through that final corner, up towards the line, and he'll move himself to 6th position. So between the 2 RHG drivers, just a 10.5 off of pole position. That will go the way of Jeffrey Rietveld. Absolutely stunning performance.
That'll make the opening lap oh so key for James Baldwin, but how about that for Jeffrey Rietveld? Absolutely stellar showing for that man. Managing to stick himself right at the sharp end. He's been fast right through the practice sessions we have had as well. And we're also going to take you through the starting grid for the race that we're going to be bringing you right up next. And of course, we have Yuri Kasdorp at the back, unable to change his form in the last 2 races. Tommy Oostgaard in 11th place as well, joins him on the back row. Jakub Brzezinski in 10th, Kevin Siggy in 9th. P8 goes to Kevin Ellis Jr. Yuri Toman in 7th as well. James Baldwin 6th. P5 goes to Marcel Chinchik. 4th going to Joshua Rogers, chasing for yet another win. Max Benneker is going to join him on the 2nd row as well, also looking for yet another victory. Dane Warren, a stellar showing in 2nd, but your man, certainly the ALJ fastest lap, going to that of Jeffrey Rietveld. He's your fastest man as we hurtle around Hockenheim Ring.
Yeah, I mean, again, absolutely incredible for him to have done so. He just kept cool, kept collected, and just pieced it together. And when you're 3rd in the championship like he is right now, when you've scored decent points, but not mega points, he's 33, he's a little bit behind the top 2. He needs to just make the most of this round. Otherwise, those 2 could enter finalist mode and win the competition before he's even gotten close.
Yeah, and as you can see from the graphics right in front of you folks, stunning as they are, Jeffrey Rietveld makes it that much smarter with a stellar lap that I'm sure he will remember, and brings his form back into the sharp end as well. Has certainly been a stellar performer in the group stages, has converted now, gone 2nd to 2nd. He's one of the drivers who's maintained his place, so he'll look to do the same again this time at Hockenheim Ring. He converted 2nd on the grid to 2nd on track at Spa, 4th to 4th here at the Nürburgring. Can he go from pole to victory here at Hockenheim Ring?
Potentially. I mean, he's got the record for it at the moment. That's the big thing. It is a track that you can overtake at, though, particularly coming round the Parabolica into that hairpin. The standings at the moment show him in 3rd position. Of course, that puts him a fair way behind Rogers and Benneker. Those 2 are running away with it at the moment at the top of the standings.
Yeah, a win has never been more imperative here for Jeffrey Rietveld to bring himself into the fight, but you can't count out Joshua Rogers or Max Benneker. They're on the same row of the grid, and here, as you can see, the Driver Championship for your finalist. It's Joshua Rogers on 45 points. 4 points is all that separates Beneke and Rogers up at the sharp end. The old rivalry reignited here at ESL R1. Jeffrey Riyadh in behind on 33. He's only steps away. It could be a win that changes everything. 25 points, remember, folks, going to the winner. Marcel Chinchik in 4th as well. Pretty steady performer right now, Chinchik.
Yeah, certainly so. But that's what we expect from him. He needs to step up, though, because at the moment, again, the points they're trying to aim to get to, they're trying to get to 80. Once they get to 80, they enter finalist mode, and from that point on, the next race they win the competition. Now, between Joshua Rogers and, of course, Maximilian Beneke, the pair of those can enter finalist mode in just 2 races' time. If they do well in this race, 1st and 2nd for those two, and then 1st and 2nd in the next race. Doesn't matter which way round they are, if they're 1st and 2nd, they both go into finalist mode after just 4 races.
Yeah,
I'm tense.
As you can see as well, the lights are about to go red. We've got the on-camera footage on the right as the lights now light up. 3 lights, 4 lights, and the 5th light. And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 and certainly now making their way down towards turn 1. Nord curve up first as well. A mammoth of a start there from Kevin Ellis Jr., who sends it up the inside almost instantly, but leading the way, it is Jeffrey Riyadh holding on to pole, converts it to the race lead as well. In behind, you've got the Porsche Commanders also mixing things up with James Baldwin, who got a rocket of a start as they all club together through turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, Brzezinski sending it around the outside as well. He's gone out wide. That will be the heroic Yusgard trying to make it stick around the outside. I think there might even be 4 wide behind this great start from Kevin Ellis Jr., who heads around the parabolic. But at the actions all behind him. Look at that. Look at that from Brzezinski, who's gone to the left-hand side. The defensive line being taken from Kevin Siggy. It is all happening behind Kevin Ellis Jr. that we're looking at here through the hairpin.
Yeah, quiet as a mouse. The mouse cars are trying to fight back, but certainly if you're Max Beneke right now, you've lost out. You're down to P8. Goodness me, what happened to Max Beneke? But as you can see as well, further up, the RAG cars now looking to scrap. That, of course, being Yuri Toman as well. But we're now seeing on our screen Marcel Chinchik, who also had a little fall from grace as well and being peppered by Jakub Brzezinski. Yuri Kazdorp and Tommy Usgaard going side by side. A little bit of contact as they make their way out of turn 11 very shortly, heading through the final sector, leading up towards turn 12 at Sachs Curve as well. Brzezinski, the pole, currently sat in that 10th place as we ride on board with him, hurtling through the stadium section. You can just see further up Beneke as well, chasing after Kevin Siggy. This is totally what Beneke doesn't need right now here, Lewis. He needs to get himself back to the front end, because look at the top end. You've got Joshua here against that of Max Beneke.
Yeah, which again would put him. The thing is with Rogers, if you're Dane Warren in the Porsche Commander Esports team, I'm sure they'll be having conversations about this. Not now, because we're too early in the race. Depending on what Dane Warren could do, if he can't go out and attack Rietveld, if Rietveld starts to pull away, I am absolutely sure they'll try and switch the 2 drivers, because as much as it's a drivers' championship, Joshua Rogers, if he finishes in 2nd place, he will be comfortably within 1 race of going into finalist mode. He could do it after 4. He could do it at the fastest possible speed, and that might come in assistance of his teammate Dane Warren, who's had a couple of struggles this season, over the spring season rather. But he's finding his form here in Riyadh at Gamers8. He's finding this footing, this pace that we know that he's had. He's come into Wrenchport and ESL R1 as the fastest Porsche Commander driver. He's just not around where he's been able to prove it.
No, not at all. I'm also intrigued to see what the Porsche Commander team decide to do here. Of course, they've got cars currently sat in 2nd and 3rd. The form of Dane Warren currently coming into this, despite being on pole in race 1, only managing to convert it to 4th place, finishing 8th in his last race after starting 8th as well. Now, is this where Kawanda perhaps intervene and suggest to Rogers and Warren, right guys, swap places. It's time for Rogers to go for the championship. Of course, we're only 3 races in. We've got plenty more to come. But if you're Joshua Rogers right now, you want to get it home and dry early.
Yeah, you want to get it done as quick as possible, and that's the thing, is that your teammate can help you with that. And to be fair, if I was my teammate, look, it's like, it's 100 grand. I'll give you 10. Yeah. Let me through. Off we go.
A kind gesture, if you will, Lewis McLeod.
Yeah, but obviously that's not what's going to happen within a team. These drivers do get along. Dane will understand the scenario as well as Josh. The pair of them are Australians. They've raced with each other an awful lot over the last few years, and Dane Warren is starting to really fit into the squad. But Joshua Rogers is still the big man. He's still the one that's scoring the points. I mean, he's finished 1st and 2nd today. He's looking for a 3rd podium, but he wants more than that. Again, as much as the 3rd place finish, I think, would still put him in position to do it in 1 race. you still want that extra comfort blanket. You still want that extra few points. The 4 points that it separates from second to third could be crucial to get it done next race.
Yeah, Joshua Rogers, the face that runs the place at Porsche Coanda, makes his way down towards the hairpin at turn 6. And now makes his way out towards turn 7. Still leading the way though, Jeffrey Riyadh, who's consolidated that. But have a look at this as well. We've got a little bit of action further down. Of course, it's not Yuri Toman this time, it's Marcel Cinchik, who's trying to grasp on anything he can to try and fight off Maximilian Benneker. Looks to the inside, now switches to the out, tries to challenge him late on, throw in some sort of an offence, heading through the Mercedes section. Now powering out now towards turn 9 and 10. Benneker shutting the door instantly, saying, no chance, mate. This is my place. He knows that every point counts. Benneker does not want to forfeit any more places. He's already had a rough start. He cannot afford to lose any more.
Absolutely not. I mean, this is two of our strongest drivers on the grid. I know it's only a 12-car grid, and they're all better than me and you, George, that's fine. But these two, I mean, you've got the driver that's second in the points today, Maximilian Benneker. You've got the ESL R1 Spring Season champion in Marcel Cinchik in 8th and 9th position on the grid, in the second half of the grid, and not looking as though they've got the speed to attack towards the front. They'll cross the line, 3 laps complete, still 7 laps to go, so still plenty of time for them to work their way forward, but some of those gaps are looking like they might be growing a little bit too big, especially that one ahead of Maximilian Benneker. He doesn't seem to have the speed right now. I wonder if it was contact and he's overheated the tyres.
It could well be the case, because obviously you've got to understand that Nord curve at turn 1 is an extremely sharp curve. We see cars time and time again go 2, sometimes 3 wide as they look to, you know, benefit off the back of a decent start, but sometimes that does come at the cost of a few drivers. We'll have to wait and see. Once again, the 2 Coanda cars coming together. James Baldwin having a very good race so far. Of course, remember where he started. He's now up to 4th as well. Joshua Rogers and Dane Warren getting right in between each other. The gap thinner than a fly's eyelash between the pair of them. But Joshua Rogers, as we said before, chasing this championship. Of course, a winner back in Katowice when we had our opening LAN event of this stunning championship. Of course, ESL R1 never fails to impress. We're seeing it time and time again. Rietveld now sending them down in towards Sector 3, soon to be the stadium section. But take a look at the gaps of the top 3, equilateral between all 3 of them.
Yeah, there was a bit of a slide there as well coming into the Mercedes Arena section from Dane Warren, just pushing the rear end in, maybe driving it in a little bit too hard. Rietveld's now out wide as they head through the Sachs curve. Manages to be fair, the Sachs curve, you can kind of take a slightly higher line now. You can take the banking a little bit more, and that seems to be what Rietveld's doing. He's taking more speed into the corner so he can almost drive off a little faster, trying to keep those at bay. It's not conducive to good lap times, but it is to good defence. This is great stuff from Rietveld.
It is, and this is imperative in terms of his form. He knows what he's capable of. Of course, it has been the case that the Porsches can come into the fight later on, and I think this is what Dane Warren's doing. And look at Rogers as well. He's getting well within 0.2 of a second, and he's going to dip into the 1.5s. You're going to wonder now where the Porsche Coanda start to wonder about making a switch. They're so close together as they now exit, heading out of turn 3 and 4, and now down through towards the Parabolica yet again. The in-swinger out of turn 5. Rietveld, who's trying to check out Joshua Rogers, is going to have to ask the big questions eventually. 3rd place certainly won't be enough to clinch the championship right now, but yeah, 2nd place would go a long way. Dane Warren alongside him. Are they going to swap? They certainly will do. That is the move we've been expecting. We've seen it coming. It has been coming. Dane Warren and Josh Rogers swapping places, but not giving up at all here, Lewis.
Yeah, it's certainly not done there, because Dane Warren's got back to the inside, so he's not handing it over. There we go, he lifts out going into the kink, but that's more so because to the inside line there, you're putting a lot of risk there. So Dane Warren did fight that one back. It was deep onto the brakes from Joshua Rogers. I thought that Warren was on the brakes pretty early in a sense of trying to let his teammate go. That was not the case. They were definitely fighting there, but this has put Rogers into a great position to race. He'll be scoring 20 points, would end up on 65, meaning he needs a podium in the next race, and he would enter finalist mode. One more position better, and it becomes even easier for Joshua Rogers. He is in fantastic form right now, and knowing what we know about the BMW, we know the BMW kind of struggles on its tyres a little bit later in the race. We saw it from Kevin Siggy a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
And I get the feeling that Rogers is going to be on attack here.
70 points would be better as well, wouldn't it, Lewis?
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
Another 5 points to boot should he get P1, and naturally Rietveld is the only step away from achieving that. Yuri Toman, who we currently ride on board with now, makes his way around turn 1 as well. P5 currently for him, as he now makes his way down towards turn 2 as well. James Baldwin dead ahead, as you can see, now on the brakes. Toman now getting well up close and personal with the world's fastest gamer, a man who's competed in the real world of motorsport as well as the higher end, the high echelons of sim racing too. Toma not fazed by such occasions, or certainly such figments, makes his way down through towards the hairpin as well. You can see it's just see Baldwin there going defensive, and now Toman for the outside line in the Audi LMS R8. Oh, dearie me! And Baldwin very late on the brakes. I think he was more concerned about defending against Yuri Toman at the cost of them colliding with Dane Warren, and Toman toes his way into P4 as a result as well. But don't count out Baldwin. He's going to be tenacious, he's going to be furious, but look at Rogers right on the tail, hot on the heels of Jeffrey Rietveld.
Yeah, costly mistake from Baldwin, but thankfully it's only really cost himself. It's dropped Warren back off the back end of Rogers, which means Rogers has all his eyes forward, both of them on the rear end of Rietveld. He is focused on trying to pass that red line driver, and he's been getting closer and closer and closer. He's got some incredible speed, who's the Australian, and look at this. Whoa, that's a big slide going there into the Sachs curve. The problem with that is you start overheating the tyres. It can become a negative feedback loop, and then you overheat it, you slide more, you overheat it more, makes you slide more, etc., and it gets worse and worse and worse, and Rogers will need to nip that one in the bud straight away. But we're just over halfway through the race, 4 laps left to go, and Rogers is looking like he is right on it for this battle.
Yeah, I had the great fortune of testing Tommy Usgaard's Porsche as well prior to us coming into the event this week, and naturally I was also experiencing some heated tyres as well here at Hockenheim Ring as well. Thank you, Lewis McLean. As though we see the cars make their way out of turn 2 and 3 and soon to be turn 4 as well. Heading through towards turn 5, Rogers now obviously off the back of that little slide heading through Sachs curve. It's cost him a little bit of time, but he's still right in the delta and has got 3 laps. He can manage this race, get those tyres cool, maybe even attack on the final lap.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's be honest, 20 points is pretty decent, and Joshua Rogers will know that. He knows how to win events like this. You know, when it comes to some of his events, when he's won in PES, when he's won in BMW Sim Live, when he's won various other races like Le Mans Virtual, he knows how to play the long game, he knows how to play his cards right, and that is exactly what he'll try and do on this occasion. If he doesn't get past Rietveld, hey, 20 points is more than enough, but 25 could just make the difference. Again, if he doesn't get that 25 points and then he misses out by a single point on moving through into finalist mode, and then you win the next race, you're sat there thinking, I would have won had I scored 1 more point. That's what you don't want in the back of your head.
No, not at all. You don't want to leave anything to chance. And if you're someone like Josh Rogers, who has come up against the likes of Max Benneker, come up against Jeffrey Rietveld as well many a time in the past as well, you want to try and get these matters consolidated, over and done with as well. As we take a look at Max Benneker, and he'll make his way, still chasing after Kevin Siggy. Another man who's also trying to upturn his fortunes. A real contrast to yesterday's racing from Kevin Siggy, but this is a very high-tension situation, of course. This is where the big prize money is up for grabs. The drivers all fighting for it for themselves here. And Benneker, who is a multiple-time champion, but look at this further up. Kevin Siggy now starting to unleash against Kevin Ellis Jr. in towards turn 2. Had a little look around the outside. Siggy certainly attempting to try and make the move on Ellis Jr., who went ultra-defensive heading through the first sector, but a switchback all over the rear of the Audi as they power their way through the parabolic. And now Siggy switches to the outside. Kevin Ellis Jr. forcing the issue further out wide as they head through turn 5. Turn 6 coming up next to the hairpin. This is where Siggy can gamble. Can he leave it late? As they now nestle their way in towards this very, very tight section. Heading through now, Kevin Ellis Jr. doesn't have enough, I don't think, to stop him, but certainly Kevin Siggy has a lot in the tank as we rejoin Max Benneker, who sees this fight ensuing right in front of him. But Siggy superlatives here at Hockenheim Ring grant him that P6.
Yeah, but Kevin Ellis Jr. is coming back. It's Go Kev versus Kev himself. Maximilian Benneker, like you say, involved in the fight. They head through the Mercedes arena section, and it is Kevin Ellis Jr. dropping back that position to 7th. He'll now have to defend from Benneker. 2 Audi R8s on the rear end of the BMW M4. We head into Mobile 1. The line being taken, using a lot of that curve over on the right-hand side. Kevin Ellis Jr., trust me, he'll get aggressive on this scenario if he has to. Big slide there from Kevin Siggy as they head through the Sachs curve, trying to finish what will be the 8th lap of this race, heading on to the penultimate one. There's a lot of close battles late on. Great move there from Kevin Siggy. Marcel Cicic also making it a 3rd Audi R8 in this train. They'll all be disappointed with themselves because Yuri Toman showing that the Audi R8 is not slow around here, because he's right on the rear end of Dane Warren, Joshua Rogers, and then this battle here, Jeffrey Rietveld at the front. You can see Yuri Toman at the back end in that R8G as he looks down the inside slightly on Warren.
Yeah, absolutely right indeed. Rogers has driven a patient race This is extremely patient. He could have plumped for the move perhaps earlier on Rietveld. This time he might think about it, because of course on lap 9 of 10, this is where Rietveld might start feeling the pinch on those tyres here at Hockenheim. And just look at the speed he gets heading through the famous Parabolica section at turn 5. Marches now to the outside as now defensive goes Rietveld. They run side by side now through turn 6 as they wheel through. Contact coming through, and Toman, who's also looking to challenge, enter Dane Warren now into this scrap as well as they now make their way down through towards turn 7. They go wheel to wheel now between the two Porsches. Dane Warren saying, no, I'm not going to disturb you. He's more concerned though about Toman in behind.
Yeah, this is it, because Toman's now seeing his team, the Porsche Commander, slowing up ahead. He wants to get through. It's the penultimate lap of the race, and Warren was not able to find his way past his team, I think because he lifted out, to be perfectly honest. But you can tell Rietveld is feeling the pressure. If Rogers had anyone else behind him, I think he wouldn't be attacking so hard. The fact that it's his teammate, it's giving him the confidence to actually go for something a bit risky. You can see in the top right, it's a 10-second time penalty for Kevin Ellis Jr. when it comes to his track limit excursions. So he'll drop back from 8th position to last, courtesy of that in a post-race penalty. One more lap to go here though, George, and Rietveld is leading. He's dealt with the pressure, but that speed from the Porsche Commander is terrifying.
It is frightening, and this time Rogers doesn't really have a lot to worry about in behind. The gap has been drawn out just a little bit, though I will say Dane Warren arguably not done yet either. Rietveld just skipping over the curbs as they exit out of turn 1. Of course, coming out now of Nord Curve down through towards turns 2 and 3, a chicane of sorts as they now wheel their way through. There you can see as they now charge through this initial section. It's then the in-swinger through the Parabolica for the final time here in this race. Lap 10 of 10. Toman also looking for a tow through this section 2. Wants to gift RHE with many more grandiose results as now the Czechia driver looks to the inside here. That will soon become the outside into the hairpin, but look at the front as well. Hovering all over the rear of Rietveld, who goes mega defensive. Joshua Rogers reading it like a book. Cuts to the inside out of turn 6. Toman being forced wide further back as well for 3rd place, but still remains 4th as they go wheel to wheel still now. Heading through towards turn 7. Down it towards Mercedes they go. Together, a switch back immediately there from Rogers. Can't quite pinpoint it. Rietveld with a mega defense.
Yeah, this is fantastic stuff. Rogers trying to get around the outside then. That one's not going to work. It's going to go up and under, coming down towards Mobile 1. Joshua Rogers might have the overlap here. It's going to be covered off potentially from Jeffrey Rietveld. He's got to be brave. He's got to be committed. And Joshua Rogers is going to send it. It's so close between the two. And somehow Jeffrey Rietveld is able to hang on. Also is Dane Warren on Yuri Toman. It's fantastic racing at the front.
It certainly is. They've come together. Jeffrey Rietveld pulling off one of the stellar defensive drives that we have certainly witnessed here. We witnessed a few, but Rietveld has really done a number this time on Rogers, who's chasing those extra 5 points. But here at Hockenheimring, it wasn't enough for Rogers because it's Jeffrey Rietveld. He wins here in Germany at the Hockenheimring, and Redline now taking an abundance of points at the expense of Joshua Rogers, who stays P2. It was still a stellar attempt, but there's your winner. It's Jeffrey Rietveld.
Yeah, he's delivering now. We called him the quarter-final man earlier on in the spring season when it came to the online stuff, when it came to Katowice. He was so good in the quarterfinals. He lost speed at the semis, but now he is showing that he is probably one of the drivers to beat. Rietveld's been fantastic. So's Team Redline this weekend, and that win says it all. Look at that Excel as he gets out of his rig. That was a tough race, an excellent defence to have dealt with that pressure.
Fireworks here at Gamers8 and here in the ESL R1 series here, brought to you by Aramco. What a race, what a battle, what a defensive effort, what a scrap. It is certainly one to treasure. You, the viewers at home, were certainly treated to that one. Joshua Rogers certainly did try and haunt the rear end of Jeffrey Riedveld's car. He gave it everything heading out of the hairpin. Had his chance here, Lewis. Had every chance. This arguably being the best chance of the race to make the move.
I've got to say, it's this bit here. So there was a good bit of defence there here. But watch this. So it's the defensive line being taken. Tried the up and under, but it was covered off by Rietveld. Brilliant racing between the two of them. I mean, just pushing each other to the very limit. Now to the outside as we head out of the Mercedes arena section, but it was still Rietveld on top.
It was. Rietveld gave a real purpose drive, a defensive drive. A great wall that certainly helped him to certainly cling on to that victory. Joshua Rogers gave it everything heading through the Mercedes arena sections as we now see them go wheel to wheel, nose to tail once again. Rietveld again hard on the brakes as they made their way through this next section, but then the squeeze heading through the final 2 bends on the circuit through turns 15 and 16 at Sud Curve gave him the overspeed heading through towards the start-finish line. Rogers just did not quite have enough in the locker, and that granted Rietveld his victory here in race 3 in this final section. And we're going to join him now for an interview.
Well, well, well. I mean, I'm not going to lie, Jeffrey. My heart was up here towards the end of that race. I'm sure it was for you as well. I want to just quickly kick things off by just asking about something to do with your mindset. Now, you know, as we got into lap 9, there was chaos behind you. In your rearview mirror, you could see it all happening. Does that affect your mental? Because then going into lap 10, that's when all the kind of chaos caught up to you.
Well, I wouldn't say it affects my mental, really. You just need to do your own laps. And I was only looking at Josh, really, who was directly behind me. And yeah, for what gap he would go or not go, it was extremely difficult because we lack top speed in the BMW. And you can clearly see that the Porsche is just gaining so much on me on the straight and also in the braking, even for the hairpin, that, well, it was maybe the toughest fight of my life, really, to pull this off.
فعلا اللي شفناه في السباق اللي قبل شوي خصوصا في الجولة الأخيرة كانت حوسة من جد. فسألنا المتسابق معنا فقلنا له أنه صحيح في الجولة التاسعة تحديدا إيش اللي صار كان صحيح أنه هو كان متقدم بس اللي وراه كانوا في حوسة كبيرة مرة. فهل كان مأثر على أداءه؟ ذكر قال أنه مو مرة كان مأثر، كان يحاول أنه يسيطر شوي على المسافة لكن في نفس الوقت كانت جدا صعبة عشان أنه ما يبغى يفقد تركيزه في السواقة ويبغى يحافظ على المسافة بشكل جدا ممتاز. وفعلا هذا اللي حققه وقدر انه يستمر ولو انه كان جاش برضه وراه كان جدا قريب على اخر جوله بس انه قدر يتقدم ويفوز في السباق.
Well, coming up next, we've got the Temple of Speed, a track that many of the drivers that we've spoken to, especially yesterday on the main stage, have said, you know, it's a bit of a tough one, maybe not as much practice on this track. What's your plan going into it?
Yesterday I felt very good on Monza, so yeah, I mean, I already scored good points, so I'm very happy right now. Once again, it will be about nailing the qualifying lap, and then we will go from there.
بالضبط اللي سألنا المتسابق اللي معنا في المضمار الجاي اللي هو بيكون مضمار مونزا في كيف استعداداته برضو له في المضمار الجاي. ذكر قبل شوي المتسابق أن بالنسبة له أنه واثق جدا خصوصا أن أمس لعب فيه بشكل جدا ممتاز وقدر أنه يتسابق بشكل جدا ممتاز. فالحين بيدخل بثقة أعلى وخصوصا أنه قبل شوي تو فاز في السباق الماضي فحقق النصر والجاي عنده ثقة أعلى فيها.
Well, Jeffrey, points on the board. Keep climbing that leaderboard as we approach the end of the day, but congratulations on the win once again, and we hope to see you up here for another interview during the finals.
I hope so as well. Thank you very much.
بالضبط الحين كل التوفيق لمتسابقنا في هذه المرحلة الجاية. فالحين خلينا ننتقل على طول على الاستديو نتكلم تفاصيل السباق نرجع لكم السباق اللي بعده.
Indeed, with that, let's head back over to the desk so that we can continue our Drivers' Championship finals.
Thank you very, very much, fellas. Jardia, I'm going to come to you immediately. Try and read my mind. What am I going to say?
That your homeboy won a race and did amazing defensive move?
Yeah, he absolutely did that. He did. Heading into this one, though, I love the fact that just prior to this race, we had Mr. Luke Bennett himself attesting to his teammates and claiming that, you know what, they've absolutely got this in the bag. And I'm sure he's going to be absolutely ecstatic. He was sat in the green room with us, cheering them on. Very, very audible. A lot more emotion than we certainly get out of them in the rigs as well. But talk to me about these provisional race results. Josh Rogers, how did you think he did?
I mean, he's doing fantastic so far today. He's very stable, he's winning races, he's finishing on podiums, he's attacking. Like that fight with Riyadh was absolutely awesome. That was maybe, we can almost call it almost defensive of the day today from Riyadh.
Yeah, and obviously taking a look at Josh Rogers, starting 4th on our starting grid, climbing his way up. How do you feel he was able to make that one happen?
I mean, he and his teammates were driving fantastic. Did you notice the teammate work between them? It was really nice to, like, they were not trying to fight each other, but at the same time they were not pushing too much, you know, off the line and stuff like that. They were really attacking, both of them, Jeffrey, at the same time. Warren was like defending behind and Joshua was attacking. So that was fantastic teamwork we saw from Porsche Honda.
Another driver I really want to talk about is Marcel Chinchik from the side of R8G. 5th on our starting grid, dropping all the way down to 9th in the race that we just saw there as well. How do you bounce back from that, though, as Marcel, taking a look at our overall driver championship standings, currently in at 6th position?
Oh, I think Marcel must be really under pressure right now because he didn't do anything wrong. Something happened to Max Benecke at the start and he literally couldn't start properly, and Marcel was starting right behind him and lost all the positions in that scramble on the first lap. So that was really unlucky for Marcel. I'm really curious what's he gonna do now.
Well, also taking a look at the lower end of our Driver Championship standings, how do you feel Yuri Kasdorp has been doing so far?
I would like to hear his words because I would say he might be a little disappointed so far. I mean, he was doing brilliant yesterday, but today so far is something is a little missing. Maybe he's a little bit too nervous. A lot of pressure today, a lot of money on the line.
Yeah.
I really would like to see him step up a little tiny bit.
Well, you know what? Throughout the duration of today's broadcast, we have mentioned teams and drivers that unfortunately did not make it through to the top 12 of our Driver Championship finals. But we also have some drivers that are the lone representation for their organizations as well. In this finals, we have Kuba Brzezinski as the lone soldier, lone rep for Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports as well. How do you feel that Kuba in particular has been performing?
I think he's not doing too bad. I would like to say that both we have two AMGs in the finals today, and both of them, including James Baldwin and Brzezinski, are not performing that well so far in the races. Like they're like the best finish was P5 so far, so not really there. I wonder if it's the car or if just so much pressure. And I think Kuba is doing a good job, to be fair. He's not doing too bad at all, but I think Monza might be a little stronger for him.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and hear from a teammate once again. I'd like to welcome Jack Keithley, representing Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, joining us on the stage here. How are you doing, homie?
Doing very well, thank you. Pretty good, thank you. All good.
Remember to hold the mic up close. There we go. How's it been kind of watching from the sidelines? Because unfortunately, yourself and Dara not making it through, not having the best of results during Driver Championship. But talk to me, what are you doing to support and encourage Kuba heading into Driver Championship?
Always trying to keep him focused, constantly talking on the radio and just trying to keep him as upbeat as possible. He's done a great job so far, you know, and I'll say this as well, this is the best of the best here, and Kuba being in that final 12, I mean, however he performs, it's just amazing the fact he's in that final 12, but hopefully tomorrow in the Team Championship will be much, much better.
You can obviously see that the format is really brutal, right? From 48 drivers, only 12 drivers are fighting for that big pile of cash. And how does it, when you go for this event, how does it make you feel seeing that absolute massive prize money, but also that massive possibility of not making it?
I mean, you don't want to think about the potential of not making it. You want to go in and do your best, and you don't want to think too much about the money either because, well, me personally, I'm doing this because I love doing this, and it's what I know I'm good at. So that, to me, is the driving force of it. Other people will be a bit different, but the money, of course, they're being there. It's not always going to be an event in which this amount of money is up for grabs. So, of course, you got to take it when it comes.
Now, obviously, we heard from you guys a little bit earlier on at the very start of the tournament. In fact, the fact that you guys actually have a mental coach as well. Talk to me about the benefits, the impacts that has on you guys, especially after, you know, losing races on occasion.
You do need that voice to help you calm down, because there's been many times in the past when, and every team's had this, when that's not been present and we've all had to cope with a bad result in probably not in the best way possible. But in the format like this, where you have race after race after race, you just need to forget the previous result and focus on the next race. So it's very, very important that we've got him here and doing a great, great job for us.
Looking at the event overall, you're obviously sim racing for some quite time, very successfully. From your whole career, how would you rate an event like this?
Well, it's absolutely staggering. I put on my Facebook that this is the biggest achievement in my life, me being here, because yeah, I've seen sim racing grow from, I've been doing this 18 years, like I'm 30, and I've been doing this a very long time. And I remember even when I was at school, people picking on me because I was a gamer. Now look at me. And doing this is absolutely amazing, and seeing where it is right now, it can only get better from here because it's not going to stop, and it's just absolutely great to be here.
All right, well, talk to me about Monza in particular, the upcoming track. How good is Kuba on Monza? What intel can you give us?
He's very good.
Ooh.
Not going to give specific deets per se on numbers and lap times, but I'll say for the Merc in general, strongest track, and Kuba being very good. Well, I don't want him to hear this, but I think he's going to do much, much better here than he's done so far.
Looking at also tomorrow and the rest of the weekend, tomorrow you have a team championship. After, let's say, a little bit unsuccessful groups, how are you guys looking proceeding from tomorrow?
Also looking pretty good. We're having a day off. Yeah, of course we wish we were racing today, but we're thinking a lot about tomorrow as to how to approach it. Potential things we could try with the settings in the game, you know, little things here and there. And of course track, just experience on track, because not all of us as well, not just talking about us, but not all of us have got the exact same equipment, so just more track time with this, with what we've got, the better we'll be. So we'll be in much stronger force tomorrow than we were for this knockout stage of the Driver Championship.
So between Munich and now, what specific preparations have you guys done for Gamers8 ESL R1 in particular? Has anything been changed up and adjusted?
Well, I wasn't there for Munich, but from what I've known, yes, we've been a little bit different in our approach of practice, being a lot more methodical. I mean, you know yourself, when you're just practicing for hours and hours and hours, you get to a point when you're just not going quicker. So you need to change a little bit with how you prepare and maybe had that practice more purposeful rather than just like wasting time. So I feel we've come to this event much more prepared than we were for Munich.
Now, who makes that decision though on the change-ups and what those change-ups specifically should be? Is it on you guys as the drivers? Is it the mental coach, team management? How does that all pan out?
It's pretty much just a group effort, and it's something also you just got to accept and just get on with. And with an event like this, you have to. You know, there's no option. I mean, compared to Munich, this is insane. I mean, again, I was not at Munich, so I don't know what it was like there, but this must be like 5-10 times bigger overall. So we had to make a little bit of a change, but we've definitely made it for the better.
You were talking about preparing for tomorrow, changes and doing some technical stuff on the game and such. Could you elaborate? Can you tell us for the viewers who don't know this exactly, what you can actually change for your driving and adapting?
Well, again, there are things we do not have at home compared to here. So we have to straight away try to change things like certain things in the throttle settings and the brake settings, maybe lengthening the pedal, shortening it. Other little intricate things. I don't want to get too inside baseball on that, but there are things you can definitely try, and the other guys have definitely been able to do that, and I know I need to do a bit more of that to gain a little bit more, because my pace here is nowhere near the same as it was at home.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Jack, Keithley. It's been a pleasure having you here on the desk. I'm not going to keep you too much longer. I'm going to let you get back and go and support Kuba for the upcoming race of Monza. But before we get that race underway, it is time to hear from Porsche Kawanda. I want to know tips, tricks, and all of the trade secrets.
I'm here with Jorn Jens, Porsche Kawanda manager. Jorn?
Yeah.
Silly question, but how are you after that one?
Oh, we are really on a good track. I mean, we are not yet in the finalist mode, but yeah, both our drivers scored good points so far, and maybe we can already reach that after next race.
So Josh got off to a fantastic start after getting 2 wins during yesterday. He then continued it into today, and then more critically here in round 3, Max had a bit of an issue for Mouse, didn't he? So he was further down the order, and Josh really capitalised.
Oh yeah, you just need to be very, you just keep the good results coming. When you have 1 or 2 bad results, it can really destroy your whole day you had here, and yeah, that's it.
I mean, all the spotlight, and we're talking about Josh right now, but we need to talk about Dane as well. Tell us a little bit about Dane's role in that race.
Yeah, I mean, he even qualified better in 2 of the races so far than Josh, so he does a really great job, and yeah, in some situation he also worked as a very good wingman, I believe, the way it looked like.
So was it team orders for him to move over and let Josh through, or?
I think it was an agreement between them. We don't interact in these in the races during these battles.
Well, it's really good to see, you know, even in a drivers' championship, you know, really helping each other and doing his best for the team. And then he acted as a rear gunner to protect Josh, it would seem, from some very, very quick drivers behind. So, just, well, you've got to be happy, right?
I'm happy so far. I would be more happy if they, win the championship overall after the last race. But yeah, let's see. So far, it's really good.
Well, after that performance from both your guys who are here, I mean, they're one step closer to finalist mode. So, best of luck, guys. Back to you in the studio.
approaching our first finalists as well. What a few races it's been, George. We've been in for a bit of a treat. We've had some great racing. We've got 2 drivers on the cusp of entering finalist mode here on Friday at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. I think at least Joshua Rogers is definitely going to do it this race.
I think he could. I think naturally at this point he's the most consistent performer. First, second sector. First, second sector? First, second.
Right.
Achieving 65 points, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, no, it's all right. We can all speak English. It's fine. No, he's been incredible. And also, the important thing is that we're heading to Monza, the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza. Obviously, Jack Keefley there was talking us a little bit through the circuit. It's a difficult circuit. It's a lot of fun, but it is one that, of course, the Porsche's actually pretty good at. So let's take a look here. What we're seeing. This is a look into race control, and you can see some of the incidents there. You can see the angles they can actually get in race control. They can look up above. They can look from basically whatever angle they want, almost like as if it was a drone cam, and they can see exactly how every incident has unfolded. They even have, look at that. They even have us on screen.
They do.
They're big fans.
Because we need stewarding, Lewis.
Oh, we do.
Naturally.
Especially with that English that you just dropped there.
Yeah.
Got the broadcast director in my ear going crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, we've got so much ability here, obviously using the steward's desk with the drone cam. It is so idyllic, certainly when it comes to stewarding. They can just review the incident time and time again and make sure that they're making the correct decisions. And it is a very difficult job, because naturally we do have plenty of battles out on track, and there are many moments that do occur, especially in these very high tension scenarios.
Oh, we'll not look at Discord. We'll keep our eyes very clearly off of that. I'm sure there's nothing too odd on Discord. It'll be as it is. We're kind of seeing what incident they are. There was obviously a little bit of 2 and 3 wide there. You had Kevin Ellis Jr. You had I think it was one. Was it Jack?
It was around
Brzezinski as well. It was going through like second turn 2, turn 3, and then out onto the Parabolica. Not the Parabolica on the circuit that we're actually going to go to.
Could have been the incident that Max Benneker was involved in our previous race, because obviously he dropped down the field quite extensively, and he's got to fight back. And there you can see obviously the discussions taking place through Discord as well between the team, and naturally between that of the drivers, obviously team managers as well representing, of course, because everyone's on site. It does help as well, because obviously there's a direct link of communication there between the teams and race control. So if race control do need to step in and speak to members that are obviously representing their lineups, it does mean that they can get their points over more concisely. But obviously you do have that extra asset, Discord, obviously various other matters as well, communication, software, various other matters that all obviously can be plugged into making sure that you're making those key decisions correctly.
So this is something that a lot of people that are watching may not be motorsport fans, and so you may not have watched much motor racing before, and that's absolutely fine. You know, obviously, welcome to sim racing, the esports equivalent of motorsport. But one thing that we've known is that since obviously COVID has come and mostly gone, it's changed how sim racing affects motorsport and motorsport affects sim racing. We're almost like we're one big community now to certain degrees. Even someone like you commentate on some motorsport. But I remember, I think it was ELMS, which is the European Le Mans Series. There was a note from Race Control, which was requesting a team check Discord, and everyone looked at everyone in the sim racing community looked at it and went, "Oh my God, they all use Discord now." It's so good.
It's true. It's natural, because naturally you get people like us, commentators, obviously yourself, Lewis, and myself, that obviously do commentate in the world of motorsport.
Not you and Arjuna.
But it feeds back as well the other way. So we do get as well, little moments that transpire. We learn off each other. And of course, here at ESL R1, naturally in the world of sim racing that we've adopted here, we are very strict and stringent when it comes to making those key decisions. But we have got an interview standing by with the race director.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet. No. Don't worry. We'll be handling that in a second. I've had a chat with a few race directors, including one Eduardo Freitas, of course, the World Endurance Champion, Championship race steward and race director. He once told me the one problem with doing it in sim racing, with race direction in sim racing, is sometimes you have too many angles. Yeah. Like there are times in motorsport where you don't have enough, but sometimes you can actually see like almost too much. You see it from one angle. You have one opinion. You see it from a different angle. You have a different opinion. Yeah. And then you're starting to be like,
a change of perspectives, either way you look at it. And that's the issue, obviously, but naturally, we do have all angles. Usually
Absolutely.
the stewards, you have to use your own deliberation in many ways, and that is the realms of a strong steward. You know, that's certainly that we certainly do notice stands out in amongst them, and we have had a few incidents, obviously, as part of it. But these drivers are all fighting for a mega prize here, Lewis. So this is why you need these people on board.
Oh yeah. When you've got 400 grand on the table, and of course $1 million over the weekend. Yeah, you need to be watched. You need to be adjudicated. Otherwise, let's be honest, you would have someone, maybe Morris Lerner, trying to send one. It wasn't his fault. Trying to send one. Well, it was down the inside at Monza, firing it like a cannonball straight over the inside. That wasn't to try and win. He just made a mistake. But at the same time, that's what would happen if you didn't have stewards. We need race stewards to keep on top of all of that, and it is a thankless task.
It is. It's a hard job, and I tell you what, credit to every single one of them for stepping up and providing what they have, certainly to this mega series. And we have got the race director standing by. He's there for an interview.
We are upstairs in the nosebleeds where the air is thinner, and we are at race control. We're joined by race director Adrian. Now, first things first, I see lots of heads bobbing around, all the different screens. There's a lot going on. Somewhat chaotic up here, I'm not going to lie, but very much under control. Adrian, what incidents are we currently looking at coming out of that last race?
So actually there was one incident in T6 which obviously took us a little bit more time to adjudicate, let's put it this way. I'm looking obviously into driver inputs, braking, steering, etc., etc. That's the one that took us actually the most time in this race. It was the most eventful race, even with protests coming in, so now we're almost done, so that's good.
بالضبط. اللي معنا في المقابلة هو إدريان المسؤول عن السباق بشكل كامل، وحتى برضو يراقبه ويحلله ويطلع لنا حتى برضو بعض الأحداث اللي تكون فيه، وسألنا عن أهم الأحداث اللي صارت. قال أن أو بالأصح وش الأحداث اللي ممكن تصير في السباق، خصوصا في السباق الأخير، وذكر أن بشكل عام نطلع على الفرامل اللي تصير، أو خلينا نقول على التوقفات، على الاصطدامات، على كل شيء يأثر في السباق.
Adrian, you say you're almost done. You're going to have to do better than that. Come on. Do we have any results? Can you tell us anything? Are there any outcomes from what you guys have been adjudicating so far?
Yes, that's basically now. That was the last protest that we were looking at. So there is a result now. There was a 1 second time penalty given for that instance. So Dennis is posting actually the results now, the final results now. So we have a final result with all the penalties in.
بالضبط. اللي جالسين يسوونه هم فعلا يراقبون المتسابقين على الاخطاء اللي يرتكبونها ويعطون مخالفات عليها، انها مدتها تكون ثانيه او غيرها، وتحسب فعلا هي تحسب على اداء اللعيبه، وبعدها نعرف النتائج في الاخير.
Final result will be posted momentarily. Thank you so much, Adrian, for joining us here, this quick interview, because we've got to dive back into all of the action. So we'll send it back over to the desk so they can talk about the results of that adjudication.
بالضبط. ما زالت عندنا بعض النتائج اللي نبغى نعرفها، فخلونا ننتقل على طول عند المحللين نشوف هذه النتائج وكيف.
Certainly well underway. Coming to the final moments, obviously, of assessing the incident heading through Hockenheim Ring. Lots of action, and he did say they're almost done. Just goes to show how much they were scrutinising.
Yeah, certainly so. Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to talk over him in Arabic there. No, of course. So let's take a look at this. So this is later in the race. Obviously, we saw that move early, further down the order. This is Yuri Toman trying to get around the outside of Dane Warren. So saying maybe Warren squeezed him off a little bit there. I mean, potentially, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think naturally he ran a little deep, should we say, heading in towards turn 6. It was a little tricky. Yeah, we'll review the footage yet again.
We'll take another look, I think.
We'll take another look, an assessed look, I think a closed look. Let's see whether we can obviously try and break it down for the audience there at home. Because obviously these matters are very important, especially when we come down to the finalists. So there you can see the Porsche Commander car. Yuri Toman ran the outside. They rubbed shoulders together, ran a little deep. Oh.
Yeah, I think if you look at Warren's trajectory coming off of the corner, his instant trajectory when he gets on power is not really to give any room. This is obviously the second part of this coming down to the Mercedes arena section where I think they were absolutely fine. That's not what the incident is. It's just that bit at the hairpin. In my mind, yeah. It probably is, but then if Toman's kept his foot in and has kind of kept alongside off the circuit, then do you know what? Actually, I'd be like, yeah, do you know, it's a racing incident.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he, whether he intended to
No,
leave it as late as he did, I don't think he did. But, you know, on the outset, I think he himself, I think, ran a little wide, and I think as a consequence, Toman, I think, was caught at that point. But both cars allowing re-entry. It was rubbing his racing scenario, I think, heading through turn 6.
Do you know what my opinion on contact and racing is?
What's your?
Shouldn't ever be. And I come from a touring car kind of thing. But no, obviously it does happen. That's part of racing. That's the nature of it.
Yeah.
For me, I think the pair of them, like Tobin might have turned it a little bit too early going into the corner. There was a little bit of contact there that might have pushed Dane Warren onto the wrong line. Yeah. That's what happens when it comes to car contact. It could be a racing incident. It could be a penalty. Thankfully, we're not in race control. We don't have to make the decision, so we can point and judge and make opinions and probably get absolutely destroyed for any opinions in chat. So I'm sure you're telling us what you think.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, we have obviously got a very active chat base. You can also get involved, of course, here at ESL R1, brought to you by Aramco. There's Yuri Toman on the right of your screen as well, just fresh off the incident, obviously, without Dane Warren. I think Dane Warren. Yeah, it is. That's the top of his head, ladies and gentlemen, as he looks to get himself set and ready to go.
Dane Warren from that angle.
Yeah, obviously just getting himself prepped. A lot of work with the hardware, and these drivers, they really put a lot of time and effort into setting up the car, don't they, before the start of the race. When we talk about setting up the car, it's not just the settings that go into it. Obviously, they do have the dials where they can adjust those anti-lock braking systems, traction control, things of that nature. It's also the rig itself.
Yeah, let's just clarify, by the way, when it comes to we'll talk on the line of setup as well. Yeah. For those of you from the esports world that may understand, for those of you who are not normally in racing, you can adjust certain things on the car, whether it is tyre pressures like you would do on your road car at home, to how stiff your springs are, to what you're doing with the rear wing, how much the car is being pushed down to the ground. That is not the case in ESL R1. We are locked on setup, so each car has a certain setup and they're locked to it. So the Porsche Commander guys are running the same setup as the Heroic team. The BMW M-Team competition are running the same as Team Redline. The R8G is running the same as Mouse. They're all on the same setups when they're in their respective teams. We'll take another look at it because, again, they're still looking at it in race control. And, again, there's that first bit of contact that might just push Dane Warren out wide. He keeps his foot in. They both go out. There was potentially a little bit of room there. It's all a little bit complicated. But, yes, the setup, so they're all locked on that. But you're absolutely right. There are certain other things you can change, like your traction control, your anti-lock brakes, which you can adjust on the wheel. But you have to make sure that you are comfortable in the rig. You can move your seat forward, you can move it backwards. Yuri Toman has what can only be described as an odd seating position, which is all the way forward, and then the pedals get moved back, so he's basically right next to it. Freddie Rasmussen has the same seating position. It's very odd.
He does, but do you know what? If it works for Freddie, then I wouldn't doubt it would. And Toman, certainly one of the most consistent drivers throughout the ESL R1 Spring Series as well. So it's been unfortunate, though. I don't think we've seen the best of Toman here at this point. He's really kind of struggled at this point. But as you can see from the graphics in front of you, folks, Monza is our next track. And let's talk about the Temple of Speed, Lewis, because the Tifosi love it, as do we.
Yeah, the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza. When it comes to age of circuit, of course, we list the Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps as being 100 years old. Well, guess what else is 100 years old? Yeah, Monza is as well. It is an old circuit. It's a classic circuit. It's one that's been known for being on the Formula One World Championship since basically it started in the 1950s. We do have the result, by the way, confirmed. That's why they're all driving around Monza now. So in a few moments' time, we'll be able to take a look at the updated championship standings. Of course, Dane Warren had worked his way up a little bit further. This is practice, and that might have been Kevin Siggy. Exit stage right there. You can see all of the drivers at the bottom of your screen and how they're feeling. This is the championship standing now. So Dane Warren and Yuri Toman switching a little bit on those points. So Yuri Toman now with 30. Dane Warren down to 25, but still at the front of the top three. There's nothing between them.
Not at all. Josh Rogers, as we said, 65 points. He remains there up at the top. Could yet get himself into finalist mode in the next race at Monza, should he pull together a decent result. And the points threshold is certainly going to favour him at this point. A P3 should be enough to get him over the line. 81 points that would give him at the end, should he achieve at least that. Yeah. Of course, he would probably prefer to take the victory just to carry on in a good vein of form, but also P2 20. As long as he gets a top 3 finish, he's in good shape.
I will say one thing on those championship standings. Yuri Kasdorp, just a single point. Yeah. I feel bad for Yuri because coming into yesterday, honestly, of all of the drivers, Yuri Kaznot, I would argue, was actually one of the ones that impressed me the most, in the sense of where he was in the spring season, where he was before, and where he is now. It was such an incredible push forward, and it showed that he was really figuring this out. Unfortunately, he's just not had quite the right day. Which, when it comes to the team's championship tomorrow, which when we're talking $400,000 for this, that's $600,000 for the team's championship, which begins tomorrow, runs Saturday and Sunday. We'll find out who's the best team on Rennsport here in ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. That's a big hit of confidence.
That is indeed, and certainly 400 grand would go a long way to certainly many of these drivers, and naturally now as we see them make their way around the circuit of Monza, of course there you can see the Porsche Commanders coming through. You can see a very comfortable looking Kevin Ellis Jr. on the top right as well.
Did you see Kevin Siggy there? In practice, shaking his head, hand over his face, wiping the sweat from his brow. He is not looking comfortable right now. And I said this, I literally talked to you about this morning, is that Kevin Siggy is an amazing driver. He's changed his mentality since he's come into to here in Riyadh in Gamers8. But I was fearful that when he gets inside his own head, Kevin Siggy's his own worst enemy, and I think we're seeing a little bit of that now. You can see the pressure on his shoulders.
You can see it weighing down on him. I think if you just look at the facial expressions, he's so transfixed on what's in front of him here. And, this is, some drivers relish, the pressure cooker scenario. And Kevin and Siggy, who off the back of 2 stellar race wins and showing really what he is capable of, in behind the wheel of a sim rig, we're starting to see all that hard work being undone here at this point, which is a real shame. And if you look at his potential, of course, his best result so far being a P5 at the Nürburgring, also, should I say P6 at the Nürburgring, he qualified P5 at the Nürburgring, but nevertheless, he should get more. But nevertheless, he has got a teammate in Jeffrey Rietveld, who is also chasing the big results. He could also put himself in a great position for finalist mode as well, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly. He actually needs to win this race. He needs 20. He needs all 25 of those points. He's currently on 58. If he finishes in second, he'll only have 78 points. That's too shy of finalist mode. So he does need to take victory in this race. What we could see, though, is if he finishes in first place, takes victory, and Joshua Rogers joins him on the podium in either second or third, we will have 2 drivers in finalist mode heading into the 5th race. Now, let's just say this about their strength and their power in this competition thus far. That is the fastest that you can get into finalist mode. The fastest you can do so is after 4 races with the point structure that we have. The fact that we might have 2 drivers in finalist mode, these 2 are the drivers to beat.
Yeah, and these 2 have been undoubtedly the fastest as well. Rietveld, who was showing really, really good numbers in the practice sessions we had even prior to the start of the event. He has carried that form through yet again. And if we have a look at his last 3 outings, second in our opening race here as we made our way through the final, and of course qualifying second as well. 4th then following that at the Nürburgring, but then winning after starting pole. He's got a great record in closing out results where he qualifies. A great qualifying performance could yet give Rietveld a great chance at being placed into finals mode. We'll have to wait and see whether he can achieve that. But also, a man who can make it 2 drivers into finals mode, that of course being Joshua Rogers, has a great opportunity to certainly grant that approval to himself as well. Porsche Commander will be cheering him on, no doubt. So where do you reckon it'll go, Lewis?
I can see, so I think what I know about the BMW is I'm not sure it's the strongest car around here. That's my fear. I'm sure they've got good speed. I'm sure he might be able to finish on the podium. I don't think Jeffrey Rietveld is going to be the driver to win this race. I think Joshua Rogers is going to win this race, which is concerning to everyone because what track are we racing directly after this?
Well, we're actually going to Monza again.
Yeah. So if the Porsche is strong around here and Joshua Rogers enters finalist mode now with a victory, that is a very big concern for the rest of the field. It could be done after just 5 races.
And if he does it here, if he gets pole here at Monza as well, talking mind games, that is certainly where you want to be as well. But we're away in qualifying now, Lewis. Take us away.
Yeah, Jeffrey Rietveld will be the first driver to start his qualifying lap of the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza on this enormous start-finish straight, the longest run down towards turn 1 that we have here in Rennsport, into the Rettifidio, where you've got to absolutely hammer the curbs, up and over 1, up and over 2, as they exit the corner, gets a nice drive off of it, and in that first sector, what we're aiming for is a 34.76. If we're was somewhere in the 34.7s. This is a solid lap time from Jeffrey Rietveld. We head round Curva Grande where the first sector split ends up towards the Rogier. Let's see what it's going to be.
Yeah, looking for around a 34.7, ideally. 34.8 just outside the window, about a tenth and a half off where he needs to be. Of course, Sector 2 could yet deliver something a little better, though he has to try and execute through the first and second Lesmo. You want to try and keep it pinned down the inside, feathering that throttle here at Monza as well. This circuit that opened up back in 1922 still holds all of its historical attributes that we have seen over the years as well. Rietveld now powering down the Seraglio straight, needs a great run down towards Ascari, and very soon as he makes his way towards the Sector 2 line, he's going to need something major.
Yeah, 35.5, but I don't think he's going to get it. That's what he's aiming for in that second sector. He had a shake of the head on the exit of the second Lesmo. It is a 35.5. No need to shake the head. He went out a little bit too wide going through the second Lesmo. Up and over that final curve at Ascari. It is looking like a decent lap, George. That's the thing, is I'm not sure it's going to be good enough to hold pole position, though.
No, we'll have to find out. Of course, you'll need to make it around Curva Alboreto in order to register that said lap time. Sector 3 is going to need to be clinical, as now the Dutchman makes his way through now, keeps it tied up, heading through the formerly known as Parabolica, now known as the Curva Alboreto, as they make their way down now out of that section now, heading through turn 11. What's it going to be for Jeffrey Rietveld as he makes his way towards the line? Is it enough to certainly place himself where he would need to be? No. 35.7, again losing a tenth.
Yeah, no, that 46.1 is not enough. We were aiming for a 46.0 in that sector, in that lap realistically, so I don't think that's going to be enough. Lap time coming in here from Marcel Chinchik. This is a driver that loves this circuit. He's gone really well here. This is where he won, of course, the ESL R1 Spring Major back in Munich. He took victory at this circuit, the final race of 8 on that Sunday. Marcel Chinchik will come up towards the line. The first and second sector are tracking really well. It could be a 0.0 from him. It is a 0.0 from him, a 0.47 rather. And so Marcel Chinchik moves himself up into pole position.
Last time he qualified in the top 3 was at the Nürburgring, of course, earlier on tonight. Josh Rogers has set a 34.7. That's where he needs to be in the first sector. The second sector a 35.5 as well. He is trying to tie himself up, of course, with Marcel Chinchik. Can he go one better and take that pole position and make him one step closer to finals mode now as he makes his way through towards the start-finish line? What's it going to be in Sector 3 at 35.779? Loses ideally a tenth of where he needs to be, but third fastest.
Interesting. So Joshua Rogers behind Jeffrey Rietveld, third of the 3 that have set lap times thus far. Maximilian Beneker will be the next one to come through, who had big disappointment after a poor start at the previous round at the Hockenheimring. He was the second driver in the point standings going into that round. He now drops down to third. He cannot get into finalist mode in this race, but he can at least get close. Beneker will cross the line and will move his way up to, well, stays in 4th position, so slightly slower than Rogers by about a tenth of a second. Disappointment for him.
Yeah, from Beneker to now Baldwin, 34.9. And losing out 2 tenths in the first sector, not ideal at all. 37.6, that's another tenth of a second out of where he needs to be. In fact, a little bit more, 2 seconds out from where he needs to be. 35 would have been ideal, 37 is not. Sector 3 looks like it's just going to be a case of crossing the line. You can just see there a weary-looking James Baldwin in the bottom left does not look pleased. 1 iota and a 48.316 places him 5th fastest and 2.2 off the pace.
Yeah, I know the Mercs have been struggling a little bit thus far this weekend, but the build-up to the weekend rather. But I wasn't expecting that from Baldwin. He is having some proper problems in that car. Speaking of slowdowns in the second sector, Tommy Usgaard's the next one to have done so. 37.7 for him. Again, that is 2 seconds off. His battle now is to whether he can get ahead of James Baldwin or not. He is definitely not challenging the top 4. So Usgaard will come through the final corner up towards the line, and he will put himself behind James Baldwin. So big drama for 2 of our big names in that middle sector.
Yeah, the tension's starting to come in now here at the midway point of qualifying. Kevin Ellis Jr., who has also had his struggles here as well. 34.7 in the first sector looks reasonable. 35, losing just 2 tenths, I think, in that middle sector. I think that's where he would rather be. But a big Sector 3 is what's required for the Audi R8 LMS as he now heads up towards the line. What's it going to be for Kevin Ellis Jr.? 35.8 grants him at 146 and places him 5th fastest. But Yuri Toman, he's up next for R8G.
Yeah, we'll see what Toman can do. Obviously, Marcel Chinchik is the driver that's presently on that pole position. Yuri Toman losing out, what, 3 seconds is that? That is the biggest slowdown that we've seen in the second sector. My goodness. The Czech driver will come through and will be the 3rd driver to get a slowdown in that middle sector. He will almost certainly behind James Bolban and Tommy Oscar unless he goes about a second faster than literally is possible in that final sector. So it's only going to be 8th for him.
Yeah, a struggle. Certainly the Ascari chicane can be punishing. Of course, that is where around the Sector 2 line comes to an end. Jakob Brzezinski comes up next as well, coming through Kerber Alboreto for the pole. 34.8 in the first sector, around a 10th down on where he would want to be. The middle sector again not delivering either, around 2 tenths, nearly 3 tenths off where he would prefer. Sector 3 time that'll need to be a very, very crafty one. 6 fastest is where he goes, 4 tenths off the pace set by Marcel Chinchik. It's looking good for the Hungarian.
Yeah, certainly so. He's in that top spot at the moment. He's 600ths faster than Jeffrey Rietveld. Yuri Kazdorp will be the next one to come through. First sector was actually quite decent from him with a 34.7, just in the higher end of that though. And his second sector about a 10th off. So realistically speaking, he could be putting himself ahead of his Mouse teammate Maximilian Benneker. He's navigated the Ascari chicane, which is where they might well lose the most amount of time. It could well be 5th position. That's exactly where he goes. Just about half a tenth behind his teammate. Just 2 more left to go. Dane Warren and Kevin Siggy.
Dane Warren looking sharp in the first sector. 35.8 though in the middle sector is not ideal. That's 3 tenths off where he would want to be as well. And you'll need something serious in sector 3 to pull back that deficit. And this would, should he carry it through, it would put him around where Jakob Brzezinski is currently in 7th place. Would need a huge sector 3 though to pull that off. He might yet drop below that of Brzezinski and down into 8th place as he crosses the line. 151.547. In fact, does.
Yeah, I thought I heard him shifting gears on the back stretch.
Yeah,
that's
slowing
very
down.
odd.
Yeah, absolutely right. Kevin Siggy up next though.
Yeah, certainly so. So into the final corner he will go. First sector is a little slow. Second sector is a little slow as well, but nothing too major. Could well be ahead of Kevin Ellis Jr. That will slop into that gap between Kazdorp and Ellis Jr., but he goes up just ahead of Kazdorp. Obviously only 100th of a second slower than Maximilian Benneker, but nearly around his teammate. Slightly better from Kevin Siggy, but not what he would have wanted. We know the BMW's a little slower around here, but still, Rietveld has done an amazing job to get onto the front row. Marcel Chinchik alongside, Joshua Rogers in there as well. We're in for a barnstorm of a fight, and that run down towards the first corner.
Yeah, the top 2 within the same 10th of a second, and it's all down to this man, Marcel Chinchik, back in the form once again, Lewis. He has a great chance here to deliver once again.
Certainly so. Well, you can see Marcel Chinchik there. Let's take a look at the starting grid for race number 4 here on Friday. At the back of the field, it's Dane Warren with a strong slowdown in the final sector. There are 1 minute 51.5, not good enough for him. But then there's a string of slowdowns as well. Yuri Toman in 11th, Tommy Ascard in 10th, and James Baldwin in 9th. Then we get to the real times. Jakob Brzezinski at the back of those in 8th position with Kevin Ellis Jr. in 7th, just a few thousandths of a second behind Yuri Kazdorp. Then we get Kevin Siggy, Maximilian Benneker and Joshua Rogers, the points leader on the day, just behind the driver that's second in the points, finds himself second in this qualifying session. But of course, it's the driver that loves this circuit, taking the ALJ fastest qualifying lap. It's of course Marcel Chinchik, another 0.0. He's so good at that around this circuit. He's done that so many times and he puts himself into an incredible position once again. Could this be the time that he starts to turn around his form here?
Yeah, this is form that we're very unlike seeing from Chinchik. Obviously 7th in the first race when we went to Spa, but would take a podium, 3rd place after qualifying 3rd as well for the next one at the Nürburgring. But off pole, you'll have a great chance to bring it home once again. And naturally, as you can see from the graphic, he's on top still.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, amazing stuff. So, an ALJ fastest qualifying lap. This time it was by Marcel Chinchik, adding his name to the list. But again, at a circuit that he loves so much. He is the man to beat around Monza. I said it before when we came into this. I was like, if somehow Marcel Chinchik could get himself into position to get into finalist mode going into that second race at Monza, obviously the next race, he's not able to do so. But I said if he was able to do so, I think he was going to win the event there and then because he's so good around Monza. But of course, we can't forget about the job that Erhan Yovsky did on that day. So, you know, fair enough on that one. Joshua Rogers from 3rd position, though. Again, if he finishes in that spot, he will still enter finalist mode. Jeffrey Rietveld needs to go one better. He needs to make his way past and take victory over Marcel Chinjic and Joshua Rogers here.
Yeah, it's vital for Rietveld. He needs to win in order to get himself into finalist mode after this race has concluded. But I'm sure there is going to be one Joshua Rogers who's going to stop that from happening. But why don't we take a look at the standings, Lewis McGlade?
Why not? Of course, top of those standings will be Joshua Rogers, 65 points. He can enter finalist mode in this race if he finishes in 3rd or better. 16 points for 3rd, 20 for 2nd, and 25 for 1st. What that means is Jeffrey Rietveld, to pass 80 points and enter finalist mode, he needs a victory. He needs 25 points. If he finishes 2nd, he gets 20. He will only have 78 points. That is not good enough. Maximilian Benneker and all those drivers behind cannot enter finalist mode in this race, but they can get closer. Benneker needs to bounce back after a poor run at the Hockenheim Ring. He's on 47 points before we get to Yuri Toman, Dane Warren, and our pole sitter, Marcel Chinjic, just in 6th. Then we get the rest of the contingent who aren't having the particularly great day that we were expecting from some of them.
No, Maximilian Beneke, if he will take victory, it will grant him to 72 points at the start of the race. But Lewis, it's all on you, my friend.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Certainly so. That long run down towards that first corner, down towards the Rettifilio here at the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza. Could we be seeing one driver entering finalist mode? Could we be seeing 2? That's the big question. It's between Joshua Rogers and Jeffrey Rietveld, but Marcel Chinjic's ahead of those. The lights go out and we go racing here at Monza, and we head down towards that first corner. A good start from Kevin Siggy. I saw there from the Team Redline driver. It's not a particularly good one from the Porsche Commander driver, but he's coming back in that second phase of the race start, coming down towards the Rettifilio. Great stuff there from Marcel Chinjic, but Jeffrey Rietveld sending one in. Here comes Joshua Rogers around the outside. He's trying to get himself past the driver that's 2nd in the standings, unable to do so right now.
No, he could not find his way through, but credit to certainly the car belonging to Team Redline, now looking to make a harsh charge. Heading up through the order, Jeffrey Rietveld solidifying his placement in 2nd place, with Rogers in behind, with Benneker as well looking to try and charge. He's bringing Kevin Siggy along for the ride as well as they come through the Rogier. Benneker going defensive as now they look to go side by side, rubbing his racing through the Rogier chicane. A stellar move. He committed Kevin Siggy as they come through Lesmo 1.
That's fantastic stuff from Siggy. He's not done yet though. Benneker's trying to hang it around the outside through Lesmo 1, up towards Lesmo 2 as well. The pair remain side by side. It's Siggy on the inside. We ride on board with Joshua Rogers, and I think behind, I'm not sure which way round they're switching, but Maximilian Benneker and Kevin Siggy remain side by side. We're on board with Joshua Rogers, who sat behind Jeffrey Rietveld, but the action's behind.
It certainly is. We need to try and plug into this now, because Benneker and Yuri Kanstorp is now making his way through. He now looks to charge this time on Kevin Siggy, heading through the Ascari chicane. They run wheel to wheel on the way through towards this very, very fast-paced action. No, Kanstorp's gone. Kanstorp has gone. It is Yuri Kanstorp effectively out of the equation here at this point, but they're all coming together down the straight.
They're 3 wide though. Look at all of this in the middle. You've got Brzezinski in the middle of all of this. That was crazy stuff through Ascari, and they remain in crazy town. You've got Kevin Siggy on the inside. You've got Yuri Toman a part of the mix as well. We head our way through looking from backwards from Kevin Ellis Jr., and you can see once again it's 3 wide. Kevin Ellis Jr. comes into the pit lane. I think it must have been a jump start. This battle's going to continue and continue and continue. They're not getting single file because James Baldwin is battling with his fellow Mercedes in Jakub Brzezinski.
Yeah, the two Mercs together, but also drawing together as well. Yuri Toman and that of Kevin Siggy, who takes the outside line in towards the first chicane of the Rettifilio. We got 3 wide as well, heading through turn 1. A Porsche Commander getting squeezed out momentarily as well, but the two Mercs still remain the same. The Curva Grande up next. Will it be this time a potential move this time for Kevin Siggy to prevent the move here this time from Yuri Toman, who heads down the inside now, leaning now towards the Rogier chicane. Toman with a nose in front as they stretch towards this next S section.
This is absolutely fantastic. Once again, Siggy to the inside of Toman, up towards the Rogier, up and onto the curbs, and here comes James Baldwin. Oh, it's not quite close enough, but he is going to be able to clear potentially Kevin Siggy into the slipstream slightly on this short run down towards the first Lesmo. This is a fantastic battle. It's not for anyone entering finalist mode, but there are points for these positions. Again, a tight little fight there between Brzezinski and Warren behind all of this as they head through Lesmo 2. This is fantastic stuff, George.
It's an incredible battle. It's an iconic duel between some of the best drivers you'll see in ESL R1. Jakub Brzezinski, who's bringing himself into the fight now at the expense of Kevin Siggy as well as Kevin Ellis Jr. That's the confirmation of the drive-through penalty as well for the Apex Racing driver. We saw him dip in earlier on during the course of this race, but they come through Ascari now. It's still Toman who leads the train. This fight is brewing heavily.
I mean, again, it's brilliant stuff. It's not conducive to good point scoring, but it is entertaining nonetheless. James Baldwin finds himself in 6th position after that slowdown in qualifying. He could well make his way past Yuri Toman, maybe not down here into the curve. Alboreto, I'll follow you. It's parabolic. I just can't do it. But Toman, I think, will be a sitting duck by the time they get down the end of the start-finish straight and into the Retifilio. So we'll have to wait and see if the R8G driver is going to be able to hang on to 5th position. It could be I mean, the thing is that they're not going to score any more points. Look at the gap ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're running wheel to wheel again. James Baldwin this time still fighting, trying to gain on Yuri Toman. Gets the move done before the corner. Careful, calculated, a precise move. A real move that we would have expected, nonetheless, certainly heading through the first sector. As we now take a look at them coming out of the Retifilio chicane. Is Baldwin on top?
Yeah, certainly so. Yeah, Marcel Chinchik, though, leads by 0.2 of a second. Joshua Rogers about a second now behind that. So my talk of the Porsche has actually been quite good. It seems like it's complete rubbish, to be perfectly honest. Maximilian Benneker about a second behind that. There is Jeffrey Rietveld, second in the race. We've said that is not good enough. Joshua Rogers at the moment is good enough to enter finalist mode. Jeffrey Rietveld is not. He must win this race. If he doesn't, then, well, Rogers could be wrapping it all up all by himself in the 5th race if he can piece things together. But we're still very early doors in this race, and we know Rietveld and that BMW might well burn through its tyres.
Yeah, absolutely, but Rietveld is still very up close and personal, 4/10 away from the back of Chinchik's car as they now peel through the Ascari chicane yet again. Joshua Rogers around 8/10 away as we now cut and have a look at a replay. This was the Kasdorp incident heading through Ascari. We saw them rub together, of course, but it would be a combination of the red line BMW, and that sent Kasdorp into that segment as well. It's been a rough day for him, a shake of the head. He is not happy, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I feel about that one. I mean, Kasdorp he's trying to get past and trying to get through, going through there. Maybe you could say he squeezed Siggy onto the curb. Maybe you could say Siggy, I mean, what are you doing trying to remain alongside going through there? But it is racing at the end of the day, so it's tough stuff between the pair of them. But I can see that one definitely being adjudicated by race control and potentially not in favour of the Team Red Line driver. This one, though, Team Red Line, speaking of which, I think I just saw him lift.
Yes, I did too. That is patience being shown there by Jeffrey Rietveld, and I get the feeling he knows what he needs to do, he knows what's at stake, he knows he needs a race win, but I think he's saving it for later.
Yeah, he's playing himself quite calm at the moment. And I don't blame him. Right now he's got a 7/10 gap back to Joshua Rogers. If he tries to go for anything on Marcel Chinchik and it doesn't work, and it's a half-hearted move, well, Joshua Rogers could take the race victory, and then Jeffrey Rietveld's miles behind. He's got to play his cards well. This is a driver who may not be so patient. Sat behind Jakub Brzezinski, it's Kevin Siggy. These two have raced each other an awful lot, particularly on R-Factor 2.
Yep, they certainly have done, and Siggy will look to try and loft himself higher because he needs to get more points under his belt in order to bring himself even into the equation for finalist mode, because, of course, he's only nailed a P9 twice as well at both Nürburgring and Hockenheim, and if he stays like this right now, obviously that'll be another P8, or certainly a P8 this time around to add to the locker. Certainly not where he needs to be, as now we ride on board with Jakub Brzezinski, who has Siggy bearing down on him, down towards the Serigilio straight. They have, of course, got the next S section at Ascari, and he's hot on the heels there of the Williams Mercedes, not making a move, but they will rub together through Ascari.
I mean, I'll say Kevin Siggy's learning, because honestly, the Kevin Siggy I would have raced would have absolutely sent that straight down the inside of Jakub Brzezinski. He's been slightly more patient in this race. He understands that wouldn't have been the best move. So Kevin Siggy remains in 8th position. This one, though, might well be on. Is he going to bump draft the rear end of Jakub Brzezinski? Not quite. It was a little bit of getting up to the rear end and then lifting out of it, because I think he wants to make a move either down into the Retifilio or not make a move at all, because he can see that there's only 8/10 between Brzezinski and Toman, and there could well be 5th place on the cards for this group when they get down to the final moments of this race. We're not quite halfway yet. You can see a look in the distance. Jeffrey Rietveld having a little look down the inside of Marcel Chinchik, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, I think he's trying to keep as well at the same time. He obviously, while he's pressing here, Kevin Siggy, Toman is obviously a driver that he might want to try and marshal off. Rietveld, though, if you look at it, right at the very top end, within 3/10, 2.5 now as they head out of Curva Grande. They have, of course, got the Rogier chicane coming up next, which will lead towards the middle sector, into middle sector proper at the Lesmo 1 and 2. Very aggressive over the curbs there from Jeffrey Rietveld, a man who's certainly coming into his own at this portion of ESL R1. As we said before, struggled in the spring series, but here now and ready to fight, as we now see many of the cars now once again again come together. Brzezinski once again on our screen being chased down by Dane Warren. Has got Siggy right ahead of him here as well as they head through Lesmo 2.
Yeah, again, let's see if there's going to be any switches in this group. It's calmed down an awful lot from that early phase of the race where they were going 2 and 3 wide at various points. They've started to settle themselves in, but I know that this will start to heat up as the race goes on, as we head into those final moments. Brzezinski then 8th place, Kevin Siggy 7th, then Toman ahead of that, and Baldwin all a part of this train that sees it back down towards Warren Østgaard as well. Unfortunately for Kastorp, Ellis Jr. obviously into the pit lane early doors because a jump start. That's a big shame for the Apex Racing Team driver, but Kastorp might well be able to stick an extra point onto his resume from this Friday. But again, what's 1 point between mates?
Well, absolutely, especially in this field where it's so closely bunched together. Marcel Chinchik, who we currently see on screen, leading the way. In behind him, Jeffrey Rietveld, looking to put himself in finalist mode. Another driver who's just having a careful, concise drive is Joshua Rogers. He knows he's going into finalist mode as well. Should he stay like this? And Rietveld now once again getting closer. He's certainly going to search here on Chinchik, but not quite yet. He's going to wait behind. The patience is showing. He's waiting patiently for that final lap, I think, here, Lewis. I think he just wants to save the tyres, save the tyre wear. Obviously, it's imperative around Monza.
My only concern is this might be, so I've said before about the tyre wear, which can be a bit of a problem on board with the BMWs. There is one other thing that they're not particularly great at, and that's straight line speed. I wonder if that might be playing a bit of a factor to it. I want to lean, I'm going to hopefully lean on the fact that I think it's more just the fact that he's lifting out of it slightly and not trying to fight yet. He's going to wait for his right time. You're absolutely right in Joshua Rogers, though. He's got nothing to gain, really, from fighting this lot, because he knows I'm in position right now. If I try and go for something and then I spin around, and hey, maybe Jeffrey Rietveld goes for the race victory, and then he's the one in finalist mode, and I'm not, maybe it's too late.
Why squander it at this point? Exactly. Obviously, there's James Baldwin. Yuri Toman now hot on his tail. The Audi now coming down the Seraglio straight, and the Czechia drivers, you can just see, just looking left on his screen. Obviously just paying attention to what's going on. Breaks out of the dirty air as well as he makes his way down towards Ascari. Rubs over the left curb, now the right. Again, you can just see them taking it oh so aggressively as you can in these GT3 cars. As now we see once again Kevin Siggy on the charge as well. Looking up, that of course being Jeffrey Rietveld, who's trying to fight for the lead. That's what we're currently seeing on screen here. Rogers in behind them as well in 3rd place. Chinchik now heading through Curva Alvaretto. Now is this where Rietveld might think about making a move? Will he do it a lap earlier, or will he do it on the final lap?
Yeah, always I've said in these scenarios, I don't want to leave it to the final lap. I want to at least give myself some room to go for it. He's closing in once again, so it'll be well under 1/10 of a second by the time they get onto the brakes. Let's see, here we go. It is a look, and it is a commitment as well. Jeffrey Rietveld is going to send it down the inside of Marcel Chinchik, so he is going for the race lead. It could be finalist mode for the Dutchman, who the Hungarian ahead of him says, absolutely not. You know what circuit you're at, and you know who I am. I'm the champion. My name's Marcel Chinchik. You think you're going to pass me around here? You'll have to try better than that, sir.
Yeah, but he's coming back at the Curva Grande as well, and there's no more straights after this one until the Seraglio one indeed, and Jeffrey Rietveld going for glory, going for the finalist mode as well. Chinchik might not be able to defend this one. They rub together, heading out of the Rogier, but Chinchik again, brilliant display from the R8G, and Rogers might decide to make Rietveld's job a harder one, because of course if he gets through, that means Rietveld does not qualify for definite, and it certainly would still ensure Rogers' rise through to finalist mode.
So maybe Rogers does actually want to get past Rietveld. If he gets ahead of Rietveld, then suddenly Rietveld is not in position at all, even remotely, to get into finalist mode, and then it would just be Joshua Rogers. Let's see what he does coming up towards Ascari. The defensive line's being taken from Rietveld. He knows he can hang on from Rogers. Rogers surely not going to go to it in Ascari. He does back out of it. He couldn't have risked it that much. I've got to say, defensive driver, we were saying about Jeffrey Rietveld in the previous race being absolutely incredible. Marcel Chinchik's here thus far has been pretty stellar as well. Let's see how he hangs on in the final moments. We're heading on to the penultimate lap of the race. There is not long left to go here around Monza.
And this will effectively give Joshua Rogers essentially a free shot at the whole championship victory as well, because obviously he'll be the only one in finalist mode. Therefore, one race win away, and here at Monza to lay claim to the championship here at Gamers8. This could be massive here in the context of this entire series, as now they make their way down through towards turns 1 and 2. Down they go, Lewis. Take it away.
Yeah, let's see if there is going to be a move. So Rogers is in position right now. He is comfortable enough. He, like you say, he doesn't have to risk it, but he wants to be the only driver in finalist mode. You are absolutely right on that one. Penultimate lap, and still Marcel Chinchik is able to hang on. They're comfortably ahead of Maximilian Benneker at the moment. moment. 1.1 seconds behind, so he's going to join into this fight unless they fight so unbelievably hard. Beneke has seen this, he's been close, and he's not been able to get involved in the championship. Rietveld is though, Rogers is though. Marcel Cinčić is trying to hang on just for some extra glory on this Friday.
Yeah, coming down towards Lesmo 1 now. Cinčić still leads. Rietveld now within 3/10 as they peel through now towards Lesmo 2 after this one. Just getting so dangerously close there to the gravel trap. And look at Beneke also trying to bring himself back in. Nearly just over a second away as they now make their way down the Seraglio straight yet again. Cinčić still leads. 0.4 of a second now, Rietveld, as we now look back and see Rogers look to try and clamber closer. Ascari comes up after this one. And Rogers, who currently sees top, again a look down the inside of Rietveld, just making him think a little bit.
He's just getting in his head, I mean, to be fair, Rieveld's been racing for over 10 years. You're not going to get in his head, but then Rogers has been racing long enough as well. These two are putting on quite the show, and it's all behind Marcel Cinčić. There is Joshua Rogers in the top right of your screen. You can see the spider cam looking over his shoulder, looking over exactly what he's feeling. You can see into his face, see into his eyes. There's so much pressure on his shoulders, but still, he knows he doesn't want two drivers in finalist mode. Maybe he does have to make his way past.
Well, I think he might do. He might think about it this time as well. The penultimate lap about to be put to bed. The final lap now about to take us to the end of the race here at Monza. But we'll soon go racing here again one final time, I'm sure, as now we see them once again come together. Joshua Rogers trying to make that zealous overtake that could seal Rietveld's fate as they come through turns 1 and turns 2. Brilliant hit for Joshua Rogers, but it's not over yet, Lewis McGlade.
He has to be so careful not to get a penalty. He did squeeze a little bit on the exit there. Now race control might take looks at various things like that, so he must not get a penalty in this scenario, because then it could be over. But it is over realistically for Jeffrey Rietveld, who's now trying to come back into second position. He can't take the race victory that he requires because Joshua Rogers has taken over second. Onto the brakes they go and into the Rogier, and Marcel Cinčić started to check out.
He certainly has. It looked like Rietveld was going to get close heading through the Curva Grande, through the latter stages as well, but heading through the Rogier, Rogers hanging on to his P2 advantage. Cinčić, though, starting to check out. 6/10 clear now of Rogers, who is trying to clamber. Nonetheless, he doesn't need to win. He is already in the position where he needs to be in order to open up finalist mode now. Rietveld is going to need a little more. Remember, needing a victory to even think about laying claim to being part of that, alongside that of Josh Rogers. Having another look down the inside of the Scari. No fruitful overtake can be made. Rogers just far too experienced.
No, we're going to have a chat about that little move going on the exit of the Rettifilio after this race, because there's going to be some stuff to be discussed. A lot from race control to deal with as well, and it's a big one as well, because it would decide whether Joshua Rogers enters finalist mode or not. Let's see what happens. At the moment, we'll have to call it as is, because he's in second. Jeffrey Rietveld has a look down the inside. There is no move for him coming into Curva Alboreto, and so Joshua Rogers is going to be able to hang on to second position. But ahead of all of that, it's the master of Monza. It's Marcel Cinčić who will come across the line to take victory at the circuit he loves so much. R8G on top. Joshua Rogers heading into finalist mode at the moment in second, and Jeffrey Rietveld denied at the last. He'll finish in third, and that will not be good enough, George.
No, not at all for Jeffrey Rietveld, but Joshua Rogers getting himself through, as far as we can see, into finalist mode. And naturally, though, Marcel Cinčić will be the man delighted. A race win here at Monza, a key race win as well.
Yeah, now potentially for Joshua Rogers, it could be one step closer to that trophy there. We'll have to wait and see what race control think. For Marcel Cinčić, who's hoisted a trophy before on the ESL R1 stage, takes a victory. That one will be sweet. 25 points to his name. He's starting to move himself back into it. Thumbs up. You know he's so calm, isn't he? Almost no sweat on his brow.
Cool as a cucumber. Marcel Cinčić always with a smile on his face, and another smile for a photo as well after laying claim to another win that he is so used to as well. But Lewis, he did it calmly, he did it concisely, was not phased one bit.
No, not at all. Does that mean they should probably join phase? But no, it's fine. He's pretty comfortable in R8G. Like you say, it was a brilliant drive, but it's a classic one from Marcel around here. I think it's his third victory around Monza when it comes to LAN. He's so good around this circuit. Joshua Rogers, question marks for him. Takes out his little in-ears as well. They just help block out a lot of the noise in the arena of other drivers, other noises as well. It's been tricky for some of these drivers to keep focused on days like this. Saw even a little bit of that getting into the eyes of Joshua Rogers. it's baffling how they can keep focused under this pressure.
Yeah, it's a very fish out of water scenario. Here is, though, the replay. This is Yuri Kazdorp's moment where he went off, of course, colliding with Kevin Siggy, heading through Ascari. They came out, though, of course, turns 9 and 10, but he didn't venture turn 10 out of the corner fully, and Yuri Kazdorp then hitting the barrier. The stewards will take a look at it, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say that one probably is more on with Siggy, but either way, here comes Rogers.
We're joined on the main stage by Mr. Rogers himself. But you know what? We're in this weird state of limbo because I have to say, an incredible overtake to claim second place. But you know, we don't know what the outcome of it's going to be. So from your perspective, you know, going into that, obviously you know that you had to make that overtake because if you didn't, then Jeff would have gone into finalist mode as well. So, penny for your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that coming into that race, I needed P3. Jeffrey needed to win. And he was always in the draft of Marcel the entire time. So whatever I could do to either extend that gap between him and the car in front or try and get in front, it wasn't necessarily going to change the outcome, but it would obviously have a big impact on that. I wasn't necessarily trying to go for P2, but yeah, in the end we got there. We're in finalist mode now, but the hard part starts now, obviously converting and winning. Obviously next we go to Monza, which notoriously is probably the hardest track to win and the least important from a qualifying perspective. So I don't know, we'll see how it goes. Honestly, I'm looking forward to it and I'm having fun, and the fact that we've come this far already has far exceeded my expectations, so I'm happy.
سألنا المتسابق معنا جاش على أداءه الأسطوري اللي جالس يلعب فيه، وفعلا جالس يتسابق في مستواه ثابت دائم، يحقق معنا في المراكز الثانية. لكن في هذا السباق تحديدا صارت بعض المخالفات ولا ندري ايش تأثيرها عليه، فنبغى نسأله هل فعلا راح تأثر عليك أو من حتى برضو من وجهة نظرك كيف راح تكون. فذكر المتسابق قال أنها هي ممكن أن تأثر، هو ما كان يحتاج أصلا أن يكون المركز الثاني، كل اللي يحتاجه أنه يكون المركز الثالث عشان يقدر يكون في الفاينالست مود، عشان يقدر يلعب في النهائيات، واذا حقق النصر راح يفوز في البطوله. فكان يحتاج بس المركز الثالث الاولى، لعله تهور يمكن شوي في السباق، لكن مع ذلك يقول انه حاول انه يصنع المسافات بين المراكز الثانيه الاولى على اساس انه يقدر يتفوق عليهم. والسباق الجاي اللي راح يكون في مونزا راح نعرف تفاصيل اكثر، لانه بيكون برضو سباق جدا صعب.
Well, you've already mentioned it. We're going back to Monza. So let's just think about that. Let's just think about the next race at hand. What's kind of going through your mind? What kind of kinks are you trying to kind of iron out going into that? Maybe a couple of mistakes that you made in that race just then, you know, kind of fill us in.
Yeah, you know, obviously improving qualifying will still help, right? Being on that kind of front row, or at least for me being in the top 3 there, I noticed Max and I think it was Kevin battled behind me, and that ultimately opened that gap. So being part of that front pack when it does eventually break away is going to be important. Being off the front can sometimes mean that you're in that lucky situation where you're the only one, like what happened with Marcel in Munich. So yeah, I don't know. I'll just go out there, try and do my best, and we'll see what happens.
فنبغى نعرف ايش يقدر يسوي المتسابق معنا جاش في السباق الجاي اللي راح يكون في مضمار مونزا. فذكر المتسابق قال ان كل اللي يحتاجه من جد هو برضو في الثلاث مراكز الاولى، لكن يعتمد اذا فعلا نقص في الترتيب بحكم ممكن يطلع فيها المخالفات، فيحتاج بشكل او باخر انه يكون في 3 مراكز الاولى. وفي نفس الوقت ان في متسابقين ثانيين زي ماكس ومايكل حتى برضو او كيفن بالاصح كانوا يلعبون في السباق وكانوا حتى برضو قريبين منه، فيحتاج انه يصنع المسافات اللي بينهم. ففي كل الحالات ان السباق الجاي ما راح نشوفه جدا سهل، لكن كل اللي يعتمده على السباقات اللي بعده وراح يعطي كامل طاقته.
Well, that last lap was a nail biter, but congratulations on the win, Josh. An amazing race, and congratulations on making it into finalist mode, and let's see if you can bring it home. But for now, we're going to go back to the desk so they can break everything down before we go to our next race of the day.
والحين اعزائنا المشاهدين باقي عندنا السباق الجاي، فخلينا نروح على طول عند المحللين نشوف تفاصيل هذه النقاط وكيف صارت، ونرجع لكم في السباق اللي بعده.
Congratulations are in order. Joshua Rogers, representative of Porsche Coanda, being our very first driver here at ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, live from Gamers8. And yes, the weather here is hot, but Joshua Rogers bringing the heat across the tracks, most definitely. Consistent performances we've been seeing from him.
Yeah, what a drive today. What a drive today. He's been consistent, he's been smart, he has been playing with his teammate as well. exactly perfect driving. And we can see the stewards are being very busy as well. We had some little touches, little squeezes left and right to the Monza, typical Monza. And I'm very curious what is happening, because there was a little squeeze from Joshua in the first corner with Riyadh, but I don't think it was too terrible.
Well, I think from my perspective at least. Oh, okay, right. So this is the moment that we are checking out. What do you reckon it is that they're actually keeping eye on? Surely it wasn't enough of a bump.
There was a little tiny squeeze there on the exit, but I wouldn't say it's too bad. Joshua still had to overtake there, so I think...
I think intense race, and one thing that I definitely want to highlight is the fact that Joshua Rogers, had he just remained in third place, would have still made it to finalist mode. The fact that this man right here was insistent and persistent in pushing himself even further is definitely impressive, and it's most definitely something to be admired. But whether or not it could have cost him, what do you think?
Yeah, like what do you wonder? We saw some little tiny penalties being handed from the previous race at Hockenheim. So if race control, for example, will give a little penalty, he could really sabotage himself, not staying on that P3, playing a little bit safer.
Well, another collision that we ended up having was Yuri Kazdorp, starting 6th on our grid. Collision with Siggy made him drop all the way down to 11th. I gotta be honest with you folks, I was kind of crossing my fingers and rooting for Yuri, because when we took a look at the overall driver standings, it wasn't looking too great for him. He didn't have the best of results as of so far. But I don't know, that collision with Siggy, surely that's going to be frustrating for him. I know we were talking in the green room and we said, you know what? The fact that all he did was just sigh. I don't know about you, but I would be frustrated to no end.
I was actually really surprised to see Yuri's reaction. He just shook his hands and continued driving. And as you said, before the race, I was saying he had 2 terrible races. It would be great to have a little better Monza race. He did a good quali. He was driving real well the first lap, took a risk, actually helped his teammate to go forward. And we will see the provisional results now.
Yeah, I'm super excited to check this one out. Provisional, of course, providing that race control are going through all of those results, having a little bit of a chit-chat here and there. We did mention it, Joshua Rogers making it through to finalist mode, but of course we have to talk about Marcel Chinchik, our reigning driver champion from the ESL R1 Munich Major as well. What have you thought of Marcel's performance so far throughout today?
I think he will be a little happy and disappointed at the same time. This race in Monza was brilliant. He drove fantastic from quali and the race, but the previous 2 races were not exactly how he wanted to make it. So right now he's a bit lacking points, and right now there's a big danger on the grid, because Joshua Rogers is over 80 points. So if Joshua Rogers wins the next race, he will be our champion.
Well, Marcel Chinchik has certainly got quite the battle ahead of him, especially when we start to consider how close Jeffrey Rietveld and many of those other drivers are to securing themselves that finalist mode as well. The real question is, though, we're going to be diving into Monza once again. Do you think he's going to be heading into this looking and feeling pretty confident?
I think he has to. Like in this position, you probably are more under pressure than when you have a less points, because you're a target from everybody else, right? Because everybody will make sure that you are not winning.
All right, well, I'm super excited to find out what exactly is going on down at race control. So I'm going to pass it on over down there so we can find out some more.
There's in race control with my best bud, Adrian. We are back. Race director, I have a quick question for you. The question that's basically on everyone's mind who just watched that race at Monza. Rogers overtaking Rietveld on lap number 9, turn 1. Is there a penalty involved?
We had a protest, it has been reviewed, and stewards deemed that obviously there is no further action to be taken on that.
بالضبط اللي شفناه من جدة من جاش روجرز اللي كان في السباق الماضي في الجولة التاسعة تحديدا يوم سبق فيها ريتفيلد إلى المركز الثاني، فهل فيها مخالفة؟ وذكر قبل شوي أدريان إن لا ما فيها مخالفة والأمور كلها تمام وقدر يحصل النقاط وراح ينتقل معنا إلى الفاينالست مود.
So for those of you who are just joining us, or for those of you who are wondering about that result, that means there is no penalty to Josh Rogers. That means he does go into finalist mode as we continue the day of Drivers' Championship finals. Adrian, that's all basically I had to ask you. Thank you so much for informing us. And with that, we're going to go back to the desk to continue day number 2.
والحين بعد ما عرفنا نتيجة هذا السباق وعرفنا منه اللي وصل معنا إلى الفاينلست مود، خلينا نروح على طول على الاستديو نشوف تفاصيل السباق كيف كان وننتقل لكم إلى السباق اللي بعده.
Thank you very much for that, guys. We're back once again. Time to dive into the results of that race. And joining us this time around on the desk, we have none other than Nina Brock, manager of esports at Porsche Motorsports. Nina, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. And I see you grinning from ear to ear. You must be absolutely ecstatic. But I have to quiz you. What is the secret behind Josh Rogers? Because he's looking pretty confident and consistent throughout the duration of this event.
So thank you for having me, first of all.
My pleasure.
Yes, it is a big grin. Like, we have been performing today really well, like on the basis of yesterday. Josh is doing a really impressive performance regarding also just his like really mental strength, going into each race, like trying to give his best, doing his best, I really can say. And also like we saw now in the last race, he didn't have to take that overtake, what you also said earlier. But he just likes winning a little bit more. So he took the risk, got second, and now we're in finalist mode in next race.
What about when it comes to taking those risks? Is there anybody in his ear just being like, no, you should absolutely not do it? Or would you say the team very much trust his judgment wholeheartedly?
We trust really 100%. I think he has so much experience and like gained even more experience now in the last ESL R1 season, how to deal with the car, how to deal in specific situations. So we trust him, like he knows what he's doing there, and thankfully more often he really decides the right way.
You were talking about mental preparation and how mentally he's doing well today under all the pressure and having such a great result. Would you tell us secret in your esport team? I saw Mitchell and everyone running on treadmill, going swimming and everything. So do you really want from your drivers the maximum?
Of course, like we always want the maximum, like winning is so much better. So we always want to do that. I think what is really special on the team is just their team behavior. Like they really are aiming to do their best together, like they're pushing each other forward, each one of its own. Like you were mentioning Mitchell and Mac, of course they're like exercising a lot. They even did an Ironman this year, so really impressive there. But they're helping each other out, like they're talking, they're analyzing together, and pushing each other to a next level, and I think that is really the secret behind it.
And how about when it comes to supporting the drivers? You mentioned Mitch and Mac obviously not making it through to the finals of the Driver Championship. What kind of support is given their way to kind of put it to the back of their minds and focus on supporting their teammate?
They're really doing a really good job in doing that. They have been like ticked off the box of yesterday, focusing now on supporting the others today, looking at the race really carefully, also being then in communication with Jörn and me, so with the team manager, thinking about like what could they adjust, and also looking in potential protests and stuff, and just also talking to their teammates. So that's the deal.
Looking a little bit back, when we were driving in Germany in a major, you guys were missing just a little tiny bit to be on that top spot. Can you tell us what did you change coming to this massive event?
So what I can tell you, like it bothered Josh a lot. He really wanted to win in Munich. I mean, being the champion of the first ESL R1 season, I think that would be a big thing. But then again, like congrats to Marcel Czinczyk, like he did an amazing job. But I think that was a really important motivation now for the team, and especially then for Josh, because that was his #1 goal. And they just practice a lot, focus probably a lot on like the little things, like what was the deal in the last season, and improved it.
Now we're going to be diving back into Monza. Nina, give me the latest scoop. Favorite tracks? Do you think Josh is going to be heading into this one looking confident, likely to take first place?
I really must say, like, I think he goes in every race confident. I think we're in a pretty good situation right now, having raced Monza in the last race, going into Monza again, having really now the groove in the car, in the hands, in the feet. I'm confident when he's confident, so I'm looking forward.
like, especially in this position, we haven't had too many people being in this position right now as you are, when you literally just saw the race finishing, Joshua getting on that sweet spot where he can literally end the tournament today, right now. How much pressure on you at this moment do you feel?
Not so much, to be honest. Of course, like we want to win, so that pressure is there. But we are in a confident situation. We're not too secure. I think that is important, to be still grounded, realistic, and because we have just seen in Munich, there can be one race, like one driver in finalist mode.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah, I'm so excited to dive into this next race. But before we do so, we're going to go ahead and check in with my mate once again. It is Jeffrey Rietveld to see how he's feeling after that race.
Here with Jeff Rietveld, Team Redline driver. How's it all going?
It's going pretty well, I would say. I think I'm second in the standings now. I can make finalist mode this race. If Josh wins this race, I think he's champion. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be Monza again. Yeah, I felt pretty good last race. Wasn't ideal how it ended, but yeah, still a P3, still solid.
Josh has been grabbing all the headlines for the first few with this, but you've been Mr. Consistent, really, haven't you? You've almost been flying under the radar, and you do find yourself, not quite in finalist mode yet, but still in a very, very good position. Do you still think you can do something about this?
Yeah, for sure. It will depend on Josh, of course, how he performs. If he wins the race, it's over, you know. But I'm feeling very good, very confident, just doing my thing. I'm super relaxed, and yeah, we will see where we're gonna end up.
Perfect. It sounds like a good mindset to be in. Thank you for your time, Jeff. Best of luck. Back to you guys in the studio.
Welcome along back to Riyadh in race 5 here on day 2. It's the Drivers' Championship. We're in finalist mode as well with Josh Rogers. It could be done after this race. My name is Ewan O'Leary, alongside our Junior Kankipati again, and Josh Rogers has the chance to win $100,000.
And I think a lot of people questioning why Josh Rogers would have gone for that move in the closing stage of that race at Monza. Ultimately, what he was trying to do is put more separation between him and the chasing pack, trying to make sure that Jeffrey Rietveld has a harder job in this next race to achieve finalist mode.
We've spoken before, though, about the problem that Josh Rogers may well encounter and the fact he'll be ganged up on by everybody else. Let's see who those other drivers are and how far away they are from finalist mode at the moment. Jeffrey Rietveld only needs to finish 7th in this next race to get into finalist mode for the time we go to Nürburgring for race 6. Max Bernecke needs a top 2 here as well to reach those 80 points.
We are expecting the Porsche to be strong here at Monza, and that's why we should acknowledge the fact that Rogers has got a great chance of coming out on top here. But like you said, when you're going to get effectively ganged up on by the rest of the drivers, not wanting to allow you the chance to secure the championship before anyone else is in finalist mode, it's going to be intriguing. You can also see, though, Rogers breaking away, yes, but Rietveld and Bernecke not really being closed in by much. Yes, Chinchik has grabbed the victory in that most recent race, but ultimately, not many drivers in a chance of getting into finalist mode.
Only Chinchik, Toman and Baldwin can do it within the next 2 races. Further behind that, it's a lot more difficult. So we could see a similar situation to what we did in Munich, with around 5 maybe getting finalist mode, but even that seems a little unlikely at this stage. Do we reckon that Josh Rogers is going to clean it out before anybody else gets the chance, though? Because we know that Porsche is strong at Monza. We know he is on form this weekend, not finishing below 2nd in the 6 races he's done so far. He's going to be difficult to beat.
I think I'm not expecting him to win at Monza. I am expecting it to come down to our race at the Nürburgring. We're going to slightly change the order of tracks that we're going to go through. Of course, Spa, Nürburgring, Hockenheim and Monza, where we've gone to so far. Monza, Nürburgring, Hockenheim and Spa, so a slight change there. We did see that Rogers was quite patient behind Bernecke at the Nürburgring round. I think it's going to be interesting to see what, as you see the tracks there up on your screen, what the cars look like in terms of pace in those 6th, 7th and 8th races, because that might be a major talking point.
These are random draws, by the way, but we've had a bizarre bit of symmetry in ESL R1 in 2023. I've got to say, it was directly symmetrical on day 2 in Munich. Here, we've nearly got the same, ending up at Spa with race 8. By the way, after that, it's going to be completely random. Between what the next 4 races are, what order they go in, so we'll have to see if we get there, but that would of course be the longest time that finalist mode has ever gone on for.
We thought we'd only see 1, 2 or 3 drivers make it to finalist mode before our champion is crowned. One of those drivers has added their names to the list. We think that we will likely see Rietveld, of course, in the second finalist spot, Beneka potentially in the third. I think we're going to be done in a couple of rounds here.
We could well be. One thing to note as well, though, is Marcel Chinchik and the way he won that previous race at Monza. We know how strong he is around there. It's what clinched in the title in the Spring Major. He just won another race there. He got pole position there as well. He may be the thorn in Josh Rogers' side because we know how good he is around that circuit. While he can't get into finalist mode in the next race, he could at least get it to go on for a little bit longer.
The thing to point out as well is we've had 3 consecutive races where pole position has converted to a victory. Yes, Warren pole at Spa, Rogers victorious, but pole position seemingly relatively content to hold and restrain the tempo of the race. We've seen the drivers get a little bit more physical. Race director has had to intervene a couple more times, and you'd have to assume with a championship on the line, $100,000 on the line, the elbows are going to be out.
They certainly are. We had a fairly slow start to the day in terms of getting things underway, but this generally happens in ESL R1. It just builds up to a crescendo right in the very end of the day, and we're very much looking forward to what could be the finale here. Certainly the next few races is going to be very, very dramatic indeed. As I mentioned, Josh Rogers needs to win to take $100,000. And Jeffrey Rivell, the man on your screen, needs 7th place to join him in finalist mode for the next race. He's going to be first, making his way out onto the circuit here at Monza to hopefully qualify his car the best he possibly can. And to be honest, he's been surprising us with the strength of that BMW.
We do know the BMW is not the quickest in a straight line, and that's why for Rietveld he was so patient and not really going for the move too early. Waited until the third to last lap to try his first real attempt, and ultimately ended up dropping back, yes, but we know that he needs, a 7th place finish here to make it into finalist mode. Once you're in finalist mode, it doesn't matter where you finish after that. It's just finish number 1 and grab the championship. For Rietveld, 7th, surely he can achieve that.
By the way, when you do get into finalist mode, the points do still accumulate as you're going along, so that's how we'll order the standings eventually at the end. If there are, of course, multiple people in the finalist mode, you are still ordered in that way. As Jeffrey Rivell completes the first sector, 34.8 from him as he makes his way through the 2 Les modes right now as well. This is Les mode 2. Need a really good exit out of here, close to the gravel as possible. Oh, and he's in the gravel once again. But he did that on his first lap as well in the last race, and his lap time was still okay.
The first sector about a 10th or so off the kind of average time that we expect to get you into the very low 146s. Ideally, I think we might end up with this race in particular seeing a 45.9 given the stakes on the line. We saw half a second split the 12 cars in qualifying in race number 1. Surely they'll all deliver this one time of asking. Second sector again about a 10th off, tracking to a 146.2 right now.
A 0.9 would be absolutely fantastic to see, and a really good lap time as well. We saw great quality as well in the times that came in that previous race from the likes of Jeffrey Rivell, from Marcel Chinchik, and from Josh Rogers as well. Rivell makes his way out the final corner now and towards the line, as closest to the pit wall as you can possibly get. It's a 46.1 from him, not quite as strong as he managed last time.
What did I say? 46.2, 46.192. We're 8 thousandths off. Not a bad prediction. Let's see if I can do that again with Marcel Chinchik. 34.7 in the first sector, and then a 35.5 in the second. Oh, he's right around the 146 zeros. It's all going to depend on this third sector. Needs to get below a 35.7, you would think, and out of the final corner nice and tidy. Powers his way to the line, taking the shortest distance in that number 15.
Is he going to be able to take a second pole in a row? It's going to be a 46.0. That is going to be difficult to beat, just over 1/10 in front of Jeffrey Rivell.
And you could see as well that final sector 35.79, so that's where we did lose a little bit of ground. So here comes Kevin Siggy, first sector about a 10th off, second sector about half a 10th off, but tracking towards Chinchik, and it might be Siggy out-qualifying Rietveld for the first time today.
Well, it will be a bit of a surprise here for Kevin Siggy. It's about time that he strung a lap together, or strung a whole lap together here in qualifying. It's up to second place as well. Just 1/1000th of a second between the 2 Team Redline drivers.
Well, if you wanted to know how consistent the Redline teammates were and why we think they are potentially favourites for the team championship, there you go. Max Benecka's going to be up next, and he is definitely tracking into the 145.9s right now. Watch out for the 71. Benecka, after grabbing a pole at the Nürburgring, will want to do so at the Temple of Speed as well.
Did all right in the first race, of course. Another 13 points to his name with a 4th place finish. Needs to finish in the top 2 here to get into finalist mode after this race does Max Beneke. It's over the line. It's a 46-0 from Max Beneke. He goes right close to Marcel Cincic.
It was that third sector again where they're just losing a little bit of time compared to some of the sectors that we saw in the spring major, and so 5 thousandths of a second. That is quicker than a blink of an eye. For Yuri Toman, that second sector definitely saw a slowdown penalty there. This is going to see Toman down the back of the field.
Let's see, it was a staggering amount of slowdowns, by the way, in the previous race, and we could be on our way to seeing that again here. 48-4 from Yuri Toman there, once again having a difficult end to day 2 here, unfortunately, as Dane Warren makes his way towards the line. What role is he going to have to play with Josh Rogers in finalist mode?
Now, you've got to assume that for the teammates to be able to run in close proximity, and at least for Rogers to have someone that he knows is not going to throw too many really desperate sends, Warren's going to have to qualify well. Of course, pole in the first race, but has struggled a little bit more since then.
Over the line for Dane Warren. It's a 46-0 for Dane Warren again. 32 thousandths away. Now that is encouraging for Rogers because he knows that he will have a teammate up to help him should he need it.
Now he's got to match Warren's performance in terms of driving, and that's going to be, I think, easier said than done given the lap time that Warren was able to put together. Kevin Ellis Jr. coming off a few rough races, hoping to rebound. Let's see if he can find some speed in the Apex Racing team, number 98.
Out of the final corner for Kevin Ellis Jr., who qualified his way in through the shootout here last night. Goes over the line with a 46-2. I'm afraid it's not quite been Kevin Ellis Jr.'s day. As I mentioned earlier, I'm just pleased to be here, really.
Plenty of drivers, I think, have not really enjoyed a fun day. Could say that for James Baldwin in particular. Has had a couple of top 5 finishes, but not necessarily the performances that we would have expected, and again tracking towards a low 146, but I don't necessarily think it's going to challenge Cincic. It's more into the red line teammates that he'll be looking, but he's almost, what, 600s off of that.
Yeah, I thought James Baldwin would thrive today with finalist mode in the way that he performed in Munich, but that's really not been the case, unfortunately. Josh Rogers certainly has thrived, though. Didn't win a race on day 2, actually, back in Munich, but he did get into finalist mode eventually, and yeah, didn't end up winning the title.
It's a very slow sector 2 though for Josh Rogers. We saw Dane Warren punch in a very impressive lap time in the Porsche Commander Esports car, and for Rogers it's not going to be so impressive. He's down below Baldwin and outside of the top 6.
Well, there's not a lot he can do from back there. Dane Warren would have to put on teammate of the century performance, where I know Hanya Yoski put on a good one for Marcel Cincic in Munich, but Rogers is going to need a bit of a miracle, I'm afraid, to take the title here in this one. A big moment in this qualifying session as Jakub Brzezinski looks to lift his spirits a little bit with a performance here. Not been the day for Williams. It was not been a real week for Williams Esports, unfortunately for them. 46-2 is around where they've been all day long, but still only 8th place.
Once again, 9-car split by, what, a quarter of a second. Yes, Yuri Toman with a slowdown. Not really a representative time from him, but the quality of the field that we see, once again, we keep calling them 12 of the best sim racers, 48 of the fastest sim racers that entered yesterday, and we're being shown why. For Tommy Osgaard, not an ideal Sector 1, slightly better Sector 2. We'll be hoping he can find his way up into the top 6.
He will. Looking to lift his spirits as well is Tommy Osgaard. Over the line, it's a 46-2 from him as well. That's only 7th place, only 1,000ths away from James Baldwin. And Giri Kastrup will hope to do a little bit better than that as well. Unfortunately, had an accident at Ascari during the last race, which dropped him all the way to finish in 11th.
He's not had a fun day by any means, has been outside of the top 10 consistently, but this does seem like it's a slightly more consistent qualifying performance. First and second sectors relatively on the mark for a low 146, and, well, the Mao's number 4 going to try and join Beneke up towards the front.
46-2 as well from Yuri Kastorp. It's 9th place, right around where he's been all day long. In the top 11, covered by less than a quarter of a second. These ESL R1 qualifying sessions just do not get any more spread apart the more that we do them. It's been like this from the very start in Katowice, and now towards Riyadh as well. It's still as close as ever. Quarter of a second separating the top 11, but at the front of them, Marcel Cincic for the 2nd race in a row.
I mean, we stay at Monza, so it's what we expect, and ultimately with Rogers back in the pack now, we're going to be a little bit more concerned about who's going to join him in finalist mode as we make our way next to the Nürburgring, but first 15 minutes here at Monza.
Let's have a look at your starting grid for another 9 laps at this historic racetrack. Yuri Toman, the only driver with a slowdown on this occasion, ahead of, or just behind of Kevin Ellis Jr. Jakub Brzezinski sneaks into the top 10 alongside Yuri Kastor, with Josh Rogers down in 8th. That is the big story from this one. Tommy Erskog 7th, just behind of James Baldwin and Jeffrey Rietveld, who needs 7th here to get finalist mode, by the way. Kevin Siggy with a good qualifying to 4th there, with Dane Warren 3rd. Max Benecke is where he needs to be, with a top 2 to get into finalist mode here. But it's Marcel Cincic who sets the ALJ fastest qualifying lap here for race 5 at Monza. He has been sweating today, by the way. We've seen some in these slow-mo shots. He's working hard, but the rewards are great at the moment. Another race win may be on the cards, with the last 3 race wins being taken by the pole sitters.
We're not necessarily expecting the win to be able to bring Marcel Cincic up in towards finalist mode, but he will need another strong result after that. Ultimately, not going to have to see too much ganging up on Josh Rogers, given the relative lack in performance in qualifying.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise, isn't it? Because we've not seen him drop outside the top 2 all day long just yet in terms of race finishes. So it's unlikely to see that. Certainly at the start we wouldn't have predicted it, but he's found himself all the way down there. I mean, is there a situation where we can see him winning this race? I think it's unlikely.
I don't think he's going to get the opportunity to have the chance to work his way on forward. Everyone's going to make his life as difficult as possible. And what do we say? Well, fighting's great, it looks impressive, but it costs you a whole bunch of time.
It certainly does, and that's the problem when you start even below the first row. Second row sometimes can even be a problem for you. It's race 5 though here at Monza in the ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco here at Gamers8. Great to be along with you once again. This man has the chance to clinch $100,000 in the next 9 laps. We've just spoken though, it's not going to be easy for him. Max Benecke needs a top 2. Jeffrey Rietveld needs to finish in the top 7, and then they will be in finalist mode as well, heading into a very dramatic Nürburgring race. It would turn out to be.
And we saw how Max Benecke dominated at the Nürburgring. Going to be very difficult to see anyone else surely challenge him. Rogers was within a second at the line, but never really had a sniff of a pass, and so one race here that we expect Marcel Cincic to dominate. Maybe Benecke dominates the next race. A couple more drivers entering finalist mode, but crucially, opportunities for Rogers slipping away for him to crown himself the champion before anyone else can have that same opportunity.
Absolutely. We said earlier on that he may have the problem that everyone else will gang up on him a little bit, but as you mentioned, that may not be a problem next time around. Don't forget as well, at the Nürburgring for the first time, it was Max Benecke and Josh Rogers who finished 1 and 2, and they were pretty comfortably faster than the rest as well. Is it going to be another historic battle between those two legends of the sim racing world? Some of the best drivers of all time here in ESL R1. The final 12 whittled down to just one finalist mode driver at the moment. Don't forget that Josh Rogers doesn't lose finalist mode if he doesn't win here. He keeps that forever now, but just needs to win another race if he wants to take those $100,000 home with him. The lights are going on then. It's the second race at Monza, race 5 of the afternoon, with Marcel Cincic on the front and Max Benecke alongside. It's a good start from the Hungarian, the ESL Spring Major champion. Gets off to a flyer. Dane Warren alongside Max Benecke for second place at the moment. Coming down in towards turn 1. James Baldwin ducking and diving a little bit as Benecke fires it down the inside. He tries to hold on to second place and does so with Cincic in the lead.
But you can see this little bit of a squirrel there from Benecke in the Maus Audi at the front. Allowed Dane Warren to take advantage, and now losing a bunch of momentum as they swoop through Curva Grande for the very first time. Look at the red line BMWs trying to go aggressive on their former teammate, but Benecke runs the middle of the road and blocks them from making a pass.
Dane Warren in the perfect place to maybe help Josh Rogers pull off a miracle here. He's side by side with Tommy Erskog out of the second chicane right now, heading towards Lesmo 2. He has the inside line, going for 7th place at the moment. I'm not sure whether he's going to be able to manage it because Erskog had his nose in front, and he goes a little bit wide as well. On board with his teammate Dane Warren, who's trying to do his best to put off Marcel Cincic.
And ultimately for Cincic, again, a victory not likely to be enough for him to be able to gather finalist mode immediately. He's going to have to hope that from behind, the drivers that have been able to work closer and closer to finalist mode have some struggles, like Benecke, who we said needed a second place finish to get to finalist mode heading into the Nürburgring, where we think he might be the favorite.
And what do you think Dane Warren's going to do here? Is he in his own head thinking, I want to win this race because I'm trying to get finalist mode myself, or is he going to create as much battling as possible to help Josh Rogers, who is down in an unlikely 8th place right now?
Yuri Kastor up the inside of Kuba Brzezinski into the Curva Alboreto behind as well. Yuri Toman clears himself on Kevin Ellis Jr. 3 Audis running towards the back of the field while another Audi runs towards the front. This is where we're seeing that the balance of the performance of the car is relatively equal, all things considered. The drivers with the fixed setup as we go from track to track have got to adjust to what it's providing them.
Max Benecke getting pretty close to Dane Warren on the run down in towards turn 1 as well, but that's not going to be a move that's going to happen. The top 3, in fact, are staying away from the rest a little bit, and kind of smartly, Team Redline have put Jeffrey Rietveld in front of Kevin Siggy. Don't know whether it was intentional or not, but it's a good idea.
All he needed was a 7th place, but with the buffer behind, 4th, we'll see him ride, hopefully, until the end of the 9th lap and achieve finalist mode to challenge with Josh Rogers on board with Benecke once again. He was a driver that I think a lot of the fellow competitors had highlighted as being hungry for success. The very first winner in ESL R1 history. Bit of an up and down season after that. We mentioned the dual responsibility that he was feeling. But now for Benecke, finally some confidence, some comfort it would seem, and he's really pushing the limit of that Audi.
Certainly is, and has had a great day so far. Good start anyway. Not so much in the last few races, but a really good start for Max Benecke. Was right up there with Josh Rogers, then had those problems at Hockenheim. Well, he just didn't get away off the start line at all. Went absolutely nowhere. That's put him in a little bit of a rut, but he's getting out of that right now with a couple of races at Monza. 4th place in the last one. Now he's up to 3rd and looking for that 2nd place, which is currently held by Dane Warren, as Josh Rogers moves ahead of James Baldwin, as everybody does.
Can take a look on the left side of the screen as well. The green bar next to Josh Rogers indicates finalist mode for him. You'll be able to track the drivers that can claim the championship with a win by using that green bar. We'll see how many of the bars get added to the timing tower by the time our champion is crowned. End of lap number 2. Still Chinching and Warren at the front with Benecke closing slowly but surely. He's where we're going to have to keep an eye on. When does he want to go for the move? We don't think Kevin Siggy is going to go to the move, but with so much draft, he's going to have to take that overspeed into turn number 1.
I don't think it's going to matter too much in the end because Tommy Uscott's quite a long way away. Kevin Siggy's ruined it a bit though. He's got very deep in towards turn 1 there. And Jeffrey Rieveld's going to come straight back at him. This is a disaster now for Redline because they're fighting with each other.
And they've really allowed the likes of Tommy Oscar, Josh Rogers, and, well, maybe not Brzezinski just yet, but if they continue to squabble, there may be that opportunity. Rieveld's going to get up in front of Siggy as they once again file through the Curva Grande, but up towards that 2nd chicane. Benecke not close enough to go for a move on Dane Warren.
No, and Rietveld back through again on Kevin Siggy there with Tommy Usgard and Josh Rogers very close in behind right now. Through Lesmo 1 go the leaders. They've got a couple of seconds over the rest, and that will help them just a little bit. But how motivated are they going to be to make the moves here? Max Benecke needs 2nd place, of course, to get into finalist mode. 3rd would not be enough. So expect him to be the one making moves.
I wonder what his team manager, René Latin, is giving him in his ear. What is he coaching him through? Is he saying that wait till the final stages, see what Chinchik and Warren do? Is he just telling him that you don't need to go for it in this race? You might get another opportunity in the next race to stop anyone else from taking the victory. So many different things to think about, but if you're Josh Rogers riding back in 7th, only one thing on your mind. That's P number 1.
Well, I would say the thing on his mind at the moment will be that qualifying lap and the mistake he made in the middle sector. We didn't see it, of course, but we're going to presume that he made one because he has the pace to be on pole here and challenging for the win as he was in race 4. In race 5, though, he's got a lot of work to do, and in this race he's showing that he could be winning this one as well. It just shows how important qualifying is, because no matter what he does here, I don't think Rogers is even going to be able to manage a podium.
Not especially with the gap between Rietveld and Benecke that continues to grow to the inside. Rogers will look on the fellow Porsche former teammate in Tommy Osgard, but the heroic car that's been strong over the course of the last couple of months will try and fight this one back, but look at the confidence. Rogers on the outside gets the power down nice and early and should be able to secure a 6th spot before they get into the braking zone of the Roger.
The inside line through Curva Grande there for Rogers, but Siggy just pulled to the outside there just to give Osgard a bit of a slipstream and a bit of a chance of going or keeping alongside him, because he wants Rogers to obviously be in those battles, wants to protect Jeffrey Rietveld as much as he possibly can, but that did not materialise in the end for Team Redline and Kevin Siggy as we zoom in on the 2 Redline drivers. Update from the pit lane, by the way, technical issue for James Baldwin, I'm afraid, in this race. Put him down to 12th place, and it's been a difficult day for him.
Yeah, definitely not. I think his the Drivers' Championship that he would have been dreaming on the journey over here, ultimately, it was a dramatic spring major, and I have no doubt heading into the future seasons of ESL R1 that Baldwin and the Mercedes-AMG Petronas camp will be ones to watch. But of course, Baldwin can't be too disconsolate. Tomorrow, the fight for $600,000 starts in the team championship.
Yeah, state team rising even a little bit higher, if you like. On board with Josh Rogers, the only driver in finalist mode here in race 5. The only driver with a chance to win $100,000 at the moment. Jeffrey Ripper will be joining him for the next race if things stay as they are. Max Benecke needs one more place, and he's closing in on that place right now as well, up the front, but that battle has kind of had a bit of a relaxing period in the last couple of moments. Now will Benecke try and make the move as Dane Warren gets a bit closer to Marcel Chinchik, and they all lift off. Warren from Chinchik, and then Benecke staying behind as well. Everyone's waiting for the end of the race.
No one wants to lead. No one wants to lead right now, except Marcel Chinchik being forced to run at the head of the field. We saw just how important the draft can be, and we know how strong the Porsche is here. As much as Marcel Chinchik dominated that first race at Monza, a lot of people said if Rogers got to finalist mode heading into race number 5, he would have a chance. He's not at the front for the time being, and now under fire from Kevin Siggy.
And you wonder how annoyed he'll be about his qualifying lap now, because Kevin Siggy's down his inside again. There's a little bit of contact. Tommy Uscott's going to have a chance here as well, but fires it over the curve. That will probably be a cut track for him. He'll look up the inside for the next right-hander, but it's not going to happen on this occasion. Josh Rogers will be ruining this missed opportunity because, as you say, the Porsche is very strong around here.
And especially knowing that the Nürburgring is up next, which is definitely not necessarily the track that is going to suit the Porsche the most. Running through that second Lesmo on the 1 kilometer rise up towards Ascari, looking rearwards over the shoulder from Kevin Siggy, is doing what he needs to do in terms of protecting his teammate Jeffrey Rietveld up the road. But as Max Benecke continues to hunt, he's starting to run out of time. We're going to have 4 laps to go next time by. We saw the move start with 3 laps to go in the previous race here at Monza, so maybe only a lap away from Benecke starting to set up his charge.
We could well be very, very close indeed to a dramatic finale now. 4 laps away from the finish. Marcel Chinchik under real pressure, searing pressure at this stage in the race. 4 times in a row now, or it would be 4 times in a row, that the pole sitter would have taken the race win. That's happened in the last 3 races. Can Marcel Chinchik make it 4 with Dane Warren right in his slipstream? Is this the moment where the battling really kicks off? And will the Australian go for it on this occasion? The answer is a pretty firm no.
Maybe the next time by. Again, 3 laps ago when we might expect it to start bubbling up. We saw, of course, let's not forget, one of the best finishes so far here over at the final race yesterday. Moritz Lohner getting around the outside of Thibaut Casabon. Kuba Brzezinski joined the fun as well, and it was so incredibly exciting. I think we've got a pretty fun battle as well continuing to brew between Josh Rogers and Kevin Siggy. Once again, Siggy will have the inside into the Roger, but Rogers that little bit further in front this time by.
Siggy playing the teammate here for Jeffrey Rietveld and dives in towards the second chicane. Rogers round the outside though, takes the cut by going over the second part of that chicane, but he's taken 5th place as well. He has raced fantastically here, but his qualifying performance has just put him away and made sure that finalist mode is not going to bring him the $100,000 on this occasion. He'll be setting himself up for the Nürburgring.
Look at Benecke looking at the empty void behind, and that's important because with 2.6 odd seconds to Jeffrey Rietveld, Benecke knows that with 3 laps to go, he can start to push, he can start to attack, he can start to challenge side by side. Let's not forget some of our nominations for the KFC's Colonel's Choice for Best Overtake of the Day yesterday came here at Monza with some double passes into the Curva Alboreto. Ryan Barneveld unfortunately lost that out to Moritz Lohner on the final race of the day, but we know it can be done, and Benecke is aggressive enough to get it done.
He's so close behind Dane Warren now, isn't he? The problem he's got is that he can't actually pull out of line here too early, otherwise he'll have no slipstream. But Warren will from Marcel Chinchik. Now Benecke is finding that out as he just takes a look to the left-hand side of the Australian. Will close in a little bit now, just trying to time his run more than anything. Warren might have to go for this with Chinchik slowing down on the straight. Here goes Max Benecke down the inside in towards the first turn, and in the end Dane Warren doesn't go too deep on the brakes. Benecke is into 2nd place.
He's done what he needs to get up into finalist mode, but now needs to hold on for the next 3 or 2 and a bit laps at this point. Rogers and Siggy continue to squabble behind, allowing Rietveld that comfort. Rogers will be joined by at least 1 more driver in the Nürburgring in finalist mode. The question is, can Benecke hold on to be that extra driver? Well, look at the squabble that's forming up behind. Rogers to the inside, Oscar to the inside as well, into the Roger, too wide, too deep.
down the inside for Josh Rogers again. This time he might well hang back and go for it on the exit. He just pushes Kevin Siggy ever so slightly and will look to the inside once again as Tommy Osgaard looks to make it 3 wide very nearly. It's going to be 2 wide, but Osgaard's on the inside here. Into Lesmo 1, there's been a contact. There's even more. And Tommy Osgaard goes around into the wall and down to 11th.
He was tapped from behind by Yuri Toman, but you saw that the rear end was already snaking around, and the tap from Toman enough to spin Osgaard into 11th spot. It continues to see the battle though. We've got Rogers, Toman and Brzezinski on that charge up in towards Ascari. Gonna have 2 laps to go next time by, and crucially, even more time bled to Jeffrey Wheatfeld.
It was a bit of a domino effect really, wasn't it? It went on backwards and backwards, and Tommy Osgaard in the end lost out. And spun into the wall, back down to 11th for him at the moment. Josh Rogers still very much embedded within this fight now. Yuri Toman right behind him. Rogers may well accept with 2 laps to go that this is not going to be the day.
It wouldn't be the race, sorry. You said it wouldn't be the day and you got me confused there for a second.
Yeah, it could be. We're used to doing 1 race a day, aren't we, really? Never mind 8 or more. So yeah, it's not going to be his race at least. But yeah, 6th place at the moment. Under pressure from Yuri Toman now as well.
In towards the Rettifilio, the middle of the track, actually a little bit smoother. You can see the brake lights coming alive for Jakub Brzezinski, not wanting to take it 3 abreast. Rogers got to be very careful here with Toman looking to try and poke himself to the outside. Both drivers will leave themselves room, but as the corner funnels down, the curb cuts itself to a close. Toman rejoins the racing surface and now gets squeezed by Joshua Rogers.
And here comes Jakub Brzezinski right in behind Yuri Toman. Rogers is going to get freight trained now on the outside of the Curva Grande. Toman will pull in front of him as well before pulling back to the racing line. He'll have a great view in the rearview mirror now, side by side between those 2 in front of him. It's absolutely locked together. And here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. as well, coming into Lesmo 1. He's on the inside here of Josh Rogers, who's now beginning to take punch after punch to the head here, and he's just going knocked further down the order.
Ultimately, it does not matter. Rogers has achieved finalist mode. He just needs 1 victory from this point forward. He will lose out to Kevin Ellis Jr. potentially as well, but there is some drama from race control.
Yeah, Josh Rogers has got a 10-second time penalty as well for track limits here, so it really isn't going to be his race. I think this would be the biggest miracle we've ever seen in sim racing, to be honest, if he was able to take the title in this particular race. He'll have to wait for the Nürburgring, and how does he pick himself up from that one as well, because it will be disappointing.
So again, just to reiterate, as we run right now, Rogers above the 80-point threshold to reach finalist mode, where 1 victory secures you the championship. Benecke in second has done enough to also get himself above the 80-point threshold. Rietveld will do so as well. We head to the Nürburgring potentially with 1 lap to go here at Monza, with 3 cars potentially in finalist mode, and most importantly, Max Benecke, who dominated at the Nürburgring earlier today, has the chance to make himself a contender for the ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco Drivers' Championship.
There's the confirmation for Rogers as well, who's going to be staying down in 10th, maybe being bumped down to 11th after the penalty there, but it really doesn't matter at all. Max Benecke just needs to stay in 2nd place, and to be honest with you, I'm surprised that Dane Warren didn't fight Max Benecke a little bit more, because he held 2nd place after all, did the Australian. Didn't really defend though, to prevent Rogers from having someone else to worry about in the next race.
Yes, but I've got to wonder for Dane Warren if he's also trying to think about the fact that he's not been that consistent over the course of his Rennsport campaign. We know how quick he can be, but not always able to get the lap times every single time around, and so at the end of the day, a 3rd place finish here, getting more points on the board for him, rising himself up in the championship, more prize money to be had. You looking for drama?
Well,
sounds like it.
You sound like you think they would have come together.
Well, I'm just saying I understand from Dane's perspective. You know, there's championship money on the line here, and as much as, yes, he could have protected his teammate, it's every man for themselves here today.
Fair enough. No, we'll see how it pans out for Josh Rogers in the next race. But for Marcel Chinchik, it's been panning out very well over the last couple of rounds. Pole position in race 4 and the win. It's pole position in race 5 and the win as well to Marcel Chinchik, who takes 2 in a row, and it's 4 for the pole sitters in a row here in ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco as well. There he is, sweating as he always is, and that little bit closer to finalist mode. In this next race now, he has the chance to gain that, but for the moment, he still has a lot of catching up to do.
The one good thing is that we know the Audi can be quick at the Nürburgring, but it's all going to be about how Marcel Czincik can respond to the pressure. Can he grab 3 pole positions, 3 victories in a row in order to prevent one of Maximilian Benecke, of Jeffrey Riedfeld or Joshua Rogers from being able to crown themselves the champion and walk away with $100,000.
One of sim racing's best in the world on your screens right there. Marcel Czincik, ESL R1 Spring Major champion. Now getting that little bit closer to winning here in Riyadh as well. If he can, he'll probably have the job of trying to take that win away from the finalist mode drivers as well. You mentioned that the Audi's relatively strong there. We're thinking that Benecke will be up there because he'll be in finalist mode. Rietveld as well with Rogers. But Marcel Czincik, of the drivers not in finalist mode, you'd maybe fancy him to get up there.
Well, Mehdi Al-Fathi has come down now to have a quick chat and maybe talk through some things that they saw through in that race. And ultimately, it's going to all now come down to what happens to the 3 drivers. We're not left with one that all of the field is going to gang up against. 3 drivers now fight for themselves. The rest hope that they get a chance later today.
And such a passionate team member at RHG, by the way, is Mehdi. He was first on the scene with Marcel Czincik after his 45,000 euros won at Munich. There is the incident with Tommy Østgaard through Lesmo 1, as we said at the time. Bit of a domino effect with Josh Rogers involved and everybody else. This is on board from Yuri Toman. Rogers was initially alongside Kevin Siggy there, and then the Norwegian headed down the inside. Rogers made a bit of a mistake, then that forced Østgaard to slow down, and then Toman just got slightly into the back of the Porsche. Let's go down to the stage now, and Barney, who's standing by at the moment, with Jeffrey Rietveldt, who has also reached finalist mode.
Jeffrey, you did what needed to be done, and now it is time to dig your heels in. How did you feel throughout that race?
It was not that eventful for me personally. Messed up qualifying, sadly, missed the second chicane completely, so for sure not happy about my qualifying performance. Then Kevin just helped me amazingly to secure P4, so I would go into finalist mode. Yeah.
سألنا المتسابق جيفري معنا كيف شعوره بعد ما خلاص حسم أنه موجود معنا في الفاينالست مود، فكيف شعوره بعد وصوله لهذه المرحلة. قال لي بكل صراحة، قال بالنسبة له السباق الماضي ما كان أفضل شيء، وهو حتى برضه منصدم من الأداء اللي قدمه، كان ممكن أنه يتجنب أخطاء كثير، فبالنسبة له السباق الجاي بيكون جدا صعب بحكم الأخطاء اللي صارت.
It was just more about maintaining your position, wasn't it? Because now you are in finalist mode. Congratulations. I've said it before at the top of the show that next track up, Nürburgring, it's a true test of bravery. Feeling brave?
I'm feeling brave, definitely. We'll be fully sending it again in qualifying. It's a very hard track to overtake on, so I think that whoever gets the pole position is probably going to win the event. So let's see.
اوكي، هذا التصريح بصراحه جدا ممتاز، لكن اللي شفناه فعلا في السباق الجاي اللي راح يكون في مضمار مميز، مضمار تماما مختلف، فنبغى نعرف ايش الاستراتيجيات اللي راح ياخذها معنا المتسابق في المضمار القادم. قال بكل صراحه، قال ان اللي راح ياخذ المكان الافضل بالنسبه له في بدايه السباق ممكن يفوز في السباق بشكل كامل، فبدايته هي اهم شيء.
You heard it here first, but you know what? You probably already knew. Jeffrey Rietveld is going to full send it into Nürburgring, and that's exactly what we like to hear. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us in the post-race interview, and best of luck going into Nürburgring. But for now, we're going to send it back over to the desk because we got 3 drivers in finalist mode, and the next one is going to be a doozy.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين، بعد ما عرفنا منهم ال3 متسابقين اللي معنا اللي انتقلوا إلى السباق أو إلى الفاينلست مود، ممكن يكون السباق الجاي هو السباق الأخير، فخلونا نروح على الاستوديو نشوف تفاصيل النقاط كيف معنا ونرجع لكم في السباق الجاي.
Marcel Czincik yet again being a 2-time winner, joining the others of our 2-time winners. Who do we have now? We had Kevin Siggy, and we had, was it Josh Rogers? Josh Rogers as well. So now he's joining that club of drivers. The real question is, though, does he have what it takes to take himself into finalist mode? During the next race, he very much should be able to do so. But let's chit-chat a little bit more about the other drivers we have joining finalist mode. We now have Jeffrey Rietveld and Maximilian Benecke joining Josh Rogers. Do we think that either of those 2 drivers are going to win out, or do we think we're going to get yet another race?
I'm very curious to see that, because the Nürburgring is a very hard technical track. And who was really strong on Nürburgring in the previous races? Czincik, also Rietveld, and also Rogers.
I'll tell you what though, if Max Benecke manages to take away this win, or Jeffrey Rietveld from the clutches of Josh Rogers, I would be full tilt.
100%. That would be incredible. Absolutely incredible. Max Benecke really going for it, and he is so close to take it away. But we have 3 drivers going for it, so I hope to see some good racing. And I'm actually surprised we haven't seen anything too dramatic yet. Yeah, we had the big crash in the previous Monza race with Yuri, but this past race was a lot of teammateship from Kevin Siggy. That was very nice to see. It was really helping Jeffrey there.
Well, I actually want to talk about that a little bit more, because we had Kevin Siggy giving up the position to his teammate Jeffrey Rietveld, setting him up quite nicely to get those points and secure himself finalist mode. But then we had him taking it back, and then we had him giving it back to Jeffrey, and it ended up costing him a second or two as well. So what on earth do you think was going through his mind during that situation?
I think maybe there was a little bit of confusion, or maybe I think what actually happened is that Kevin gave the position to Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Then he maybe was a little bit faster, so they decided to swap position again. But Siggy made like mistake right away, and then he gave the position again back, and then he just decided to hold the pack behind him to help his teammate.
Man, oh man, I'm super excited for Nürburgring. The real question is, though, who do you think is going to thrive? I know you've said that Marcel was fast. Do you see any other underdogs, unexpected results?
Ooh, I really pray for Yuri to make some good comeback.
I think Yuri is way off, though. Poor guy has certainly had a run of it, to say the least.
100%. Also, James Baldwin not having the evening as he wished for so far. Marcel is still, like, he won the previous race, but he's still off. He can lose it all now. So Marcel needs to deliver Nürburgring. He needs to win the Nürburgring, or, well, Joshua and others cannot win, and then maybe he have to hope for another race.
So what do we think is going to happen on Nürburgring? Do you think people are going to be full sending it? Because we heard a little bit earlier on, and we heard it from Jeffrey Rietveld, in fact, just moments ago. The plan is to full send, especially during qualifying. Do we think there's going to be any initial collisions?
I think we're going to see something similar to Monza in a quali. We will see some people invalidating, cutting the track a little bit too much. We saw that also yesterday when there was a lot of pressure on one of the groups. A lot of people are making mistakes in a quali. And I think the quali here will be incredibly difficult, and it might decide the championship.
All right, well, I'm curious to hear from you, though. What about the guys that are lower down on the overall driver championship standings?
Yeah, so far, Jiří Toman, Warren, they are driving good, but they are not driving that good. Jiří Toman is having really big problem today with qualifications so far. Warren is having decent qualifications, but not that good race pace. So I'm curious if the guys will pick it up a little bit for the next round.
Well, you know what? It has been a very long day so far, and we're pretty nice like that over here at ESL R1 at Gamers8. So I'm going to give the folks at home a bit of a breather, ourselves a little bit of a breather, but ultimately our drivers a drink as well. Give them a chance to cool down, relax, and get prep primed and ready for our next race. This could be it. We could be crowning our ESL R1 Driver Championship. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be back soon.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Yeah. It's heavy.
so sick. Man, I've been high, I serve a guy who the dopest. Hopeless, what I used to be, now I'm moving packs to that potent pressure. If love is a drug, I need extra. I don't look to people, look to the one who poured and don't even measure. Killing beats give me pleasure. Please call the medic, this beat came to me on a stretcher. In the lab, I step to the mic and feel like I'm Dexter. I'm a man, dark world, but I'm still shining like treasure. Yeah, I got joy like ha ha ha. Wait, and I can't wear smiles, that's fake. Then I'm between love and strong. Hate clock says no time for mistakes. Ring the alarm, sirens go off, but I'm calm. My life resides in his palm. Submit to my pops, respect for my mom. Honor them both, so my life will be long. Third time is the charm of the third strike. Had to turn my back on the street like tears come down. Both hands up, thinking about what life will be like. If I never change, might stay the same. Stay playing games. Yeah, end up in a cell, free but a slave, or inside the grave. Used to dive in the pool of the end off. It was me and my bros to the end off. Wasn't blood, but we was still kin off. Was alive, but dead in my send off. I was heading down fast like an asteroid. I had a good heart, was a bad boy. I played girls like they was just toys. Go with the poker, mine like Blastoise. I would chase girls to use them. I ended up getting used. It's crazy the things that you do will come back around and bite you. That is a mouthful to chew. Try not to choke. Life ain't a joke. Why everyone hitting the snooze? Sleeping on me is till you get woke. My God.
Fumble a bag. Now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag. Now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Well, everybody, it is us once again with the ESL R1 tournament here from Gamers8. Jardier. Boy, oh boy, are we in a bit of a tricky situation right now because we now have 3 of our drivers reaching finalist mode. There is $400,000 on the line here. First place walking away with $100,000. And the amount of pressure on these drivers' shoulders. Talk to me, bro. How do we think this one is going to go? Do you think we are finally going to get our ESL R1 driver champion?
I think I cannot imagine the nerves right now between the drivers, because those drivers who are behind these guys, for example, Marcel Chinching, he's under such pressure right now to make sure somehow that none of the other 3 drivers will win the next race at Nürburgring, which I think maybe we'll see some dirty strategy, maybe some more stewarding as well. We had our stewards were busy today quite a lot.
To say
especially at the Hockenheim, there was a lot of little penalties. At the Monza, some little penalties. So it would be fantastic to see the little bit of drama, I think.
Well, to give a little bit of context to the folks that are tuning in, joining us from home, Max Beneke and Jeffrey Rietveld, neither of those 2 drivers that now have finalist mode made it to day number 2 of the Munich Spring Major here at ESL R1. So for them, it is all to drive for, plenty to prove as well. Joshua Rogers, though, taking a look at his previous results over on Nürburgring from the Major, he was able to secure himself 1 victory on Nürburgring, followed by a 6th and 7th placement as well. So not the most consistent of performances, but consistency is ultimately the name of the game, and that is most definitely what we've been seeing from Josh Rogers so far. So I'm putting you in the hot seat, homie. Is Josh Rogers going to be crowned our driver champion?
From those 3 drivers right now for the next race?
Yep.
You want me to pick up 1 winner right now?
Yep.
I bet on Joshua as well.
Really?
And I hope I don't jinx him. I apologize so much to Porsche Honda if I just jinxed him.
Really?
But I think he deserves it.
Yes, absolutely.
I think he's delivering, and all the preparation, everything we saw since Germany, since the Major, I think Joshua knows that this is the track and this is the moment he needs to go for it.
Well, back at the major, we saw Marcel putting up some numbers of his own as well. Consistent improvement across the board for him, not only throughout the tournament that we've had here so far at Gamers8, but also back at the Munich major as well. He managed to secure himself a 9th place over on Nürburgring, followed by a 2nd and a 4th as well. So I feel like he was slowly getting better, but coming off the back of 2 back-to-back victories on Monza, surely that is going to give him the confidence boost he needs, the adrenaline he needs. If he manages to place well in this race, it's pretty much a sure done deal for him. It is at this moment that I realise that I have most definitely just jinxed Marcel Chinchik. But if everything goes according to plan for him, he will have finalist mode. The real question is, will he have enough of a fighting chance for it to get to that stage?
I think he needs to deliver the best quality of his life right now. Like, if Marcel wants to keep it or continue this tournament for one more race where he might have a chance to win, I think he needs to do the best quality. Same as he did on Monza now, 2 absolutely fantastic qualifications. If he does the same, it's gonna be good for him. But I think it's gonna be very dramatic. But I wanted to ask you as well, I already know the answer, but from the trio we have for the next race, how does it look for you?
Oh, don't. Because throughout the entire event, I have been talking about my mate, Jeffrey Rietveld. If you didn't know, by the way, we go way, way back. We absolutely don't. But I'd be a bit of a sellout if I didn't say Jeffrey Rietveld. I did say from the very start of the tournament, though, Josh Rogers coming into this looking incredibly strong. So he's had an amazing performance thus far. I'm certainly impressed. But you know what? If this goes to another track, then I'll give you my prediction. That's a cop-out, if ever I've seen one. Well, it is over to Max Benecke to see how he is feeling ahead of this next race.
I'm here with Mouse driver Max Benecke straight out of that last race. Well, firstly, congratulations on getting to finalist mode. I didn't think you were going to get there, if I'm honest, considering what the issues you had before. Did you?
Yeah, kind of disappointed with the Hockenheim race because obviously not my fault with the clutch there not working, but lucky enough I had a good quality lap now for P2. A bit of a struggle at the beginning, but then just tried to manage tires and make the overtake eventually. So yeah, P2 was enough. I didn't want to fight Marcel. He deserves to be there. Great quality laps from him, so all good.
Well, all those issues are in the rear view, no pun intended now, because, as we said, you're in finalist mode. You joined Josh and Jeff as well, so there's 3 of you now. Yeah. So, yeah, Nürburgring 2, you've done quite well there so far. How are you feeling?
Yeah, absolutely good. Nürburgring is my favorite track on Rennsport at the moment. Love to drive it. Looking forward to that quali lap because, yeah, it's now or never.
Can you win this, Max?
Absolutely.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Back to the studio.
Well, here we are again, and potentially for the final time. 3 drivers are now in finalist mode, and we're about to find out if the Nürburgring is ready to crown a champion. Ewan, boy, we've been waiting for this day now for 2 full days of racing. Benecke versus Rogers versus Rietveld.
Yeah, it's ready for, or time for finalist mode to finally flex its muscles, I suppose. We've seen great drama back in Munich with this format. Rogers not really anywhere near the win on that occasion, unfortunately, but now we've got 3 drivers with the possibility of winning $100,000.
Marcel Chinchik now on the back of 2 consecutive victories. He is just a race away from being able to jump into finalist mode. What do you think he's been thinking, Ewan, seeing Rogers and the rest be able to work their way forward?
Yeah, I think he'll be a little bit envious, of course, because he's been so good over the course of the spring season. He'll be a little bit disappointed that he couldn't quite get off to the start today that he really needed, but he has had some good races along the way, and he'll know that he does have what it takes to win in this very unique format. So he'll take a bit of confidence from that, but I think in this next race, the main goal for him is not going to be about his own situation, in my opinion anyway. It's going to be about preventing the others from winning. The 2 could go hand in hand, of course, but first of all, you've got to make sure that this goes to his 7th race.
Well, let's hear from the man himself to see what he's thinking about going into this race at the Nürburgring.
I'm back here talking to you again. 2 out of 2, back-to-back wins. We did say they shouldn't sleep on the champ, didn't we? How was that for you?
It was even better than the previous. I got really happy when I got to know that it's going to be Monza again, so I could make pole position. And after that, it was tough because I couldn't really get away from the slipstream, but I could manage to win the race, so it's really good.
So we've got now Josh, we've got Max, and we've got Jeff in finalist mode. You're not quite there, but we're going to the Nürburgring next. Well, how do you think you're going to do there?
I don't know. Probably the championship gonna end next race. I expect, but I will try to get into finalist and try to win after.
Perfect. Well, maybe you get a hat trick. Who knows? Best of luck to you, Marcel. Good to see you.
Thanks.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Love the smile on the face there of Marcel Chinchik, of course, our defending ESL R1 Spring champion. Let's talk a little bit about him. Let's talk about the season that he had in that spring, because boy, it came down to a dramatic final, but the road to get there was just as entertaining.
It absolutely was. We saw such drama back in Munich over the course of the regular season as well. He was absolutely fantastic. He was up there all of the time, finally taking that round win with the final one. But the consistency was really what got him up there. And then day one in Munich is really what gave him so many points in the end. That's what got him so close to finalist mode. He was the driver with 100 points. Everybody else starting behind him at that stage. So yeah, it was a really great season from him. He thoroughly deserved it. But now he's really got to show that he deserved that, I guess, even more, because this is a different format slightly. It's a different situation. We haven't had the whole season beforehand, so it's you know, it's a little bit different in that respect.
And while Chinchik is having some run of form in the later stages of this final day, for James Baldwin, heartbreak, technical issues for him, dropped him down to 12th spot, excuse me.
Yeah, no points again for James Baldwin in a really good time of things at Munich. That's not been repeated here. As I said earlier on, I really thought that with this format he would really rise to the occasion, and unfortunately, as these things sometimes do, it just hasn't gone his way.
He has had a couple of top 5 finishes here, but the Mercedes maybe not being as strong as it was over in that spring major has definitely been a little bit of a tougher ride for him. Similar sort of story, by the way, for Kuba Brzezinski. We are going to have a chat, though, with James Baldwin, and so let's head it back to the stage and have a chat with the Mercedes AMG Petronas esports driver.
I'm James Baldwin, racing for the Mercedes AMG Petronas esports team, and I'm from United Kingdom. I won a competition 4 years ago called World's Fastest Gamer, so that's given me the World's Fastest Gamer title, and since then they've never run that competition again, so if they don't do it again, I'll always be the latest World's Fastest Gamer, so I'll take it. It's not a bad title to have. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it is what it is. In 2017, so 6 years ago, I was just walking in like a PC store, came across like a bundle of a wheel and pedals and a game, and bought it, gave it a go, never sim raced before ever, and really enjoyed it, just on the desk, you know, with a office chair type thing. Yeah, and then it just got sort of more serious over the years. Favorite track for me in this series is definitely Nürburgring, purely because like it just suits my driving style. Nürburgring's got a lot of history as well, with the Nordschleife being next to it and stuff like that. So yeah, Nürburgring, closely followed, I think, by Monza. I've always been a fan of Monza. Simulators and games now are getting more and more realistic. I think depending on what equipment you have, you can really get it extremely close to real life. I did sim racing before I went into real cars, and everything I learned in sim racing, you know, helped me in real life. Braking, overtaking, being consistent, all these things I learned on the sim. So I think that says, you know, a lot about how realistic they are. The future of sim racing, to be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, 5 years ago, it was a completely different sort of industry, you know. It was a lot smaller than it is now. I don't know, hopefully it gets to the level of, you know, your CSGOs and stuff and filling out stadiums, and that'd be the dream. Whether that's possible or not, I don't know. But, you know, events like this really help you know, push the industry forward, so, yeah. It's annoying that I was so close to winning and it didn't happen, because you just don't know if you're going to be in that position again. Obviously, I come here aiming to win, and you know, you know, the goal is to win, but you just don't know if it's going to happen. So all you can do is put more hard work in, come ready to this event, you know, ready to win and stuff. And yeah, I mean, certainly I'll be trying to get the win at this event. You know, that would be the only way to sort of bounce back really from Munich. To be fair, with every car has slightly different performance. You know, some cars are quick on the straight, some quicker in the corners, some better on the brakes, whatever. So I think it's only fair to really compare yourself to someone in the same car. At this level, anyone can go and put it on pole, win a race. So I'm not ruling anyone out. But I think the main thing is focus on yourself. You know, if we sit there worrying about someone else, it's just not the right mindset. So yeah.
And now it comes down to the 14th race of our Drivers' Championship here in the ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. It comes down to 3 drivers. Really good chat there with James Baldwin. Always appreciate the time that the drivers give us to give some insight into the behind-the-scenes world. Let's take a look at the driver standings very quickly, just to update you on not just the drivers in finalist mode, but where they sit behind, where prize money is to be paid out as well. Benecke, like we said, did just enough to reach the 80-point threshold to join Rogers and Rietveld inside of finalist mode.
And just below that, Marcel Chinchik needs a top 7 to get into finalist mode for the next race, if there is one. So that really does change things up a little bit, because you've got that contrast between, can he stop those from winning it here, and also you've got to make sure that you're in the top 7 if you're Marcel Chinchik as well. So interesting prospect for him over the course of the next race.
Yuri Toman, a bigger jump back there, and so ultimately if we do go to the next race, we're only looking at one more driver potentially able to join the 3 in finalist mode. Give a shout out to Dane Warren as well, able to jump himself up into 6. He was telling me before we came over to the venue to start the action today, he'd be content with 12th place and the $7,500.
Yeah, it's top 12 only that get monetary gain from this event, $7,500 for that 12th place. And so Dane Warren, yeah, you're just pleased to be in the final 12, and I think that is the case for some of these drivers, certainly.
Drivers are out there for practice, by the way. Their final opportunities to get ready to go for qualifying. There's Rietveld getting ready in the BMW. Let's also point out, we got 3 different manufacturers to talk about.
We certainly have. BMW, Porsche and Audi all involved, and they're, you know, very well matched as well in terms of where they are in terms of excuse me, in terms of the BOP here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, and so we're going to have to hopefully see where qualifying stands them out, of course, as well. Let's take a look at some of those hero shots of our 3 finalists. Oh, I love the attitude that sometimes we get. We always say that drivers relatively emotionless behind the rig. Well, we at least get them a bit out of their shell here.
We certainly do, and yeah, it's kind of, you know, when you're alone, you're forced to pose and do things like that. I guess for Jeffrey Rietveld and Josh Rogers as well, he's a little bit more serious maybe in his shots here. But yeah, fantastic to see them all. They've had all a great week in terms of driving. This is the driver though that you'd maybe say deserves it most. Top 2 in all of the races leading up to the last one, and unfortunately didn't go his way at Monza last time around. But what about this time?
Yeah, for Max Benecke as well. I think in my mind, Rogers was the favourite coming into the day. Benecke's the favourite coming into this race. Of course, already grabbing the pole and the victory in race 2 of the day earlier on, and so gets his hands ready to go. Oh, there's a smile, a pump of the fist. Max is ready to rumble.
He certainly is, and yeah, a little bit less serious as well. Josh Rogers is very serious, isn't he, in those shots. Means business, and he certainly has done over the course of this event as well. It's race 6 here at the Nürburgring, and we could well see a winner here.
I'm going to start by throwing on the spot, not for the winner of the race, but who's going to grab the pole position. Ultimately, as we send them out staggered one by one, we will get the times in, and we're expecting them here at the Nürburgring to be around the 153s.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen this a lot over the course of these races. The last 4 pole sitters have taken the race win, so it could well be the case here again at the Nürburgring. It was really hard to overtake in the last race we had here. Let's not forget, there wasn't very much overtaking at all in race 2, which is when we were here for that. Yuri Toman made a couple of overtakes, but that was about it.
So, and as we go into qualifying, Kevin Siggy going out first. Ewan, you didn't actually answer the question about whether you have a prediction for qualifying or not.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice. But do I have a prediction for qualifying? I'm going to go for Max Benecke again, because he did it last time, so it seems I'm very bad at these obvious picks, aren't I?
You're going from the form book, which, to be fair, is the only thing you can really do, which is why I say Benecke is the favourite. But for Kevin Siggy, well, let's talk through the BMW and how he's going to challenge himself around the track. In through this now middle sector, the track starts to fall down the hill to its lowest point. Going to get all the way to the left-hand side, ride the AstroTurf and carry that momentum in towards 5th gear as you get into the braking zone. Spot that on the left and now hug the inside of the Dunlop hairpin.
And you rightly pointed out earlier on that you sort of drive this hairpin in a similar way to the way you do Bruxelles at Spa, only this corner pitches upwards on the exit of the turn rather than downwards as you do over in Belgium, through the very fast Schumacher S at the top of the hill there, sort of over the crest here at the Nürburgring, then into another chicane, which does provide an overtaking opportunity every now and again. But this last corner here is very, very important. This right-hander, you need the late-ish apex, a good run out of here, and good speed as well. Can't really afford to get into the gravel, and Kevin Siggy knows it.
I think he was able to execute that quite well. He is trending into the 152.9s right now. Looks like a very tidy lap in that BMW for Team Redline and Kevin Siggy, but ultimately still that final sector to go. We've seen a couple of drivers slip up here, aiming for a 29.5 or so to get you below that 153 benchmark, and a benchmark that potentially would be good enough to secure you pole position. It's Kevin Siggy that runs his way to the line and punches in a 153.014, lost about a 10th in that final sector, and now we'll see if his teammate Rietveld can pip him.
And for once, Kevin Siggy's pleased by the looks of it. He seemed all right there with a 53.0. He will have an important role to play here because Jeffrey Rietveld is in finalist mode for Team Redline. We saw the team play so important back in Munich. It will be once again here.
Rietveld is tracking to the 52s again, but it's the final sector where we saw Siggy slip up. Can Rietveld avoid that? The number 24 on the power and to the line, and it is going to be a 152, and it's a 152.878. What a lap time that is!
What a lap from Jeffrey Rietveld, and that really puts the pressure on not only Josh Rogers, but Max Benneker as well, because they're up next in the next three drivers. They have got to at least match that. They've got to get in front of Kevin Siggy here, otherwise it's going to be Jeffrey Rietveld all the way through this next race.
I think Josh Rogers is going even faster. Can the king of qualifying pip his way to the top? Finalist mode means this is so important. It's a 152.790.
Wow. That's 52.7 from Josh Rogers, just when he needed it the most. He pulls out the magic. He pulls the cat out of the hat. Wow, that was unbelievable.
We are going to lose our voices by the end of this one. I have no doubt about that for Yuri Toman, currently tracking just above the 153s in that Audi. We know that Benneker was quick in the Audi, but definitely got the most out of the machine. For Toman, it's going to be into the 53s. It's a 53.045.
It's a good lap time, but it's still only fourth place from Yuri Toman, who must have ran over to the stage, by the way, because he was here like minutes ago. But anyway, he's fourth place at the moment, and now the pressure is on Max Benneker. He's seen what Rietveld and Rogers have done. If he stands any chance here, he has to qualify ahead of Kevin Siggy.
I think Rogers has put down an unbeatable lap. I think Benneker is about a 10th off as it stands right now. Is he going to be able to get in front of Rietveld, though? That will be the question. He runs his way to the line looking for the lap time, and it's only going to be third. He's a little bit unsure about that. Don't think he's too disappointed, though.
Well, if that's third behind those two, I think he'll be okay with that, because at least he's ahead of Kevin Siggy. The only problem he's going to have is the Team Redline driver hounding him on the early point of that race, and off the start especially. So let's see where the other 7 are, because while they are not in finalist mode, they do have an important role to play here. Can any of them get ahead and make this go on any longer?
Once again, it's a quarter of a second that splits the times on the board. Kevin Ellis Jr. runs to the line in the Apex Racing Team number 98. Can he find himself into the 52s like we've seen from 4 other drivers so far, excuse me? No, he cannot, unfortunately. It's down in 6, but Marcel Cinchik, a driver that will need to stop Rogers, Rietveld and Benneker from grabbing victories, heads to the line in qualifying.
He certainly will. This is an important lap for Marcel Cinchik at the moment. It's a slow middle sector, though, ever so slightly, I'm afraid. And he's gone down the order with this one. Over the line, it's going to be a 55.3 from Marcel Cinchik. That was wrong right from the very start, and it's 7th place for him.
Slow down in Sector 1, slow Sector 2 as well, and so Marcel Cinchik now hoping that someone else can challenge the 3 towards the front. James Baldwin, off the back of the frustrating race over at Monza, hopes to try and get some sort of result to probably sign off the championship with as we run right now. Pretty impressive in terms of the sector times in sectors 1 and 2, but it's only going to be a 53.1. He jumps behind Kevin Ellis Jr.
Now, teammates on the circuit. Dane Warren is out there, and Yuri Kasdorp will be last. Now, we know that Kevin Siggy has put himself right in the mix for Jeffrey Rietveld here. What about Warren and Kasdorp? What role will they have to play here in this race? With Warren in 2nd place, Porsche Commander Esports would have a real stranglehold on this race.
We saw Warren qualify quite well. I had a chat with him 3 minutes ago or so, and he said that he's feeling rather good right now. He's been trying to not think about the championship or the points as they run. Not able to get into the 52s, but able to get in front of Kevin Ellis Jr. and jump into the top 6. Yuri Kastop, you point out that he needs to qualify well. Well, unfortunately, he's had a really rough day so far.
Yeah, best result last time out was only 9th for Yuri Kastop. It would be a big performance for him to get up there again. Did qualify well actually in race 4 at Monza, but got caught up with Kevin Siggy, and so that dropped him a long way back as Kuba Brzezinski makes his way out of the final corner now for Williams, and that is going to be a 53.4 from him. He'll stay 9th.
Penultimate, but with Marcel Cinchic's slow down, he looks to be lining up at the tail end of the field. For Tommy Uskard, a very impressive Sector 1, a slightly less impressive Sector 2, but still I think tracking around the Warrens, the Ellis Juniors in the mix. There's the look from multiple angles at Mr. Uskard as he dives his way through the final corner. One driver, interestingly, not using gloves, but using the footwear. All the drivers have their different preferences and comfort zones. And for Uskard, 29.7 in that final sector, 153.359, ends up behind James Baldwin.
Yeah, that's not where he's comfortable, unfortunately. And once again, just to be here inside the top 12 for Uskard, I think is a good result. And so far, he's struggling a little bit. But as I say, pleased to be here. As is Yuri Kastop, you'd imagine, still rooted to the bottom of the standings. See what he can do to help Max Benecke here.
So I think tidy lap so far from Yuri Kastop. Don't think he's going to be setting the time chart alight, but definitely not going to be behind Marcel Cinchic if he avoided a slowdown in the final sector. And with a 53.594, he will line up 11th. Benecke doesn't have any help. Warren not really close enough to Rogers to maybe help his teammate. But for Siggy and Rietveld, the red line duo, maybe will be able to do something. The pump of the fist from Rogers. He knows just how important that pole position may be.
He knows that that was a fantastic lap time. To be fair, Jeffrey Rietveld was punching there as he crossed the line as well. He thought that was enough, but Josh Rogers was able to go that little bit faster.
Let's run you down through the starting grid for what might be the final race of our ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco Drivers' Championship. From the very back, Marcel Cinchic, our Spring Series champion, has it all to do to work his way forward. He'll be alongside with Yuri Kastop. Jakub Brzezinski and then Tommy Oskar will line up inside of the front 5 rows, while James Baldwin and Kevin Ellis Jr. just in front of them. For Dane Warren and Yuri Toman, it will be interesting to see what they will do with the fight in front of them. Kevin Siggy trying to work with his teammate Jeffrey Rietveld on that inside row, with Max Benecke and Joshua Rogers, the rivals, lining up on that other row. 3 drivers in finalist mode and the 3 drivers at the front, but it's Rogers that grabs the ALG fastest qualifying lap of the session.
And possibly the most important one of the event as well. Josh Rogers with the pole position, with finalist mode activated, and of course that means that with the next race win, for any one of the drivers in finalist mode, they take the $100,000 home with them in the Drivers' Championship. It's a huge, huge race. Rogers and Rietveld, by the way, are tied on points going into this race. They've been at each other throughout this entire day. It could all come down to this.
We on the back of 4 consecutive races in which pole position has been able to convert into a victory. There's no guarantee of that in this one, that is for sure.
Absolutely not. You just do not know what's going to happen here. We came into race 6 in Munich, the Nürburgring, let's not forget, and saw that Baldwin and Cinchic were 1 and 2. They were fighting for the win. We thought this is going to be over here, and all of a sudden drama struck, and you just do not know what is going to happen with this format because it is just so unpredictable.
Quick recap if you are just joining us for the first time. Finalist mode. Drivers have had the chance to build up points. They need 80 points to reach finalist mode, where 1 win will secure you the championship, and Josh Rogers was the first to reach finalist mode. Grabs maybe the most important of the ALG fastest qualifying laps to put himself at the front of this race number 6 of the day.
Absolutely. A real opportunity for Josh Rogers in one of the best lap times we've seen all day. That was supremely quick. And Josh Rogers, after dominating pretty much all day, the only race where he's had his hiccup was the last race at Monza in race 5 when he was in finalist mode. Things just didn't go well for him. Other than that, he's been absolutely flawless inside the top 2 every time.
If you're just joining us again, let us know who you think is going to come out on top here as we get ready to go for another 15 minutes of racing. Beneka not on pole. It's Rogers able to pip him. Rietveld's in the mix. He's got some teammates to work with. Ultimately, so many different ways this race could play out. It's time to put you on the spot, though.
Oh.
Who's our champion? Will we get a champion?
Yeah, I think we will. I think Josh Rogers is going to be the one as well. You saw the lap that he put in there. You've seen how strong he's been so far, not only this season, but also in this particular event as well. He is the one to beat, in my opinion. Jeffrey Rietveld's going to be there, of course, and if Kevin Siggy can get involved, then you just never know. But Josh Rogers is the favourite for me.
The warm-up comes to a close and the drivers get ready to go to the starting grid. That's what they're fighting for, the trophy and their share of $400,000. Engines roar in symphony. Are we ready to crown our ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco Drivers Champion? Let's find out at the Nürburgring. In towards turn number 1. Rogers immediately covers off the move from Jeffrey Rietveld. Down the hill they will go. Beneka with the outside line and watching as Siggy tries to dive to his inside. Rogers goes wide and Rietveld has the lead.
Oh, it's very close as Josh Rogers tries to head himself down the inside. He slides a little bit through turn 2 as well. He'll look up the inside of turn 3. There's a move there. There's not quite the space, so Jeffrey Rietveld in the lead.
Behind, Beneka able to hold on momentarily, but Siggy trying to force him out wide. Rietveld takes the point, and maybe at the most important time of the race, now he can control. He can set the tempo of the race. The top 3 on finalist modes all still running 1, 2, and 3.
Max Beneka there was very, very aggressive with Kevin Siggy, and he absolutely has to be as well to win this race. Josh Rogers, though, with a mistake. He's driven absolutely flawlessly all throughout today, but that was an error. Late on the brakes in towards turn 1. He's allowed Rietveld through, but he's been so quick at this circuit, of course. Rietveld is not bad either, but Rogers was the one who sort of was driving within himself back in race 2 when he was behind Max Beneka. Now he's got the chance to go through. The 3 in finalist mode are 1, 2, 3 at the moment.
And you've got to wonder if for Rogers, with 8 laps of sitting behind Beneka and being unable to find a way through, if the fact that it's a BMW up the road will maybe give him a little bit more optimism. All 3 of the front runners push themselves a little bit wide, and look at Beneka looking like he's dropping a little bit back into that NGK chicane.
Absolutely, everybody just together at the moment. It's one long line from first down to 12th. The pressure on Jeffrey Rietveld at the moment is substantial. His teammate not really close enough to help him, and Josh Rogers with still 7 attempts at making this move.
So 1 lap will come to a close, and realistically, we're just focusing on 1, 2, and 3, the drivers with a chance of walking away with $100,000. Rietveld goes defensive. Rogers forced to look the long way around, and after being compromised a lap ago, he's going to be brave, he's going to be bold. Inside line now for Rogers as they work their way up in towards turn number 2, but we saw Kevin Siggy being able to hold the outside line a couple of races ago. Now it's on Jeffrey Rietveld to do so, but Rogers not going to let him do so.
Rietveld will have the inside for 4 Willie. He'll try, but he won't quite get there. They'll both slide, and Max Beneka's going to have a real good run. Josh Rogers gone. Rietveld spins Rogers around, and Max Beneka leads the race.
So Beneka takes the point after swooping through the drama, and that's Rogers done and dusted. It comes down now to just Beneka and Rietveld. Is race control going to have something to say as well?
Wow. That is huge drama. Will Jeffrey Rietveld be penalised for that as Josh Rogers sees his luck just snatched away from him right at the end again? In finalist mode again. He's down in 12th place, hoping this goes to another race.
You cannot imagine the dejectment, the disappointment that Josh Rogers must be feeling right now. He's going to try and finish this race, you have no doubt about that, but now look towards the front where Rietveld's protected by Siggy. Race control, yes, will have their say. If they think that's penalty worthy, Max Beneka is going to be 6 laps away from the championship.
The only thing that will prevent it is Kevin Siggy getting involved, and that is still possible. But Beneka with the lead right now is looking supreme. He was really quick at the front of race 2, let's not forget. As soon as he held on to that lead from his pole position, he was away and not really under any pressure either. He's arguably the fastest driver around this circuit at the moment, and this has got to come full circle for Max Beneka at the moment. He won round 1 back in Katowice, of course. Really put his foot on the table and said, I'm here to win this title. It didn't happen for him in the spring season, didn't have a good LAN event back in Munich, but he's having a good one here, and he's in the lead of this race.
End of lap number 1. Well, lap number 2 really, but lap number 1 after Rogers has gone. It is still half a second between the top two. The Audi's stronger here, we believe, than the BMW, and the BMW will work through its tyres a little bit more. Not necessarily the most compliant on the 4 contact patches onto the ground. In through that opening sector, Beneka starts to stretch the gap. 7 tenths and building.
It certainly is, and this is further back with the likes of Marcel Chinchik, who really needs positions at the moment. He needs a top 7 to get into finalist mode, by the way. Another 3 places needed to give us 4 into the next race, if we have one. 7 tenths of a second for Beneka at the moment. It's looking difficult to catch him, but this is still a long race.
In through the middle sector, we are on board with Marcel Chinchik behind Kevin Ellis Jr. This is 10th position for our spring major champion, watching on as they fight up towards the front. Ultimately, not firing off the best on this most important day of competition. Left himself with some work to do, and 2 consecutive victories. Not going to be enough for Marcel Chinchik to be able to raise himself into the finalist conversation. There are the BMWs for Team Redline, though. That run line astern, Yuri Toman, and then Tommy Oscar tucked in behind. Job's pretty simple for Kevin Siggy here. Don't go anywhere, stay in 3rd.
It is for now, but if Rietveld's got a penalty and can't win anyway, then he's going to need to overtake Beneka here, but obviously we need the help of Rietveld. And look at the gap that Max Beneka's got now, 9 tenths of a second. It is stretching with every lap, 3 laps almost complete, and there's not a lot that the others can do.
That is an ominous shot fired across the bow for the rest of the competitors. There's Dane Warren trying to get the up and under potentially on Jakub Brzezinski into the final hairpin. Not necessarily a passing opportunity that many would like to take, but Dane Warren trying to work his way forward and get up into the top 5 in the championship and get that share of $400,000. It's 1.2 at the front though. We end lap number 3, but Beneka still continues to pull away, and that Dane Warren pulling to the side, trying to go defensive.
And Brzezinski straight through without any argument there, although very late on the brakes for Warren. He will be behind Brzezinski here, you'd imagine, and Kevin Ellis Jr. will try and get involved now as well towards turn 2. Through the Mercedes arena they'll go. Ellis Jr. not quite alongside, going down towards turn 3. Well, maybe he is in fact. Bit of contact between them, and Warren will hold on for now.
Just to clarify, Brzezinski was in front. Warren went defensive to cover off Kevin Ellis Jr., and you can see it worked out relatively well for him. But Ellis Jr. once again pokes to the inside into towards turn number 5. Porsche slams the door shut on him. We look rearwards from Brzezinski as they continue to get separated from those top 6 drivers. Second through 6th, excuse me, riding in a line. 7th through 12th as well, almost effectively in a line as Josh Rogers tries to close. But the breakaway continues to build at the front for Max Beneka. Let's take a look though at that moment, and it all begun into turn 1.
Well, this is going to be an important replay to watch now. Josh Rogers headed to the outside. Rietveld was aggressive with him out of turn 1. This was all fine. Space was given there, that's all okay. Inside line for Josh Rogers through 2 and then 3, and turn 4 was there where things got a bit more aggressive.
So on the previous lap, didn't we see Rogers try a very aggressive send on Rietveld, and maybe that was a bit of a favour returned as well. Rogers is off the track, yes, but running the racing line, and Rietveld does run into the right rear quarter panel. Look on board from Beneka, not just to get a perspective of the incident in front, but to see how the Miles driver took the lead.
Yeah, I think Rietveld is at fault here, I'm afraid. Through turn 4, he takes the normal racing line with the driver alongside him, and that has spun Josh Rogers around, in my opinion. So let's see his facial expression here. Well, there is none, basically. Oh, no, he's got he feels as if he was aggrieved there.
I think he's also a little bit frustrated knowing that the championship went away potentially there for Rogers. Well, we saw in the hype shots that he kept himself cool, calm and collected, and once again not showing too much emotion. That is the training that Porsche Coanda have been able to build to their drivers. They have such a level of professionalism. Even though Rogers is frustrated, what can he do?
A real heartbreaking shot to watch there. A look of helplessness on his face, really, as if, you know, things just not going his way. And the worst part is he was competing for $100,000 there. He's dropped down to 3rd now after leading pretty much all day. He's going to drop down to 3rd now. That's almost half of the money that you get for winning here. So yeah, he'll be so disappointed, Josh Rogers, and really deserved more from this.
And in some ways for Josh Rogers, it feels like unfinished business in ESL R1. Has shown so much potential, is by far being the most consistent of those Porsche Coanda esports drivers, but back in Munich wasn't to be. And not to be here today either. Kevin Ellis Jr. bumps into the back of Jakub Brzezinski as they work through that Dunlop hairpin. Dane Warren was able to get in front of the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports driver, and he now looks to pull away.
Absolutely. This is where the battling really is. From 7th place on backwards, it doesn't really matter too much for the overall, but it does for individual positions. It's still very close. From about 5th place on backwards, they're still all miles away from reaching finalist mode. It doesn't look like they're going to get there here today, but they are very close in terms of the championship, so those points will matter back there.
So let's talk about one storyline that I think we were a little bit intrigued about how it was going to go. We had 48 drivers enter. 8 of them had never competed in this ESL R1 competition. None of them made it through to the finals.
Yeah, I don't think that's too much of a surprise, given the other drivers will have been practicing pretty much the entire time. They're all full-season drivers, the 40 of them. So, yeah, it's a not a surprise to me, I've got to be honest. But we'll see how they get on in the teams tomorrow, because, after all, they'll need to play their part, those rookie drivers, in helping their teams to make it to the second day of that championship.
Jembo Bassi, I think, going to be the best rookie in the Drivers' Championship, 22nd. And for someone that thought he would be running right towards the back, I think he's going to be quite happy to be up there in the mix at the very least. We're on lap 6 of 8. A little less tense of a race than I think we expected. Although, having said that, it was tense for the first 3 laps.
It was, and drama as well. What is it about this format and this track that produces so much drama? It was James Baldwin and Marcel Chinching last time around. This time, it was Jeffrey Rietveld and Josh Rogers. And as I say, I wouldn't be surprised to see Jeffrey Rietveld with a fairly hefty penalty after that one. So much so, actually, that he could even drop behind Rogers. We'll see who finishes second.
You say it produces dramatic racing. Remember the first race that we had here?
Well, yeah, I mean, in finalist mode,
okay.
not in normal regular
sure.
racing. Because, yeah, that certainly wasn't particularly dramorous, if that's a word.
We'll go back to another thing that we kind of touched on, the difference between the major and this. The drivers going into day 2 of the major had their points scaled linearly to the driver with the most points at the end of day number 1. And the driver that had the most points had 100, only had to get 60 to reach finalist mode. Everyone reset to 0. Everyone had to get to 80 in the same number of races.
Yeah, and it made the start of today really important in terms of getting off to those points, just ticking them away, and that's what Josh Rogers did so well. That's how he managed to get into finalist mode on his own. The fact that he didn't finish below the top 2 for the first 4 races, and that was absolutely fantastic for him. Allowed him to get into finalist mode very, very quickly. Unfortunately, it's going to have come to nothing by the end of today.
So 2.2, that margin at the front, it just continues to build, it continues to grow for Max Benneker. We still have yet to hear from Race Control as to the status of a potential penalty going the way of Jeffrey Rietveld, but ultimately the margin continues to grow. 2 laps to go for a champion potentially to be crowned. Now look though for Yuri Toman, he wants to try and get past Kevin Siggy. He's not done with his fighting.
He was the one to really kick off the action in the race 2 race. So we'll see if we can do this again. Very close to Kevin Siggy in towards turn 3. He'll want to get close to Jeffrey Rietveld by the end of this race as well.
10-second penalty is going to come down to Jeffrey Rietveld, and so that is going to drop him well and truly out of contention. And you had said for Kevin Siggy that maybe his job was going to be to try and close to Benneker and to try and make sure that a final race would still potentially yet to come. Wasn't to play out that way.
Yeah, and on that penalty for Jeffrey Rietveld, I do agree that he was at fault for that one, and 10 seconds seems like the right one for me. Josh Rogers now has the case of trying to catch up, get within 10 seconds of Jeffrey Rietveld. That's way too much maths on that screen for me to be able to manage here, so I'm not sure whether he's going to be able to do that just yet, but they were tied on points going into this race, by the way, those two, so they are fighting for second in the championship.
Yeah, and again, remember, we have $400,000 being paid out in this Drivers' Championship. The 12th place driver in points is going to walk away with $7,500. Not a bad prize payout, all things considered. There's that confirmation, by the way, for the penalty for Rietveld. He's going to try and stretch his legs and maybe grow that buffer a little bit to Kevin Siggy as we wind our way onto the very final lap of our ESL R1 sponsored by Aramco Drivers' Championship. It's Max Benneker that's just got to survive one more trip around the Nürburgring to be crowned our champion.
Absolutely, he's got 2.5 seconds to Jeffrey Rietveld, who we're on board with. Needs to chase him down and needs to hope for a mistake from Max Benneker at this point. He needs that position, but at the moment it's not going to happen. Finalist mode, meaning of course that with one race win, you have won the $100,000, and at the moment Max Benneker is the one to take those that prize.
Look at them stack on up through turn number 1, a little bit further back, but still just riding clear. Is that number 71 for Miles? We've got the potential for the likes of Dane Warren, who's finally closed up to the back of James Baldwin to try and stick something. We keep talking about tyre wear and preservation in a 15-minute race. It's because, especially in that Mercedes, uses the fronts more than the rears, and Baldwin will be hoping to hold on to 6th place with half a lap or so to go.
He will. It's very close for those positions further back, by the way. I know Max Benneker is really driving on his own, but for everyone else, it is certainly fighting a lot. Yuri Kastorp has got another track limit penalty, I'm afraid. That's a pretty disappointing day for him, but he's still got $7,500.
And I guess tomorrow, the fight for the team championship will pick on up. And when it comes to Miles, at the start of the year, I think we looked at the squad of Max Benneker, Moritz Lohner, Patrick Holtzman, Yuri Kastorp, and thought, well, that was going to be one of the strongest squads. Benneker delivered immediately in round 1. We haven't always seen Miles up towards the top, though. Are things finally starting to come good?
Yeah, Benneker really tailed off at the day 1 in Munich. Maybe a little bit concerned about what he was going to be like here in Riyadh as well. But he's shown that he's been more up to the challenge. He's already shaking his head, maybe realising just the achievement he is about to accomplish with more than 3 seconds to his advantage.
It's been an incredible 2 days of racing. The drivers flew out here to the heart of Riyadh knowing $1 million will be paid out, $400,000 just in the Drivers' Championship. For Max Benneker, he started ESL R1 so strongly, winning, and now finally gets the success that he deserves. Max Benneker is your ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco, Drivers' Champion, $100,000 richer.
Cool as you like from Max Benneker. Barely a celebration, held his head in his hands. He can't quite believe it. $100,000 is his. And at the top of sim racing for just so long, he's come full circle in ESL R1, winning the opening round. And now he wins in Riyadh as well.
He has been at the top of sim racing for so many years, but on occasion it seems like sometimes those big titles slip away from him. Not this one, and not the prize money. Oh, there's a big hug from Yuri Kastorp. The team manager will get in on the celebrations as well. Fireworks continue to go off. We will get ready to go to our trophy ceremony to hand off Max Benneker to our wonderful stage host in a couple of moments' time. But as we get ready to do that, Ewan, let's just reflect on 14 fantastic races. And now we get the team championship to go as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, whether you're at home or in the Gamers8 arena, make some noise for your ESL R1 at Gamers8 Drivers Champion, Max Benneker!
الحضور بطل ESL R1 للسائقين الأفراد اللي موجودين معنا. عطنا تحية لماكس بنكر.
Let's go! Max. What a final race. Just try to put into words how you're feeling right now.
I mean, after qualifying, obviously saw both of them in front of me, so that was a difficult one. But I knew we were going to fight, right? So I knew it's coming down to the race. So I just tried to see what's happening, and when they crash, obviously, that's when I take the chance. And then from then on, it's just tunnel mode and doing my best what I can.
فعلا ماكس قدر يحقق الانتصار، وسألناه كيف كان شعوره. قال بكل صراحة أنه جدا سعيد على تحقيقه الانتصار، وفي نفس الوقت أنه حتى برضو يوم شاف الاثنين اللي كانوا معه برضو متسابقين قدامه فكانت الفرصة جدا صعبة، بس أول ما صارت الحادثة استغلها بكامل الإمكانيات اللي عنده وأخذ الأفضلية له وقدر يحقق النصر ويحقق اللقب في هذه البطولة.
Max, if I told you earlier this week that this weekend you're going to become the ESL R1 at Gamers8 champion. Well, the Drivers' champion, would you have believed me if I told you you'd have won it at Nürburgring?
Not really. I mean, I knew my pace is good. I improved a lot, I think, in the last couple of weeks. But obviously, winning, it comes down to so many small details. So you need to be there every single qualifying. I think I had good qualifyings every single time around, so I'm quite happy with that. And I think in the end, also Jeffrey and especially Josh deserved this as well. Just unlucky with that incident. I guess that's racing, and I just hope we have more of these events, and then one of them will win, sure.
صحيح ان ماكس قدر يحقق الانتصار في هذا السباق، لكن لو سالناه قبل تبدا البطوله هل كنت تتوقع انك تفوز في هذا السباق خصوصا في هذا المضمار؟ قال بكل صراحه ما كان يقدر انه يتوقع الفوز في هذا المضمار تحديدا. في نفس الوقت شكر منافسينا خصوصا جوش وجيفري على منافستهم على تواجدهم، كانوا من جد حتى برضو انهم يستحقون الفوز، لكن الفوز صار لصالح ماكس الحين من جد، فالف مبروك.
It's heavy, isn't it? Heavier than you think. Just finally, I just want to give you the opportunity. I just want to give you the opportunity to say something, to the people who've been supporting you, your fans, your family, your team. What would you like to say to them who've supported you throughout this, entire competition?
I mean, just the usual, right? Just want to thank everyone who has been part of that, especially like Maus, who took me into a new team, doing this amazing stuff here. Obviously, already with the first win in Katowice, right? So everything has been going pretty well from there, and everybody else, family, friends, my girlfriend, it's just the usual. But I'm not the kind of guy who's going into these details, but people know it.
صحيح ان سالنا في سؤال اخير ايش حاب تقول لكل الاشخاص حتى المتابعين او حتى برضو الداعمين لك؟ قال حاب يشكرهم جميعا بلا استثناء، او حتى برضو فريقه اللي قدر انه يوصله للمكان الحالي، فجدا سعيد بتواجدهم ودعمهم، والف مبروك مره ثانيه ماكس تحقيقك اللقب.
Well, congratulations once again. You got the lion's share of $400,000. You got the Gamers8 trophy, and you are cemented in the history books as the first inaugural champion, drivers champion of ESL R1 at Gamers8. Congratulations once again, everyone in the Gamers8 arena. Can you make some noise one more time for Max Beneke? And with that being said, we're going to head back over to the desk. But for now, thank you so much to all of the racers, all of the talent, and of course, all of the production for all of your hard work. You've been absolutely incredible for the past 2 days. And don't forget, we've got the team championship starting tomorrow. The hard work is not yet done. So let's send it back to the desk to round out the day.
بالضبط. بعد ما عرفنا الفائز الحين في هذا السباق، مشوارنا لسه ما خلص، باقي لنا السباق الجاي اللي راح نعرف فيها منهم ابطال من الفرق المشاركين معنا. سباقاتنا مستمره ما زلنا، والحماس موجود هنا معنا، والمتسابقين ما زالوا متواجدين معنا. خلينا ننتقل على الاستديو نشوف تفاصيل هذه السباقات كيف كانت معنا، ونرجع لكم في السباقات الجايه.
Maximilian Beneke being crowned our ESL R1 driver champion, walking away with $100,000 in his back pocket as well. And what a fashion in which he managed to do it. Only recently being in finalist mode as well for him. Congratulations, most definitely. Talk to me about the result. Anticipated, not surprised?
I mean, surprised? No. Max Beneke deserves it. What an absolute drive for him. What a performance the whole past 2 days. What a drive. What a smart driver. Being careful, being at the right moment where he needs to be. Passionate, super happy in the result. I wish him absolutely everything about his race. And fantastic sportsmanship as well, because he didn't need to say that, hopefully we have more events exactly like this one, and hopefully the other guys have an opportunity to get that same feeling, same trophy as well, maybe, and an incredible prize pool as well. I'm amazed, to say the very least, to be quite honest with you. Maybe, just maybe, the curse really is true. Maybe we just cursed every single person that we had put forward for our predictions. But you know what? Maybe it was the mouse ears, right? These count as mouse ears. No? Yeah, I was asking if it's mouse, so yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Supporting
yeah.
the mouse boys in secret. There's a will, there's a way, most definitely. But I also want to touch upon the results that we had throughout that race from some of the other drivers as well. Obviously, Max Beneke starting third on the grid and rounding things out as our champion. That needs no introduction nor explanation. But also Tommy Usgaard starting 9th on our grid, and then then climbing on up all the way to 5th as well. I feel like that in itself is an achievement, an accomplishment, and certainly shows drive of its own.
Yeah, 100%. Very good result from Tommy in this race. Also, you see Toman doing very nice results in the past races.
Yeah.
He has been having a little bit rough start today, but the last races was a little bit better, so finally turned it around. But what a shame for Rogers and what a shame for Jeffrey. They were driving so fantastic, and they showed how close it is to make a little disaster in a race.
You know what I said between the races? I said, I'll tell you what's going to happen. It's going to be absolutely heartbreaking for Rogers to have been the first driver to get finalist mode and then not be able to close it out. You've got to be kicking yourself. But you know what? I absolutely do not want to take away from the performance we've seen from him so far, because it was nothing short of absolutely incredible. So taking a look at our overall provisional results for our driver championship finals here at ESL R1 at Gamers8. Man, oh man, it's intense, no?
Yes. I cannot imagine, as you were saying, Joshua Rogers was doing such a good job. Then he got the first finalist, and then it was rough race after rough race, but he was fighting really, really hard. Same goes for Jeffrey. I think all three drivers deserve the top what they did today, because they all drove fantastic, incredible performance under absolute pressure today.
Yeah.
And you know, in a racing, you can be prepared, you can be talented as much as you can, but sometimes you need a little bit of luck.
Well, you know what? That brings me to our favorite part of the day. It is time for us to reveal our KFC's Colonel's Choice for the best overtake that we've had thus far. Can you give me like a... Oh, okay. Spoiler alert. There we go. It's already been revealed. This was Yuri Toman versus Kevin Siggy in race number 2 of the day over on Nürburgring. Talk to me about this race.
What a beautiful fight. What a beautiful fight that was. It needs two drivers to dance properly. And
takes two to
that
tango.
was, yeah. And that was beautiful. Beautiful driving from both of them. You see Toman, check driver, you know, check hands, properly showing how it's done.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously our best defensive move of the day as well. We have Jeffrey Rietveld versus Joshua Rogers, race number 3 on the very final lap over on Hockenheim Ring as well. Two incredible drivers in their own right.
That was incredible driving. That pressure that Jeffrey got, and he handled it so well with driver like Joshua behind him, and they kept it clean, they kept it within the track limits, no elbows, nothing. Fantastic. Like, that's exactly what we want to see in a tournament like this for so much prize money.
Oh, so much prize money on the line. You said it best yourself. $400,000 to be precise. 100,000 of which is going in way of Maximilian Benecke. But you know what? We also have even more prize money to give away, because in case you folks weren't aware, we're also doing our Gadia MVP for the fastest lap on each of our tracks. So by the end of the tournament, whoever gets the fastest lap time on each of our tracks, we are giving away $10,000 their way per track. How incredible is that?
That's what a prize money for a host for the fastest lap. I'm actually curious if anybody will beat the lap time from Joshua Rogers from Nürburgring, because that lap time what we saw in this particular race, or particular quali, was one of the best lap times we have seen in the tournament so far.
Honestly, I'm loving the poses that the guys are giving as well. What I want to see is, I want to see more creativity as well. And you know what? I was asking a lot for emotion, and I feel like today we had a glimmer more of that emotion that I've kind of been searching for throughout the duration of the event so far. So talk to me, what was your highlight of today before we round things out?
If you mean about emotion, I think Marcel Shinchik emotion in the past races, he was sweating, he was so focused, looking left and right. That was something really nice to look at, because like the racing is just so stressful in this tournament. And I really did like Max Benecke and his teammates celebrating after the race. Their team is so nice. I think they are really good friends as well. We were talking, chatting them earlier, and it's just amazing to have such a great support within the team.
Well, you know what, Jardier, I have to say thank you so much for joining me. It's been a roller coaster journey here for the ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco Driver Championship so far. So thanks to yourself, Jardier. Thank you to my incredible casting team as well. But I also want to give a very big shout out to all of the drivers we've had joining us on this journey so far. Of course, the action is not yet over. Even if our drivers didn't necessarily perform the best during our Drivers' Championship, they still have a shot at that sweet team championship, baby. As if 400,000 wasn't enough, we've only gone and whacked $600,000 on the table there. So it's still very much all to play for. I want to give words of encouragement and a lot of props to every single one of our drivers, because they've been a little bit of long days. It's been incredibly stressful, a lot of pressure on their shoulders. But you know what? That's the name of the game, baby. I guess we'll see you all tomorrow. See you then.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
You know how